This video continues with Chapter 90 Rocks. Luffy will probably be many times more powerful than me in the future. A double comparison of navigation. This succubus Luffy is reversed. Chapter 90 Rocks. Luffy will probably be many times more powerful than me in the future. Rocks D. Zebek. How well does this straw hat guy understand Haki? Edward Newgate. If our understanding of Haki is 1%, then the straw hat boy in the parallel world's understanding of Haki is 100 SCE. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. The power of Haki has been passed down step by step since thousands of years ago. It has been through the continuous penetration, understanding, and study of countless powerful people that we have reached where we are now. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. But we have accumulated experience for thousands of years, and the understanding of Haki by countless strong people is less than 1% of the understanding of Haki by the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world for more than 10 years. Gul D. Roger, hahaha, what a powerful talent this is. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. It's getting more and more beyond my imagination. Luffy. What have you learned in the past 10 years in Windmill Village, and what abilities are there that we are not familiar with? The more you learn about Luffy, the more I understand what a terrifying monster Luffy is. Luffy's power has been completely refreshed. The worldview of everyone in their world. Roronoa Zoro. Have I mastered the power of Conqueror's entanglement in the other world? But now I have not mastered even the most common armament Haki. Same with Zoro. Also on Luffy's boat. But this gap is really too huge. If not for the appearance of this projected video. Zoro now doesn't even know what power Haki has. And myself in another world. Not only is he proficient in weapon colors and observation Haki, he even awakened Conqueror's Haki and mastered Mate. Douglas Bullet, I really want to have a fight with such a strong man. This is the real strongest, this is the strongest man in the sea. He can even be called the strongest in history. Bullet is eager to fight against the strong. In the past, the enemy he wanted to defeat the most was Roger. And now, the person he wanted to defeat the most was no longer Roger at all. But Luffy. Luffy from that parallel world. If there is really a chance, 24, I can fight against such a strong person. Even if it means defeat. Bullets are extremely exciting. Rocks D. Zebek. This Straw Hat Boy will probably be many times more powerful than me in the future. Golden Lion Shiki. Do you think so highly of him, Rocks? Who is Rocks? The absolute overlord of the old era. As the captain, he ruled over 10 top players such as Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, etc. You can imagine how strong he will be. Rocks D. Why did he faint again? Luffy spread his hands helplessly and looked at Crocus. I originally planned to set off directly to Upside Down Mountain tonight. But unexpectedly, Crocus passed by again. In this case, they cannot leave tonight. At least we have to wait until Crocus wakes up. After all, with his current coma, anyone can kill him. Your name is Luffy, right? At this moment, Vivi approached Luffy with a nervous and a little shy look. Yeah, Luffy nodded. I want to ask you something, Vivi requested. After this day of observation, Vivi felt that Luffy was not a bad person. On the contrary, he is a very good person. Not only to prevent the whale Laboon from hitting the red line, but also made an agreement with it. I thought I was worried that Crocus would be in danger while he was in a coma. And stay by your side. The same goes for being kind to your companions. Teach them carefully Haki. But Vivi doesn't know what Haki's power is. But Vivi knows that Luffy's strength should be extremely strong. Can you come with me? I want to talk to you alone. Vivi took Luffy's hand and wanted to take him to a remote place. Seeing this, Nami is practicing observation Haki not far away. He rushed over and grabbed Luffy's other hand, put one hand on his hip and said, if you have something to say that needs to be mysterious, why don't you say it here? After hearing Nami's words, Vivi hesitated and didn't know how to speak. If it's a trivial matter, I won't refuse, Luffy said. Hearing Luffy's words, Vivi was silent for a moment and then plucked up the courage to speak. My country was occupied by a hateful pirate. That hateful pirate is the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. He rebelled against the kingdom's rebel army and wanted to plunge my country into war, then use this to usurp the throne. In order to obtain this information, I have been working undercover at Baroque Works for a long time. Now I have obtained conclusive information, but I am still unable to stop him. So I want to ask you to save my country. And of course, if you need any compensation, I will try my best to satisfy you. Vivi is working undercover at Baroque Works. Learned the truth about Crocodile's desire to seize the country. But she knew that it was impossible for her alone to change the war. So I can only ask Luffy. Your country, could it be that you are? Nami said in surprise. No, I am the Princess of Alabasta. Vivi nodded. Princess, so you mean you are rich? If you give us hundreds of millions of bali, we wouldn't mind getting rid of the 7 warlords of the sea. Nami suggested. If it were the past, Nami would definitely be afraid of the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, no matter what, 7 warlords of the sea are also one of the 3 major balancing forces. But now Nami is not afraid at all. Because of his captain. But he is a man who can almost equal Admiral, the candidate for Naval headquarters. I don't have that much money. No money, it's impossible. Aren't you the Princess of Alabasta? How can you have no money? Nami didn't believe it. It's true, now my country is in war. All the money has been used to purchase equipment and recruit the royal army to resist the rebels. My current savings are only a few 100,000 bali. But although I can't do anything about money, I can use other things to repay this kindness. Speaking of this, Vivi suddenly blushed, then hesitantly moved her mouth to Luffy's ear and whispered, If you can help me save the country, I can marry you. Achuku, okay. One more addition to Straw Hat's harem. John, this Straw Hat boy, really, pretty girls will fall in love with him wherever he goes. Silver Axe, damn it. There are already enough women around this boy, why is there another one? Byandy Wald, this bastard is so powerful and talented, I won't say anything else. Why are there so many women around him, and they are all top beauties? Quinn, the 2 of them have only known each other for less than a day. Does this Princess Vivi want to marry him so actively? Josie, I'm so jealous. I've been with the Whitebeard pirates for decades, and now I don't even have a woman by my side. Bista, who isn't? As a pirate, shouldn't you have to fight and take risks all day long? But this guy is just enjoying family time. Monkey D. Garp, ha. He is indeed my precious grandson from the parallel world. Perospero, is this the ability of Straw Hat Boy? He is extremely attractive to women. As long as he has contact with him, all women will fall in love with him. Doflamingo, that sand crocodile bastard from the parallel world looks like he's going to die miserably. Marco, although the battle hasn't started yet, I have already started to sympathize with Crocodile in that parallel world. I wonder if he can withstand Luffy's punch. Crocodile, don't underestimate me. I can still resist a punch, right? Moonlight Moria, I said, Brother Crocodile, you'd better pray that you in the parallel world can only withstand 1 punch from the Straw Hat Kid. If he punches out twice, you will have to ascend to heaven on the spot. Douglas Bullet, that sand crocodile guy isn't that weak. In Bullet's impression, Crocodile can be considered a strong person who is almost on par with him. When he was 19 years old, he fought Crocodile. And the results are naturally indistinguishable. Crocodile, you better understand me, fusion bastard. No matter how strong the Straw Hat guy from the parallel world is, I'm afraid I can still fight him back and forth in a short period of time. Lazaru, stop bragging, Crocodile. Even the Luffy of our world can beat you. Do you still want to fight back and forth with the Luffy of that parallel world? Yasopp, if you don't get killed by 1 punch, you'll be in high demand. Crocodile, HMPH. The reason why I was defeated by the Straw Hat Boy was just because I underestimated the enemy. But I will never underestimate the enemy against the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world. I will definitely come back in a short time. Defeat is bound to happen. This is a no-brainer. No matter how arrogant Crocodile is. He also knew that there was no way he could defeat Luffy in that parallel world. He just hoped that he wouldn't be too embarrassed. At least we can call back and forth within a short period of time, right? Parallel world. Luffy fell silent after hearing Vivi's words. He is now vaguely aware of it. Why does it seem that all women like him? No, let's forget about marrying Luffy. We won't charge you any money. We will help you get rid of the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. 1. Are you right, Luffy? Although Vivi's voice is very small. But Nami has been practicing observation haki for a while no matter what. Even if he is not fully awakened, his 5 senses and hearing are still very sensitive. She doesn't want Vivi to snatch Luffy away suddenly. So even if there is no money, she cannot let Vivi marry Luffy. Well, as long as we can entertain us after getting rid of the crocodile you mentioned, I haven't eaten the food cooked by the palace yet, Luffy said slowly. Resolve a 7 warlords of the sea, in. Luffy doesn't seem to have any difficulty. It's just a little effort. He only needs 1 meal as payment. How can this be done? How can a meal repay you for helping me defeat Crocodile? I will ask for my hand in marriage to be betrothed to you. Such a payment is reasonable. Luffy 1. No need, we can just have a meal. Nami also refused. No, my father once taught me that a drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring. 1 meal is already a great kindness to us. It's not big, it's really not big. Just 1 meal is not enough to repay your kindness. Vivi shook her head. How can a meal not be a great kindness? The food in the palace must be very delicious. We have never tasted it if it weren't for you. We probably wouldn't have had such a blessing in our lives. How could it be? I've eaten at the palace many times. It's not delicious at all. It's not as delicious as the food in any small restaurant. It's you who begs us to do something, or we beg you to do something. Nami complained. What happened? This woman is too tough. Just post it fiercely. Not only do I want to help you defeat Crocodile, but I also want to give your home to Luffy. You can take advantage of this great deal. Anyway, as long as you help me defeat Crocodile, I will definitely repay you with the highest respect. Vivi pretended to cough 26. Down, then solemnly explained the matter. Okay, Luffy nodded. Although the time spent with Waiwei is not short. But he does appreciate Vivi. In order to save the country, a weak woman hid in the crisis-ridden Baroque works. This courage is worthy of praise. In short, that's it. It's not difficult to deal with Crocodile, that's all. Thank you, madam. I will definitely repay this kindness. After hearing Luffy's reply, Vivi hugged Luffy excitedly. Hey, why did you come up to me all of a sudden? Nami quickly pulled Vivi away, as if she was jealous. Then he hugged Luffy's arm again and declared his sovereignty. Sorry, I'm a little excited. Vivi scratched her head in embarrassment. The main reason is that Luffy's charm is so great. It's so big that it's unimaginable. This made her a little helpless. The next day, 1 night has passed. Luffy is practicing his mental strength and courage as always. And Zoro, Sanji, and others naturally did not relax their training and practiced all night long. Luffy, I learned observation haki. Usopp excitedly rushed to Luffy and said, after seeing Luffy's strength and boarding Luffy's ship, it can be said that Usopp is engaged in high-intensity training every day, and there is never any relaxation. Good. Luffy patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, I also learned Luffy, Sanji said proudly as he lit a cigarette. I also learned Luffy. Nami rushes forward and saves Luffy's arm. In order to practice observation haki all night long, she didn't even attack Luffy at night. It is enough to show her determination. In that case, get ready and head to the Grand Line. Let's talk about the time when Usopp and others learned the weapon colors and observation haki. It is more temporary than Ace and Sabo, because Ace Sabo can be learned in 1 month. Usopp, Sanji, and others probably spent about a week. The reason why this is so. One is because Ace and Sabo learned haki at a very young age. The body is not mature yet, so it is much more difficult to sense haki in the body. The second reason is that Luffy is almost completely familiar with haki by now. He has studied haki thoroughly. For example, For other people, learning haki is equivalent to finding a test paper, and you need to constantly learn to answer the questions correctly to master it. Luffy teaching Nami and others haki is equivalent to giving them a test paper, plus an answer sheet, and just copy it. How difficult can it be? Chapter 90, One Golden Lion. Naval Headquarters is renamed Straw Hat Headquarters. Uruj. This group of people have been out at sea for about a week in total, but all of them have mastered the weapon, color, and observation haki, and among them, Straw Hat and Roronoa Zoro have mastered the hata. Capone Bije. It took about a week to cultivate such a group of monsters. If I had given him more time, I can't imagine how powerful Straw Hat's companions would be. Drake, it's not just his companions who have become stronger. Straw Hat has never slackened in training these days. With his talent, he may have become a little stronger in just a few days. Skillachman Apu. According to the timeline, I should be near the Grand Line now. It would be great if I was lucky enough to meet the Straw Hat Kid in that parallel world. Eustace Kid. If you met Straw Hat Kid, you would probably die on the spot. Skillachman Apu, who said I wanted to fight him, I want to get on his boat. Basil Hawkins. I don't think you are compatible with that Straw Hat boy's personality, so you can't get on his ship, so give up. Jewelry Bonnie. If I can meet him in that parallel world, maybe I can ask him to save my father. Bonnie's father is Big Bear. Nowadays, Big Bear has been transformed by Marine and has little consciousness left. Byandy Wald. After all, after watching him for so long, I haven't seen him fight with the power of Devil Fruit. I really don't know what his strength is when he uses all his strength. I'm afraid it should be close to Admiral level. Trafalgar Law. The Straw Hat Master's East Blue journey is over, and now he's off to conquer the pirates on the Grand Line. Achoku, fortunately, I'm from New World, so the scanner can't scan me for the time being. Golden Lion Shiki. Jai Hahaha. The Grand Line is the territory of those guys from Marine. If that Straw Hat boy from the parallel world causes a big mess in the Grand Line, Marine will send out strong men. Douglas Bullet. If you give him some time to grow up, I'm afraid one admiral alone won't be able to defeat that Straw Hat boy. Sakazuki. HMPH, don't underestimate us Marine. Parallel world. Luffy and others, after waiting for Crocus to wake up. Luffy chatted with him briefly and gained a better understanding of his own strength. He took his companions to the Grand Line with the help of the power of the pointer. The other side. The follow-up to the death of St. Rhodes is not over yet. St. Charos, who was far away in Sabyati Archipelago, after learning about the death of his friend St. Rhodes, he called Sengoku directly and cursed. What do you Marines do for food? Why do you let my friends die? Although celestial dragons are inhumane and extremely cruel. However, they also have similar friends among each other. I'm sorry, Charles Saint. All members of the Silver Wolf Pirates involved have been arrested and are being escorted to the Marine headquarters. We are also deeply sorry for the death of Rhodes Saint, Sengoku said in a low voice. Why does a mere lowly pirate dare to attack my friend? Isn't there your Marine Vice Admiral on the ship protecting my friend? Why can't even a mere pirate group defeat it? St. Charles asked angrily. Hearing St. Charles' question, Sengoku was speechless and didn't know how to answer. You Marines are really a bunch of wimps. You couldn't even handle a small thing and killed my friend. Forget it, bring that woman from the Silver Wolf Pirates. When meeting Luffy and others in Rhodes Saint, St. Charles had a phone call with St. Rhodes. At that time, St. Rhodes said that he had met a very beautiful woman, Nami, and wanted to capture her as his wife. Now St. Charles is too lazy to care about the death of St. Rhodes. He is now very curious about what kind of woman she is. It caused the death of St. Rhodes, a woman from the Silver Wolf Pirates. Hearing the words of St. Charles, Sengoku fell into deep thought. My good friend Rhodes Saint died because he saw a beautiful woman on the Silver Wolf Pirates ship. So bring me the culprit woman to Sabyati Archipelago. I want to punish her well. The words of Charles Ross fell. He hung up the phone directly. Wait, there are no women in the Silver Wolf Pirates, letter 3005, Sengoku shouted. However, St. Charles did not hear his words. Sengoku fell into deep thought. He flipped through the Silver Wolf Pirates member files over and over again. He is very sure that there are no women on the crew. When he thought of this, Sengoku immediately guessed. Would it be possible that it was not the Silver Wolf Pirates who killed the celestial dragons? After all, he also thinks that there is only a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions of bali. It is not realistic to defeat the Marine Branch Vice Admiral. Could it be that Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy did it? As a marshal, Sengoku naturally won the battle between Logtown Luffy and the Jumping Rabbit. Also known, the day the Celestial Dragons died. Departure from Logtown to Grand Line. There are only the Silver Wolf Pirates and Luffy'S pirates. And he also found out that there is a female in Luffy's pirate group, that is Nami. Sengoku's hair stood up immediately when he thought of this. He guessed that Luffy and his gang met the Celestial Dragons and killed the Celestial Dragons, but their bodies were fished out by the Silver Wolf Pirates. If it is true that Luffy killed the Celestial Dragons, then it will be a big trouble. Urouge, what's going on? Isn't the Celestial Dragons incident over yet? Trafalgar Law, this is really a two-level reversal. I thought the incident of the Straw Hat Master killing the Celestial Dragons in the parallel world had passed, but I didn't expect it was still going on. Roxd, the clue is that he met a beautiful woman Nami. Roxd Zebek, the murderer of Celestial Dragons, can be completely pinned on Straw Hat. Luffy is careful enough. Before killing the Celestial Dragons, use observation Haki to make sure no one is around. After killing the Celestial Dragons, he sank the warship into the sea and destroyed the corpses. But because of his anger, he punched the Celestial Dragons several thousand meters away, caused a series of chain reactions. But in fact, whether the bodies of the Celestial Dragons were fished out by the Silver Wolf Pirates or not is not the point. The focus is on the call between St. Rhodes and St. Charles. During the phone call between the two, it was revealed that Rhodes Saint was killed because he wanted to capture a woman. Since there are no women in the Silver Wolf Pirates, they can naturally target Luffy and others. Copper Jabba, it's over, it's over. If we can be 100% sure that Luffy is the one who killed the Celestial Dragons, I'm afraid those old guys from the world government will ask that I am for instructions and dispatch to kill Luffy. Although they don't know why the 5 elders strongly suspect that Luffy is the murderer. But I am still didn't agree to issue the obliteration order. But what if the 5 elders presented substantial evidence to I am that Luffy killed the Celestial Dragons? I'm afraid I am will no longer be afraid of those who have something but don't have it. Just give the order to kill Luffy. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, hehe. After all, Straw Hat Boy is still going to die. Marcus Maz Saint, killing Celestial Dragons and still surviving unharmed, it's not that easy. Sengoku calmed down in the office and then called Momousagi. The phone call got through soon. Sengoku asked directly, Momousagi, are there any women on board the Silver Wolf Pirates you are escorting? Sengoku confirms that there are no women in the information about the Silver Wolf Pirates. But to be on the safe side, he had to confirm with the jumper. Why do you ask, Marshal Sengoku? Momousagi asked. St. Charles called me just now. He said that the dead St. Rhodes was killed because he wanted to catch a woman, so I have to confirm with you whether there is a woman in the Silver Wolf Pirates. If so, it can be confirmed that Celestial Dragons was indeed taken over by the Silver Wolf Pirates. If there are no women on board the Silver Wolf Pirates, then maybe it won't be them who kill the Celestial Dragons, but Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku said seriously. Hear Sengoku's words. Momousagi frowned slightly and focused his attention on the all-male Silver Wolf Pirates. She did not respond in a hurry, but remained silent for a few seconds. Then she took a deep breath and said, Report to Marshal Sengoku, there is indeed a woman on board the Silver Wolf Pirates. Really, that's good. Hearing Momousagi's answer, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. This will eliminate the crime of killing Celestial Dragons. It's decided on the Silver Wolf Pirates, not Luffy. Momousagi, after you get to the Grand Line, go to the Sabyati Archipelago first. The Saint of Charos needs a woman from the Silver Wolf Pirates. I'm sorry, Mr. Sengoku. They launched a counterattack on me when I was escorting them, so I killed them all. I also killed that woman and threw it into the sea. After leaving these words, he hung up the phone directly. Then turn your attention to the Silver Wolf Pirates. Withdraws the sword from his waist. After all, you are all a group of extremely vicious pirates. Being escorted to Naval headquarters and waiting for you will be the result of being imprisoned. Why don't you let me liberate you now, 18? Without hesitation, Momousagi killed him directly. Everyone in the Silver Wolf Pirates. Kuzan, Buddha's Sengoku, Sakazuki, Golden Lion Shiki, Jago Lucia Satan. See the video playing. No one in the entire chat room was confused. Achoku, wait, why is this Momousagi lying? It is obvious that there are no women in the Silver Wolf Pirates at all. After truthfully reporting this news to Sengoku, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is dead, but why did she lie to the Silver Wolf Pirates? Are there women in the group, or even? In order to fulfill his lies, he even destroyed the entire Silver Wolf Pirates. There are only 2 suspects for killing the Celestial Dragons. One is the Silver Wolf Pirates, but Luffy's group. The words of Charles Saint revealed. Saint Rhodes died because he couldn't walk when he met a beautiful woman. But there are no women in the Silver Wolf Pirates. It can only be Luffy and his gang who kill the Celestial Dragons. But Momousagi helped Luffy and others hide the truth. Report to Sengoku that there are women in the Silver Wolf Pirates. And in order to fulfill his lies, he destroyed the Silver Wolf Pirates. In this case, Marine, world government will no longer be able to investigate anything from the Silver Wolf Pirates. Meanwhile, they even doubted Luffy. But there is no conclusive evidence that Luffy killed the Celestial Dragons. Once the world government dares to take action, it's the same as offending Garp. After all, it comes down to it. Now Luffy doesn't even have any bounty. Luffy in the original book has a bounty on his head. It's because Luffy let Colonel Mouse run away after defeating Arlong. After Colonel Mouse ran away, he reported to Marine Luffy's evil deeds of actively attacking Marine. Only then was a reward offered. But in the parallel world, Colonel Mouse died. But Garp and others concealed it. Although Luffy fought against Mihawk and Momousagi successively. But after all, he didn't fight them as a prisoner with a bounty on his head. At most, it can be called a discussion. The bounty will naturally not increase. As for you saying, Zoro has a bounty on his head and is staying with Luffy. But this is not enough to convict Luffy. By the way, Luffy didn't hang a pirate flag on the Melee. At the same time, he did not inherit the straw hat of red-haired Shanks. After all, Luffy in the parallel world was not saved by the red-haired Shanks. Why do you want to wear the straw hat he handed you? Jaehin, you Marines are going too far. You just concealed the truth about killing the Celestial Dragons and protected the Straw Hats to the death, right? Quinn, protest, unfair. Straw Hat has too many backgrounds, you can even kill the Celestial Dragons to hide them. Jack, it's so dark inside the Marine, it's not fair. Marco, hey, how much does Momousagi in the parallel world like Straw Hat? And even dared to conceal the truth about killing Kailong for him. Josie, this is true love. You dare to do such bold things. Good money, Momousagi, the me in that parallel world. Momousagi was also completely stupid at this moment. She doesn't know herself in that parallel world either. Why are you so bold? How dare you even cover up the truth about killing Celestial Dragons? John, Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral Momousagi, this guy is a complete protector of the Straw Hat Boys. I suggest you, the world government, expel her directly from Marine. Momousagi, that wasn't me. It was me in the parallel world who did it. It's none of my business. Silver Axe, aren't you the same person in the parallel world? Momousagi, the parallel world is different from our world. I am me, and she is her top. Rox D, you should keep your love hidden, after all. Sengoku and Garp wear the same pair of pants. Edward Newgate, it's really possible. After all, that guy Sengoku is also unhappy with the Celestial Dragons, Plus the person involved in killing the celestial dragons is Garp's grandson. It's absolutely. It will be hidden. Buddha's Sengoku. Nonsense, I wouldn't do such a thing in the parallel world. Golden Lion Shiki, that's pretty much it. There's nothing to argue with. In my opinion, the naval headquarters in the parallel world can be renamed Straw Hat Headquarters. Golden Lion Shiki. They dare to hide the truth about killing celestial dragons. What else can they not dare to do? Gal D. Roger, okay. Since there is a Straw Hat headquarters in the parallel world, I believe there is no way that the world government can kill that Luffy. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, I'm finally relieved of my worries. The naval headquarters in that parallel world are all Luffy's people, and they won't do anything against him at all. Sakazuki, they are all Straw Hats. Don't be ridiculous, you bastard pirates. No matter in this world or in a parallel world, I, Sakazuki, will never be his protector. Copper Jabba, we exclude you except you. Chapter 92, all members of the Straw Hats awaken Conqueror and #039S and Master Dominate. After some sailing, Luffy and others successfully arrived and headed to the first stop of the Grand Line. That is Whiskey Peak. This place, I seem to have been here before. Having just arrived at Whiskey Peak, Zoro suddenly felt a little familiar. Luffy was stunned when he heard Zoro's words. Have you been here? What happened? While Luffy was confused, suddenly several bounty hunters in the distance noticed Zoro. I suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Yes, it's Renoa Zoro. Damn it, why is that guy here again? Run quickly, we are no match for him. The people from Whiskey Peak, when they saw Zoro coming out, they were so frightened that they ran away. Why are they running? And why do they seem to know you, Zoro? Nami asked, confused. I have indeed been to this place, and I am quite familiar with it. When I first arrived here a year ago, this group of people entertained me warmly, and then tried to kill me while I was sleeping at night in exchange for the bounty. But I defeated them all, Zoro explained. The reason why Zoro didn't recall going to that place when he went to Upside Down Mountain earlier. That's because Zoro has a very bad memory. In addition, when he went to Upside Down Mountain before, he didn't meet Crocus. The reason why I am familiar with Whiskey Peak. Because Zoro fought here. Is that so? The people here are all bounty hunters. Why did I feel a lot of murderous intent when I first got here? Luffy said thoughtfully. Soon, a large group of bounty hunters stopped in front of Luffy and others. We were no match for you last time, but it won't be the case this time. Roronoa Zoro, your 10 million yuan will be taken away from us. No more nonsense. A large number of bounty hunters quickly rushed towards Zoro and others. They are just a group of small characters. I will leave these people to Luffy. Zoro holds Wado Ikemanji in his hand. Then Conqueror's haki wrapped around the blade. Facing this group of weak opponents in front of me. One knife is enough. Shua. After Zoro entangled Batang, he struck out with an open-air Jedi slash. The terrifying slash was forced out of the blade in an instant, carrying an overwhelming and destructive force towards the group of bounty hunters. The extremely sharp and unstoppable slash wiped out the group of bounty hunters almost instantly. 297, is this the power of Conqueror's entanglement? It's really scary. Looking at the many bounty hunters lying on the ground in front of them. Zoro held the blade in his hand with some pride, feeling the surging haki in his body. Feel the domineering power coming from within my body. And the terrifying power contained in that sword strike. Sanji suddenly became jealous. Luffy, I have already learned armament haki and observation haki, and I also want to learn Conqueror's haki. Sanji requested. I want to learn Luffy too. Nami and Usopp followed closely and spoke. No problem, let's teach you how to awaken Conqueror's haki first. After awakening, I can teach you how to use Conqueror's haki. Luffy nodded. Achoku, wait. Why can this Straw Hat boy say so lightly that he will help them awaken Conqueror's haki? Does it mean that awakening Conqueror's haki is a simple matter? Look around the world. There must be less than 50 people who have awakened Conqueror's haki. Seeing how Luffy said so lightly, that he wanted to help his remaining crew members awaken Conqueror's haki. Unknown. I thought Conqueror's haki was some S***T. Rocks D. After all, Luffy is someone who knows haki well. As long as there is Conqueror's haki in the body, it can help awaken even without the king's posture. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Could it be that the Straw Hat Boy in that world could awaken all his companions to Conqueror's haki, and then spend more than a week or so to let them master the power of Conqueror's haki? Byandy Wald. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Is it possible that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world wants to form a full Conqueror's haki and even control the domineering pirate group? Kaido of the Beasts. Don't be ridiculous, Redfield. Do you think Conqueror's haki is a piece of S***T? I'm not surprised that Roronoa Zoro has Conqueror's haki in his body. Kaido of the Beasts. But you're telling me that a weak woman, a chef, and 10 cowards also have Conqueror's haki inside them. Are you kidding me? Charlotte Linlin. Mamama. No matter what, Conqueror's haki is extremely rare. I don't believe that all of Straw Hat's companions have Conqueror's haki in their bodies. Ding, sec. The 1-minute limited Q&A begins. Question: what will happen if Luffy agrees to help his companions awaken Conqueror's haki? A. Luffy helps all his companions awaken Conqueror's haki. B. Luffy only helped Sanji awaken Conqueror's haki. C. Luffy only helped Nami awaken Conqueror's haki. D. Luffy only helped Usopp awaken Conqueror's haki. E. Luffy didn't let any of them awaken Conqueror's haki. Tip: the abstention option is temporarily abolished. Tip: a new punishment mechanism has been added. Those who guess wrong will lose a chance to ask questions as punishment. After the punishment is over, the person who guessed incorrectly will lose a question and answer opportunity if he answers incorrectly again. Jaws, the newly added penalty mechanism, is a bit tricky. If you guess wrong once, you will not be able to participate in the next round of Q&A. If you guess wrong in 2 consecutive rounds, you will lose 3 opportunities for Q&A. Achoku, in this case, you have to think more carefully about the answer. You can't just choose other answers to try your luck just because the top 3 of a certain option are robbed. In many past questions and answers, these are all options that have been recognized as correct answers. However, the answer that was recognized as the correct option was snatched from the top 3. Others randomly chose other answers. Prepare to try your luck and see if you can get a reward. But the final result was announced. The option accepted as the correct answer is incorrect. The randomly selected answer turned out to be correct. Many people tried their luck and randomly selected answers, which resulted in them receiving rewards. But now there should be no more chance of anyone picking an answer at random and trying their luck. Because if you make the wrong choice, but you will lose an opportunity for question and answer. And the Q&A failed twice in a row. The penalty will be losing 3 rounds. Kaido of the Beasts, Jaehin, what do you think? Which option among these is the most likely? Jaehin, first of all, answer A is eliminated because it is impossible for all of your companions to awaken Conquerors. The possibility of answer E is not small, that is, the Straw Hat Boy did not let any of his companions awaken Conqueror's haki. Kaido of the Beasts, choose E. Jaehin, wait a minute, Mr. Kaido, I haven't finished speaking yet. Although the possibility of E is not small, the possibility of this answer is not very high. After all, no matter what, they can still get on the Straw Hat Boy's ship. I think there should be one of them who can awaken Conqueror's haki. After all, Sanji and others are still people who can board Luffy's ship. The probability of 1 in 1,000 people possessing Conqueror's haki. It should also appear again in one of them. Kaido of the Beasts, you kid. Aren't you trying to trick me? If I chose the wrong one, I would lose a question and answer opportunity. Jaehin, I choose B, Mr. Kaido. That chef is not weak, second only to the Straw Hat Boy and Roronoa Zoro, and he also seems to have Conqueror's cooking spirit in his body. Jaehin, but you don't have to be depressed, Mr. Kaido. As I said before, the possibility of E is not low. I think the correct answer is between E and B. One of us will definitely get the reward. Vinsmoke Sanji, I choose A. Luffy will help all of us awaken Conqueror's haki. This power can't just awaken me in the parallel world. It would be interesting if all my companions awaken. Jack, idiot. Brother Jin chooses you to awaken Conqueror's haki, which is already a compliment to you. Use up, I choose a 2. I believe I can also awaken Conqueror's haki. Byandy Wald, no, if you think you can awaken Conqueror's haki, you should choose D. Isn't option D that straw hat will only help you awaken Conqueror's haki? Charlotte Linlin, my mama. Does a coward think he has the power of Conqueror's haki in his body? How ridiculous. Perospero, how should I put it? The possibility of a guy like you having Conqueror's haki in your body is actually the lowest. Use up, not just me. My companions in the parallel world will definitely awaken Conqueror's haki. Nami, choose A. Golden Lion Shiki, no, aren't you a conqueror? Do you also think you can awaken Conqueror's haki? Nami, Luffy from that parallel world can definitely help me do this kind of thing. Douglas Bullet, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world can indeed help people awaken Conqueror's haki without the appearance of a king, but the premise is that the person must have Conqueror's haki in his body. How many people do you think you are on this sea? One of a few thousand people out of a billion. Byandy Wald, choose E. Byandy Wald, I don't believe that even one of these guys can awaken Conqueror's haki. Buddha's Sengoku, the possibility of E is very high, and I chose E2. Sengoku, the owner of Conqueror's haki. After all, I still don't believe that Conqueror's haki is a mess. He didn't believe that even several of Luffy's companions could awaken Conqueror's haki. Porizaleno, choose E. Sakazuki, choose E. Kuzan, choose E. T-Dolphin, choose E. After Sengoku chose E, many people also chose E. Traditional ideas are indelible after all. Even admirals as powerful as naval headquarters have not awakened Conqueror's haki. They still don't believe it. Several of Luffy's companions who are like pendants can awaken that power. Not only Marine, many people also chose E. And of course, many people didn't choose. After all, the penalty for abstention has now been abolished. Many people feel that among these answers, they cannot think of the correct answer. If you make a wrong choice blindly, you will lose a question and answer opportunity. Jaehin, the correct answer will only be between E and B, but whether it is E or B, we are both in the top 3, Mr. Kaido. The 2 of us will be the reward for this round. One of them must be right. Kaido of the Beasts, giggle. If I guess correctly again in this question and answer, I will be completely invincible. Kaido has already received the reward once before. If you get another reward, he is truly invincible. But even if he made the wrong choice, he lost a question and answer opportunity. It's not bad to reward Jaehin. After all, Jaehin is his most trusted subordinate. No matter how you think about it, it's not a loss. Buddha's Sengoku, I am the only one in the top 3 for option E, it must be correct. If E is correct, 2 pirates will be rewarded. But at least he can get a reward. But if option E is wrong, then he won't get the reward. Many Marines who chose with him will also lose the opportunity to participate in the Q and A round. Sakazuki, damn it! The first 2 options of E have been snatched away by 2 nasty pirates. But don't worry, Mr. Sengoku, option E is definitely correct. You must. We can get rewards again, and we will not lose a round of Q and A opportunities because of wrong Q, A. Porizaleno, the only regret is that 2 pirates, Kaido and Byandy Wald, took the top 2 places in E, otherwise I would have received the reward. Porizaleno was the 4th to choose E. Parallel world. After Zoro eliminated the group of bounty hunters, the people at Whiskey Peak treated Luffy and others as their father-in-law, served with delicious food and drink. And Luffy also began to teach Sanji, Usopp, and Nami to awaken Conqueror's haki. They temporarily repaired at Whiskey Peak for a few days. The ship was maintained, and a lot of supplies were purchased. Bulu Bulu. Bulu Bulu. When Luffy was coaching a few people, the phone on Luffy's waist suddenly rang. Hello. Hey, I'm Garp, do you hear me? Grandfather. Luffy was slightly startled. He didn't expect Garp to call him. The pirates in East Blue have almost been wiped out. You don't have to worry about your granddaughter-in-law in East Blue, Garp said. Really? Please excuse me. Luffy nodded. Ha, I'm waiting to hold my great-grandson. It won't be troublesome, Garp laughed. Garp smiled and smiled, but suddenly his expression became serious and said, But having said that, Luffy, I have something to ask you, and you have to answer me truthfully. What's up? Celestial dragons died in the waters near East Blue a few days ago. Did you kill that celestial dragons? Hearing Garp's question, Luffy was silent for a few seconds and then said truthfully, I killed him. The Dragon Kai wanted to take Nami away, so I killed him. What? That damn celestial dragons dared to hit my grandson-in-law's attention. When Garp heard this, he was immediately furious and wanted to punch the celestial dragons to death. But then again, how do you know about this, Grandpa? Luffy asked doubtfully. Actually, Marine executives and world government can all guess that it was you who did it, Luffy. After all, it is unlikely that the Silver Wolf Pirates will kill the celestial dragons no matter what. But because there is no conclusive evidence. And the bodies of the celestial dragons appeared on the Silver Wolf Pirates' ship again, pointing the finger at them. Now the Silver Wolf Pirates have been killed by Momo. So even if they can guess that you killed the celestial dragons, they can't do anything to you. After all, you are my grandson. No one dares to attack you at will. Chapter 93 Kaido, the biggest protective umbrella of evil forces, Garp. How's it going? Thanks to Grandpa's name being placed here, otherwise you would be in danger. Grandpa is not that powerful, Garp said proudly. Quinn, Monkey D. Garp, the biggest protective umbrella of evil forces. Jaehin, that's too much. Look at those old guys from world government. This Garp is also upright and protecting the Straw Hat Kid. Jack, it's so dark inside Naval headquarters. When Sun Tzu killed the celestial dragons, Garp actually laughed out loud and proudly used his name to protect the Straw Hat Kid. Kaido of the Beasts. Although this is what happened in a parallel world, everything I saw vividly made me deeply feel the injustice of Marine. I estimate that the interior of Naval headquarters has been infiltrated by Garp. Now the entire Naval headquarters is that Straw Hat's protective umbrella. I suggest you investigate thoroughly. John, protest, investigate Naval headquarters. Silver Axe, we cannot let the righteous Naval headquarters be overshadowed by that bastard Garp. Monkey D. Garp, hey, this is none of my business. If my grandson in this world kills celestial dragons, I will never let him go. Golden Lion Shiki, no one will believe your lies. Tilda. Thank you, Grandpa. Without Garp's relationship, there would indeed be some trouble. I have to say that there are many benefits to having a strong father and grandfather. Ha, you have to repay Grandpa's kindness and let Grandpa hold more great-grandchildren. Garp laughed. Luffy, 1. But the next second, Garp changed the subject and continued. But Luffy, listen carefully. Although the crime of killing the celestial dragons was finally defined as the Silver Wolf Pirates, the world government has begun to pay attention to you. Don't attack Marine without sight. Now, because you have never been an enemy of Marine, there is no bounty. If there is a group of Marines similar to Colonel Mouse in Kakoja Village, let your companion, Roronoa Zoro, who has a bounty on his head, deal with them. As long as you don't have a bounty on your head, Marine and world government will not be able to take action on you anyway. At most, Tadashi will take action on your companion Roronoa Zoro. Although Luffy fought Momousagi. However, the information Momousagi reported to Sengoku was for discussion, so it would not constitute an enemy. The world government has no way of placing a bounty on Luffy. There was no way to attack him. After all, no matter what, Garp's identity is still there. If a bounty is offered casually, Garp will protest. Just the next fight. If you encounter Marine, leave it all to Zoro. Even if Zoro's bounty reaches 1 billion bili. As long as there is no bounty on Luffy's mind. World government and Marine have no reason to be enemies with Luffy. After all, he is a pirate, and there is no substantial evidence that Luffy is a pirate. In fact, the most important thing is that Luffy did not fly the pirate flag on the boat when he went to sea. After all, Luffy went to sea because he wanted to be the freest man in the world. I didn't say you have to fly the pirate flag. And marine and world government can be regarded as decent forces on the surface. There is also a process to follow when doing things. If the process is not right, Garp will use his status to exert pressure. I know, Luffy said. There is nothing else to do, I will hang up first. After Garp finished explaining the important things, he planned to hang up the phone. At this moment, Nami rushed over excitedly, hugged Luffy's arm and said excitedly, Luffy, Luffy, I'm awake. Conqueror's Haki, I'm awake. Really? Luffy nodded without surprise. Luffy is not surprised though. But Garp on the other side of the phone was stunned when he heard Nami's words. Conqueror's Haki. My granddaughter-in-law has awakened Conqueror's Haki. Naval headquarters is as powerful as a cloud of experts. Currently, the only ones known to have Conqueror's Haki are Garp and Sengoku. Not even 3 admirals have awakened Conqueror's Haki. You can imagine how difficult it is to awaken this power. It's not surprising that Luffy can awaken Conqueror's Haki Garp. But Garp never thought that his granddaughter-in-law Nami could also awaken Conqueror's Haki. That is a power that only one person in a million possesses. Only one among billions of people can awaken to the power of mastery. Luffy, I'm awake too. Me too, Luffy. Soon after, Sanji and Usopp also came to Luffy's side. Thankfully, they all have Conqueror's Haki in their bodies. After all, no matter what. Usopp, Sanji, Nami and others are also people who can board Luffy's ship. In the original work, Luffy will definitely become the strongest pirate king to overthrow the world government and stand on top of everything. And Usopp, Sanji and others are Luffy's companions. It's not surprising that he is one of the million people who has Conqueror's Haki in his body. You, all your companions have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Garp widened his eyes and said, That's Conqueror's Haki. Yes, Luffy nodded. Uruj, no, it really made them all awaken Conqueror's Haki. Eustace Kid, how is it possible? These guys all have Conqueror's Haki in their bodies. Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat Master in the parallel world, currently has 4 companions, and all 4 companions have awakened Conqueror's Haki without exception. The Straw Hat Master's understanding of Haki can definitely teach them the power of Conqueror's entanglement. I break out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. Achoku, I am now certain that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world will create a pirate group full of monsters. Jaehin, how is that possible? That's Conqueror's Haki. How could they awaken so easily? Kaido of the Beasts, this is a power that only a few people in the ocean can master. I didn't expect that just a small 5-man pirate group would all awaken. Quinn, that Straw Hat guy is so scary. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Following this process, it will take more than a week or so, and the 3 companions of Straw Hat will also learn Conqueror's entanglement like Roronoa Zoro. See the Red Earl's statement. Everyone in the chat room took a deep breath involuntarily. The Conqueror's haunting doubts are of this world. The most powerful force. It is definitely a power that is above all else. Even though, with the level of Conqueror's Haki currently possessed by Luffy's companions, even after mastering Conqueror's entanglement, it also can't produce too much power. But don't forget, Luffy also masters the method of cultivating mental strength and courage. Give it time. Give them enough time. They continuously cultivate their mental strength and courage, allowing Conqueror's Haki to continue to transform. Then, Luffy's crew will, without exception, be able to deliver a devastating blow. It can be said that he is now Luffy's companion. All of them possess extremely high and terrifying power. The future is promising. Usopp, have I really awakened Conqueror's Haki in that world? Vinsmoke Sanji, we can't just let that green algae head awaken Conqueror's Haki. I don't think I'm weaker than him. Nami, I didn't expect. Even I could awaken Conqueror's Haki. To be honest, Nami also chose A. Think Luffy of that parallel world. Can help them all awaken Conqueror's Haki. But she still has some distrust in herself. But when you see it, myself in that parallel world, after really mastering Conqueror's haki. Excitement, and shock filled her heart. She knew very well that in their world, there was no way she could awaken Conqueror's haki. Although she does have Conqueror's haki inside her. But she doesn't look like a king. But I can see myself in a parallel world. She was sincerely happy to have awakened Conqueror's haki. Buddha's Sengoku. Will all members awaken Conqueror's haki? Even the Rocks Pirate, which was at its peak back then, failed to awaken all its cadres to Conqueror's haki. Kong, there is no doubt that the Straw Hat Pirates in the parallel world will surpass the Rocks Pirates who were at their peak in the future. Although Rocks Pirates' lineup is luxurious enough. Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido of the Beasts. Charlotte Linlin, John Silver Axe Achoku. The officers are all the future 4 emperors, legendary pirates because of pirates. Kong thought, impossible to appear again. Compared to the Rocks Pirate of old. There is also a powerful pirate group. But now Kong is with Luffy and his gang in that parallel world. Saw potential beyond Rocks Pirate. After all, everyone is awakening at Conquerors. Luffy has a way to make them all awaken. Coupled with Luffy's careful guidance, they can cultivate other aspects of their strength. Future Sanji, Nami, Zoro, and others. It can be said that the potential is unlimited, and the upper limit is extremely high. Ding announced the correct answer. The correct answer is A. Luffy will help all his companions awaken Conqueror's haki. Ding, congratulations to Nami, Vinsmoke Sanji, and Usopp for the correct answer. Ding, congratulations Nami for getting a devil fruit that can control the weather at will. It is in an awakened state and is not afraid of any side effects such as sea water and sea stone. Ding, congratulations to Vinsmoke Sanji for awakening the bloodline factor, erasing the side effects of awakening the bloodline factor, losing emotion, and receiving the top armament haki reward. Ding, congratulations Usopp, your luck has increased by 300%. You will be very lucky in whatever you do next. Nami, a devil fruit that can control the weather at will, and it doesn't have any side effects and it's still at full level. This devil fruit is awesome. Please give me flowers. Vinsmoke Sanji, the blood factor, I didn't expect that I would awaken such a power with the help of the system. I don't want to... Wait, have the side effects of the blood factor been eliminated? Sanji originally didn't want to awaken the blood factor because he believes that awakening awakens the blood factor. He will become an emotionless person like his elder brother and younger brother. But now I see that the system has erased bloodlines. Side effects of factors. Sanji couldn't be more excited. There are bloodline factors that strengthen the bones of his body. Paired with top-notch armament haki. Sanji's body hardness now. Probably comparable to Charlotte Linlin's copper-skinned and iron-framed physique. And top armament, haki can do more than just defense. The attack power is also extremely powerful. This reward is for Sanji. Couldn't be more appropriate. Usopp, the luck is increased by 300%. What kind of reward is this? I always feel like it's not as powerful as you. Roronoa Zoro, it seems that you will become very lucky. Although your reward is not a substantial reward, it still feels good. Monkey D. Luffy, haha, you all have received rewards. Vinsmoke Sanji, I have the strength to fight in the Summit War, but I can't let that bastard with the green algae head steal my limelight. Roronoa Zoro, let's see who of us defeated more Marines in Summit War, you stinky cook. Vinsmoke Sanji, let's compete, whoever is afraid of whom. Kaido of the Beasts, damn it, all the rewards were taken by the damn Straw Hat Pirates. Not only did I not get them, I was also banned from participating in the Q and A round. Zero. Jaehin, the final answer is really surprising. Buddha's Sengoku. Garp depends on you for the next round of Q and A. We have all been suspended for 1 round. Among the Marines, only Garp and some Marines did not participate. Everyone else participated, and were all given 1-round suspensions. Kong, damn it, all the rewards this round were taken by the Straw Hat Pirates, which is very detrimental to us. Sakazuki, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll kill them all if they dare to come. Parallel world. Luffy, what kind of partners have you found? Garp couldn't hide the shock in his heart. 5 people on a boat, all 5 people taking the lead Conqueror's haki. There's nothing surprising, it's not difficult to awaken this power. Luffy shrugged. It's not difficult, that's Conqueror's haki. Forget it, for a monster like you, it's really not surprising, but I have to congratulate you, Luffy, for finding such a group of potential companions. Well, they do have potential, Luffy replied without denying it. I still have funeral matters to deal with, so I'll hang up first. Garp hung up the phone with shock, excitement, and surprise in his heart that could not be calmed for a long time. Looking at the hung-up phone bug in his hand, Luffy turned to look at his companion. Let's go, continue towards the Grand Line. I have been at Whiskey Peak for a few days. All supplies and boats have been replenished and maintained. It's time to move on. In this way, several people drove the boat and continued sailing. Luffy, what exactly is the haki you are practicing? Vivi approached Luffy and asked curiously on the way. Haki, it is the power that exists in the human body. Armament haki can defend against attacks, observation haki can predict enemy attacks, and Conqueror's haki can intimidate enemies as well as the blade wrapped around the arm to attack. Luffy explained. Is this so powerful? Vivi covered her mouth in surprise. Yeah, Luffy said calmly. I want to learn too, can you teach me? Vivi looked at Luffy eagerly. It's not that difficult. Really, thank you so much. I asked you to save my country again, and now I ask you to teach me haki. I can't repay this kindness, and can only ask my father to betroth me to you. Vivi excitedly and shyly pinched the corner of Luffy's clothes and said, No need, it's not a troublesome thing. Luffy shook his head. How can this be done? I must repay you, otherwise my conscience will be troubled, Vivi said forcefully. As he spoke, he couldn't help but caress Luffy's body. Achoku, don't be ungrateful, you brat. You don't want such a beautiful woman to fall in love with you. Vinsmoke Sanji, ooh, up. I only hate Luffy in that parallel world. I'm so envious of him. John, to be honest, I have never seen a woman be so vivid to me in my decades of life. Golden Lion Shiki, you will never encounter this in another 100 years of your life. John, Shiki, you bastard Zai. Chapter 94, Luffy used the power of Devil Fruit for the first time, shocking everyone, please order. Original world. Luffy and others arrived at Prehistoric Island after leaving Whiskey Peak. Here they met the giants Dory and Brocky. And I learned from their mouths that they have been fighting for a full 100 years. Yoruj have been fighting for 100 years. Aren't these 2 giants tired? Trafalgar Law. Although the lifespan of the giants is 3 times longer than that of us humans, the fact that they can fight for 100 years is quite an exaggeration. Charlotte Linlin, giants. If I can get the power of the giants, I can rule the entire sea. Elbaf is called the most powerful country in the world. Even the world government is not willing to mess with it. One can imagine how terrifying the giant's strength is. Edward Newgate, Kulalala, rule the sea, don't have such wishful thinking Linlin. Charlotte Linlin, if it weren't for my idiot daughter, I would be the queen of the sea now. Charlotte Linlin once was a child. Destroyed a small village in Elbaf. Thus offended the giant of Elbaf. But many years ago, the prince of the giant tribe, falling in love with her daughter, also known as Lola, and proposed to Lola. But in the end, Lola ran away from the marriage. This has led to the relationship between the BIGMOM pirates and the giants has completely deteriorated. Her dream of ruling the sea and becoming a queen was shattered. Not long after, Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 from Baroque Works arrived here. While Dory and Brocky were fighting, both were injured. They attacked him in a sneak attack and knocked him to the ground. See Dory and Brocky defeated. Zoro and others tried to resist, but were trapped by Mr. 3's candle. Luffy and Usopp appeared at the critical moment. After the 2 of them fought together, they finally defeated MRB and Mr. 5 with 2-1 success. Crocodile, it's really useless, Mr. 3. You can't even defeat these 2 guys. Mr. 3, President, didn't you lose to him too? Crocodile, you still dare to talk back to me? You're dead, Mr. 3. Mr. 3. Doflamingo, HMPH. If I have to say it, I think this man named Mr. 3 is much stronger than you. Bastard sand crocodile, you should have been defeated by Straw Hat Boy alone. And he but they almost destroyed the Straw Hat Pirates. Achoku, Mr. 3, you are stronger than Crocodile. Go kill him and become the president. Mr. 3. Aren't you hurting me? How could I beat the president? Parallel world. A few days later. Luffy and his gang experienced some sailing in the boat. Arrived at Prehistoric Island. The island in front of us is the second island of the Grand Line, and it is also our destination. Nami glanced at the record pointer in his hand and reminded. To reach Alabasta, they must pass through the island in front of them. Luffy heard this and came to the boat rail. Use observation haki as usual to sense the entire island and explore the situation. There are 2 powerful human scents on the island, but other than that, they are all beasts. The words fall. Luffy licked his tongue and said, I haven't eaten the beasts on this island yet, and I don't know how they taste. I'm almost done with the supplies, so I need to go to the island to replenish some food. 1. I'll go to the island to hunt some wild animals to use as supplies. Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, Nami, Vivi, you 5 stay and watch the ship. Luffy doesn't plan to stay here long. Just thinking about catching some food, I got on the boat and continued setting off. After all, no one knows how far the next island destination will be. If you don't prepare enough food, you may starve at sea. A few people were left to watch the boat. It was because Luffy was afraid of hunting wild beasts by himself. Dory and Brocky from the island will raid their ship. After all, Luffy uses observation haki, so he can't feel the strong aura on them. I'll go with you, Luffy. Nami raised her hand and suggested. I want to go too, I want to go too, Vivi also said immediately. No problem, Luffy nodded. Then we'll stay and watch the ship, Luffy, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette. That's it. Luffy takes Vivi and Nami. Start hunting wild beasts on the island. Dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and ceratopsians, I have only seen these animals in books. I didn't expect such animals to exist on this island. I thought they were extinct. Looking at the beasts that kept appearing in front of him, Luffy drooled. These animals are too big, I'm so scared of Luffy. Vivi hugged Luffy's right arm and said in fear. I told you that there are many wild beasts on this island. Why are you still following me if you are afraid? You might as well stay on the boat. Luffy complained. I'm scared of Luffy too. Nami hugged Luffy's left arm. Don't you be afraid. Don't you know how to white haki? Luffy asked doubtfully. It's not surprising that Vivi is afraid of Luffy. But Nami has mastered Conqueror's haki no matter what. Nami rolled her eyes at him when she heard this and said nothing. Instead, she held Luffy's arms tightly. Forget it, let's just kill some wild animals. The words fall. Luffy releases the terrifying Conqueror's haki, and a terrifying pressure begins with Luffy as the center. It roared out in all directions quickly, attacking the beasts in all directions like shock waves, covering half of Prehistoric Island. Boom! Boom! After enduring Luffy's Conqueror's haki, countless beasts collapsed. Okay, so amazing, Vivi said in surprise. Those 100-meter-tall beasts fell down in an instant. Vivi once again saw Luffy's terrifying strength. HMPH, that's awesome. Nami looked at Vivi triumphantly, as if she was showing off something. Vivi didn't speak when she saw this, but hugged Luffy's arm harder. Which beast should I take back? Looking at the large number of huge beasts in front of him, Luffy fell into deep thought. These animals are so big that he can only take one back with him at most. Boom! Boom! At this moment, huge footsteps were heard in the distance. Luffy raised his head slightly and saw 2 giants with a height of 100 meters appearing in front of him. Is that Conqueror's haki? What an amazing power! Dory looked at Luffy, who was dozens of times smaller than himself, in disbelief. It's been a long time since I felt such an amazing Conqueror's haki. Brocky was also surprised. A giant. Seeing such a huge giant appear, Vivi and Nami were so frightened that they clung to Luffy. What's the matter? We just came here to hunt, Luffy asked. Don't get me wrong. We don't mean any harm. It's just because the Conqueror's haki you suddenly released reminded us of an old acquaintance. Dory explained. Old acquaintance, who? Shanks, said Brocky. Dory and Brocky have a good relationship with the red-haired Shanks, although they have never left this island. However, Prehistoric Island is, after all, one of the places that pirates pass through on their way to the Grand Line. Red hair pirates have naturally met them. And in the future of the original work, Kid challenged the red-haired Shanks, but was instantly killed by one of his divine moves. It was also Dory and Brocky who worked together to create a powerful force, directly completely destroying the Kid pirate's ship. Shanks, do you know Shanks? Are you friends of Shanks? Hearing Brocky's words, a smile suddenly appeared on Luffy's face. Seeing Luffy's reaction, Dory and Brocky were both stunned and said, Do you know Shanks too? Shanks is like a benefactor to me, Luffy nodded. Ha ha ha, is that so? No wonder you have something as terrifying as Shanks Conqueror's haki, Dory laughed. Boom! At this moment, several people heard the roar of the volcano erupting. Dory and Brocky heard the sound of the volcano erupting. The faces suddenly became serious, and they stared at each other. Raises the weapon and shield in his hand. Sorry, please stay away first. We are about to start fighting. Each volcano erupts, announcing the beginning of their battle. Fight, aren't you two friends? Why are you fighting? Luffy asked doubtfully. We have been fighting here for 100 years. As for the reason for the battle, we have forgotten it, but we only remember the glory of the warriors. We believe that the god of El Zhangwei will favor the victorious party. Brache explained. The reason why the two of them fought. It's because they each captured a Sea King's 100 years ago. Then a little girl asked, which of the two caught more Sea Kings? In this way, they started to quarrel and fight. Until now. God, there is no so-called God in this world. Luffy frowned slightly. When mentioning God Luffy, one can recall the celestial dragons who claim to be descendants of God. He hates celestial dragons, so he thinks there are no gods in this world. No, the god of Elbaf exists. It has been favoring us, because now both of us have been favored by him, so we have not decided the winner for 100 years. To put it simply, do you just want to lose? Luffy asked. No, the two of us want to decide the outcome. Brocky shook his head. We have been fighting for 100 years without a winner. I'm afraid you won't be able to win even if you fight for a longer time. So you two challenge me. If I defeat you, you should stop fighting here, Luffy suggested. They have been fighting each other for hundreds of years on this island. Luffy. I feel like they are having such a miserable life. Because of the so-called victory or defeat, being restrained on this island for 100 years is not free at all. It's better to free yourself from them. After all, they are also friends of red-haired Shanks. Ha ha ha, do you want to challenge both of us at the same time? You can't win, little guy. You'll get hurt, so let's forget it. This is a battle between the two of us. I will try my best not to get you hurt. Come on, since you two can't decide the winner, then let me decide the winner. Luffy said slowly. Hearing Luffy's words, Dory and Brocky looked at each other and then nodded. Okay. You two, stay away from me for now. Luffy glanced at Nami, who was almost completely attached to him, and said to Vivi. After hearing Luffy's words, the two of them quickly left far away. Don't disturb Luffy's battle with the two of them. We're going to F***K, little one. Don't blame us if you get hurt. Dory and Brocky, armed with swords and huge shields, rushed towards Luffy. Let's fight quickly. Second gear. Luffy unleashes the power of Devil Fruit for the first time. I saw that his whole body became rosy, and white gas was billowing out. The next moment, pang pang. There was a loud noise, and the shields in the hands of Yili and Brocky were smashed to pieces. There was also a fist dent on their chests. The two men's eyes suddenly turned white and they fainted. The whole process took less than 0.1 second. Yoruj, so fast, I didn't even see when he took action. Eustace Kid, it's too fast. I didn't even blink, but I couldn't keep up with his movements. Trafalgar Law, is this the Straw Hat Master in that parallel world? unleashing the power gathered by devil fruit. It's so terrifying. Achoku, if I hadn't activated observation haki at the beginning of the battle to observe the battle. Otherwise, I might not be able to react to his speed. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, what a terrifying speed. How far did the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world develop devil fruit? The Red Earl is a strong man known for his speed. But he noticed how quickly Luffy turned into second gear. Not even slower than him. And you have to know that Luffy is only 17 years old now. Compare him to Luffy at 17. Luffy's speed is dozens of times faster than him. Byendy Walled, this terrifying speed is already 20 times faster than when I opened the Momo fruit. No wonder this guy 0.9 has never fought using devil fruit before. It turns out he is so powerful. Ever since Luffy went to sea, they've never seen Luffy unleash devil fruit's power. When he saw it today, he realized how far the development of Luffy devil fruit had gone. The speed in second gear is astonishingly fast. Rox D. This must be the weakest power developed by his devil fruit. I'm afraid there will be third, fourth, fifth, and so on in the future. Douglas Bullet. If the second gear is so strong, wouldn't the third, fourth, and fifth gears he subsequently developed? Galdi Roger Hahaha. Unimaginable strength. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. After more than 10 years of training, his strength has reached such a bottomless level. Monkey D. Luffy. So handsome me from that world. Vinsmoke Sanji. The second gear activated by Luffy in that parallel world is dozens of times more powerful than Luffy in our world. It was so fast, I didn't even look at it. Find out how those two giants fell. Vinsmoke Sanji, I didn't see clearly either. Marco, if I had known I would have turned on observation haki to watch this battle, I wouldn't have been able to see his movements clearly without turning on observation haki. Luffy turned on second gear too quickly. It can even be described as supersonic. If observation haki is not turned on, Luffy's attack will be invisible. That is almost impossible. Dory, we were killed instantly in that parallel world. Brocky, he is much stronger than us. Begging for customization, full order. Chapter 95, Luffy will hit Naval headquarters sooner or later and step on Akainu'S head, begging for. Poor Zelino, it's really scary, that Straw Hat Boy. Kuzan, the bones of the giants are dozens of times stronger than those of ordinary people, but even so, that Straw Hat Boy can directly dent their bones with just one blow. And I can tell it's him. I was careful not to use the weapon color and the power of Conqueror's haki. Not using full strength, and not wrapping haki around the fist. You can deliver such power with one punch. If such a fist is paired with haki, what kind of power can it exert? As you can imagine. More importantly, after Luffy turns on second gear, it's not just about being powerful. The speed is also faster than imagined. Monkey D. Garp, hahaha, he is indeed my precious grandson. Parallel world. Second, instant kill. Nami is stunned, with a look of disbelief on her face. It's amazing, that's a giant with a height of 100 meters. Vivi swallowed, and she was shocked beyond words. Did I strike too hard? Looking at Dory and Brocky who fell to the ground, Luffy scratched his head and said, after observing for a while, I found that Dory and Brocky showed no signs of waking up. Luffy simply started thinking about the food he wanted to take away. But Luffy doesn't know after all that among these dinosaurs, which dinosaur's meat is the most delicious. He simply called Sanji and the others over. Who are these two giants? As soon as he arrived on the island, Usopp saw Dory and Brocky lying on the ground. I don't know what their names are, but they are friends of Shanks. The two auras I sensed with observation haki were them, Luffy explained. Giants, this is the first time I've seen them. Zoro looked at them. What happened to the two of them? Why did they fall to the ground? Sanji asked. In order to stop them from fighting, I knocked them unconscious. Luffy explained. Sanji, stop talking about anything else. Hurry up and grill these fainted dinosaurs, Sanji. Luffy reminded. I see. Sanji 24 nodded. Then several fires were set up, and all the dinosaurs were grilled on the fires. After a while, Tian's huge dinosaurs were all grilled. Luffy tasted each one. The meat of the ceratopsian is the most delicious. After we leave later, we will hunt a ceratopsian, process its meat, and put it on the boat for food. Luffy chewed the ceratopsian meat and suggested, "Smell good," while Luffy and others were tasting dinosaur meat. Dory and Brocky, who fainted, smelled the fragrance and slowly woke up. Pain, pain, pain. What's going on? Why does my body hurt so much? By the way, aren't the two of us going to duel with that little guy? Why did I suddenly faint? The two people who had just woken up suddenly felt pain in their abdomens. Because Luffy's attack is too fast. It's so fast that it exceeds the time for their brains to react. Let them think for a moment. Did I suddenly faint before the battle, with Luffy even started? Dory sits up and collects his thoughts. The next second he noticed that the shield in his hand was shattered, and his abdomen was dented. The shield is broken, and there are still wounds on my body. Does it mean that the two of us have been defeated by this little guy? We lost. One thing to say is defeat. Both of them looked incredulous, because they didn't see Luffy take action at all. Or maybe it's because Luffy shot so fast that they didn't react at all. If it weren't for the dull pain in my abdomen and seeing the shattered shield next to me, they probably thought they fainted before the battle started. You're right, the battle between us is over. You lost, so don't fight over some boring things in the future. Just stop your century-long battle. The two were stunned for a moment after hearing Luffy's words, then looked at each other, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, awesome. Awesome, you little guy is really awesome. I admire you, we're no match for you. The two simply admitted their defeat. After all, the fact of defeat was before their eyes. Even if you don't want to admit it, you have to admit it. By the way, are you also a swordsman? Brocky noticed that Luffy had a blade hanging from his waist. I'm just interested in swordsmanship, not that strong, Luffy said, spreading his hands. Yuruj, my swordsmanship is not that strong. I mean that I can fight against the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, and I can fight against Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral Momousagi. Achoku, compared with Straw Hat's Devil Fruit ability, his swordsmanship is indeed not amazing, but even so, his swordsmanship is definitely unmatched by anyone in his age group. Golden Lion Shiki. If I had had his level of swordsmanship when I was 17, I would have ruled the world by now. Although our strength is not as good as yours, if it's swordsmanship, the two of us may be able to teach you one move or two. Brocky smiled. Oh, is it so? Hearing this, Luffy suddenly became excited. There is a secret skill in swordsmanship among our giants. Unless you have been in Elbaf, you will deny that it is impossible to learn this swordsmanship. Let me demonstrate it to you. Brocky stood up, then held the blade in his hands with both hands. Powerful country. Brocky stepped hard on the ground, pouring all the terrifying power from his body into the blade in his hand. The next second, an extremely fierce, huge slash with the power to overwhelm mountains and destroy everything, tore the atmosphere, shook the space, and struck into the distance. A boom! I heard a loud noise and saw a huge mountain in the distance. He was directly cut off in the middle by Brocky's slash. Not only that, the power of the slashing attack remains undiminished. It cut off several hills in succession before it could stop. What a powerful slash, Zoro praised. It's so powerful, it cut off several mountains in a row, Usopp said in surprise. Were the two giants Luffy just killed so strong? When Luffy instantly killed Dory and Brocky. Vivi has been shocked once, but after seeing Brocky's strength, she was shocked again. Brocky's strength is obviously so terrifying, but he looked so weak in front of Luffy and was immediately killed. Vivi once again has a better understanding of Luffy's terrifying strength. This is the secret skill of our giant clan, Waiguo. This move can mobilize all the power of the whole body and pour it into the sword. Although it will consume a lot of physical strength, it is very powerful, said Brocky. If you can, please teach me, please, Zoro requested. No problem, let me teach you, Dory smiled. Sorry to trouble you, Luffy thanked me. That's all. Brocky begins to teach Luffy. Dory begins to teach Zoro. Luffy asked Brocky to demonstrate the power of the country to him continuously. At the same time, Brocky is also carefully teaching Luffy the study precautions of Waiguo. It only takes an hour. Luffy successfully learned it. Luffy holds the blade in his hand, without the weapon color and Conqueror's haki wrapped around it. Then pour all the strength of the whole body into the blade, according to the method. Luffy's momentum instantly reached its peak. The surrounding space was slightly distorted by the shock. Powerful country. Shua. Suddenly, Luffy moved the blade in his hand. A tyrannical slash was forced out of the blade. The sword energy flies vertically and horizontally, tearing apart the atmosphere and shaking the space, like a meteor, or like a roaring giant beast, roaring and attacking forward. The sword energy whizzed past, and a strong wind suddenly blew on the ground. The trees swayed and the beasts trembled. Boom! 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 Luffy's slashing attack stopped after cutting off more than a dozen hills in a row. Yoruge, is it so powerful? Eustace kid, hey, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? Just cut off more than a dozen mountains. Bindy Walled, what a powerful force. That huge mountain top was as fragile as paper in front of the Straw Hat Boy's slashing attack. Jaws, the most exaggerated thing is that when the Straw Hat Boy struck such a blow, he did not wrap the weapon color and Conqueror's haki on the blade. Bista, you can achieve such power without releasing haki. If you pair it with haki, I can't even imagine it. It's a completely devastating blow. Although they are against Luffy's strength, there is no 100% understanding. But they knew it very well. One of Luffy's most powerful powers is haki. Waiguo's power is enough to flatten more than a dozen huge mountains. If paired with Luffy's strongest weapon color and Batang, how powerful will the punch be? Bista broke into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Trafalgar Law, is this the unique skill of the giants? It is indeed well-deserved. Capone Bidjet, Elbaf, the giant race, is the most powerful country in the world. They are a being that even the world government and marine do not dare to provoke at will. Their special skills are really terrifying. Elbaf is not a world government member country. But whether it's world government or marine, they were completely afraid to set foot in Elbaf. This is proof enough. How powerful is this country? They rely purely on their own excellent strength. The world is impressed by it, since Waiguo is the unique skill of the giant clan. So the power cannot be underestimated. Achoku, but then again, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world studied. The speed of things is too fast. He only learned such a powerful move in less than an hour. Golden Lion Shiki, what a powerful learning ability. Obviously, this guy's weakest strength is swordsmanship, but he learns swordsmanship moves so quickly. Douglas Bullet, obviously he has such an ability to learn swordsmanship, but swordsmanship is his weakest strength. Is there a possibility that he has never seriously learned swordsmanship at all? You have not even learned much about swordsmanship moves or swordsmanship theory. Dracul Mihawk, a terrifying genius. At this time, Mihawk couldn't help but speak in the chat room. Luffy from that parallel world. His swordsmanship is definitely the strongest in his age group. No one can compare with him. But Mihawk has guessed it now. Luffy has never learned swordsmanship at all. But even so, he still has such powerful swordsmanship skills. It is conceivable that if he puts all his attention on practicing swordsmanship, the age of 17, I'm afraid he can already aspire to be the most powerful swordsman in the world. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, if I had even half of his talent, I wouldn't be imprisoned in the world's largest prison. Impel Down. Bindy Walled, if I had half his talent, I would have destroyed the world government and destroyed the marine. Rox D. Saw 507 Kasky, hehe, pirates really like to daydream. Douglas Bullet, let you laugh for a while first. After a while, when the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world hits Naval Headquarters Marineford and steps on your head, I will see if you can still scream. Sakazuki, this kind of thing can't happen. Edward Newgate, Kula-la-la, this is not necessarily the case, Lava Brat, although the Summit War in that parallel world may not break out, but with his. Sooner or later, my strength will conflict with your Marines. Marco, it would be great if Luffy from that parallel world could travel to our world. If he were there, we would have a 100% chance of rescuing Ace. Sakazuki, it's just wishful thinking. Jaws, don't be complacent, Akainu. We will definitely rescue Ace. Sakazuki, then let's try it. Parallel world. Amazing. As expected of Luffy. That's awesome, Luffy. I always feel that if I let him deal with Crocodile, he will either punch or sword, and the opponent will die immediately. Seeing Luffy perform such a slash. Nami, Vivi, and everyone else were not surprised. Have you learned it? Seeing the terrifying power of Luffy, Luohan looked surprised. He taught for less than an hour. How can you learn this? Thank you for your guidance. Luffy put the blade back into the scabbard and thanked him. Are you really a human being, little guy? Brocky swallowed. It's human. Faced with such a nonsensical question, Luffy spread his hands and answered. Not far away, Dory, who was teaching Zoro to learn the Kingdom of Wei, saw that Luffy had already learned the Kingdom of Wei. His face was also full of surprise, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What an unimaginable man. Although I have lived for more than 100 years, I have never seen a monster like you. Luffy's power. The world view of Dory and Brocky has been refreshed. Let's go, Zoro. We still have to save Vivi's country, so we can't stay here for long. As for Waiguo's move, I'll teach you on the way. Luffy said to Zoro. Road. After all, Vivi has promised to defeat Crocodile. So don't waste too much time here. I see. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro also inserted the blade into the scabbard. Although he was taught by Dory for nearly an hour. However, he has not learned how to control the country at all. It doesn't even scratch the surface. But he thinks that with Luffy's teaching ability. Learn the speed of Waiguo by yourself. It will definitely be dozens of times faster than Dory teaching him to learn Waiguo. I beg you to order it yourself, Jiang. Chapter 96. Luffy, Nami, and Vivi sleep in the same bed, begging for custom order, full order. Are you leaving so soon? Dory and Brocky said reluctantly. If you go to sea, we may be able to meet again in the future, Luffy said. Ha ha ha, that's right, I haven't gone to sea in 100 years. After experiencing this incident, Dory and Brocky also planned to go to sea again. Just when Luffy wanted to leave with his companions, his observation Haki suddenly sensed the auras of several people. There are still people on this island, Luffy reminded. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro also activated observation Haki. He took out the blade from his waist and rushed towards the place where the breath came from. It didn't take long. Zoro then defeated Mr. 3 and brought it to Luffy. Mr. 3M. Vivi looked at the two familiar people in front of her in surprise. Do you know them, Vivi? Luffy asked. Both of them are from Baroque Works, that is, the subordinates of the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Vivi nodded. Mister, on Thursday, our president has discovered your true identity. You are Nefeltari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, right? Mr. 3 was beaten until his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen looking at Vivi, and said coldly. Baroque Works has investigated Vivi's true identity. That's why Mr. 3 was sent to intercept and kill Vivi. And he has just arrived at Prehistoric Island. So what? Hehe, you have found a group of companions who are not weak. Do you want to challenge the president? That's right, Vivi replied confidently. Stop your wishful thinking. The president is the 7 warlords of the sea. How can you be defeated by someone? Even if you can defeat me, you will never be able to defeat that existence. All of you will be killed. Listen to my suggestion, it's best to escape. Escape to a place where we at the Baloric Co. Limited can't find you. Only then will you have a chance to survive, Mr. 3 said slowly. Achoku, everyone will be killed? It refers to the 7 warlords of the sea in the parallel world. Crocodile can compete with Hawkeye Mihawk and compete with Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral Momousagi. This sea is unprecedented, and strongest, Monster Luffy. John, are there any masters? Silver Axe, he's a damn master. That crocodile is famous for being able to withstand Straw Hat's punch without dying. Doflamingo, don't overestimate the sand crocodile bastard. I think that Straw Hat Boy just released Conqueror's hacky sand crocodile bastard, and he immediately fell to his knees. Kuzan, ah la la. It won't be so easy for that Straw Hat Boy to defeat Crocodile. I think it takes 2 punches anyway. T-Dolphin, actually, 1 punch is enough. As long as the Straw Hat Kid switches to second gear, 1 punch can definitely kill Crocodile instantly. Momousagi, no, that Straw Hat Boy should be able to use Waiguo. After all, didn't he just learn this giant's unique skill? He should be able to wrap Haki around the blade and release Waiguo to kill Crocodile directly. Marco, you are too cruel. We are just guessing how many punches Crocodile will make him kneel down. It is better for you to just guess that Crocodile will be killed. Bista, if it is true as Momousagi said, Luffy will use Haki to match Waiguo. I also think that the possibility of Crocodile's death is extremely high. After all, Waiguo can flatten more than a dozen mountains. If it is paired with Waiguo, armed Color and Conqueror's Haki can probably flatten dozens of mountains. Is it possible that Crocodile's body is stronger than dozens of mountains? Douglas Bullet, don't underestimate the sand crocodile bastard. Although he can't withstand 2 punches or 2 swords from the Straw Hat Kid, he can still survive. Bogart, I think he's dead. Douglas Bullet, it won't die, it will live on. Crocodile, can you shut up? Are you so underestimating my strength? Even if I am not his opponent, I can definitely be on an equal footing with him in a short time. Don't forget that my devil fruit is sand fruit. Fighting in the desert, I am invincible. Achoku, invincible means being defeated by the straw hats of our world. Crocodile, hehe. I'm too lazy to explain anything to you. Just watch how I managed to be on equal footing with that straw hat boy in that parallel world. Tilde. Momousagi, I have a feeling you're still going to die. Douglas Bullet, no, I will just live an ignoble existence. Crocodile, shut up, you too. Is that 7 warlords of the sea crocodile so strong? Luffy fell into deep thought. I asked Crocus. He talked about my strength. Almost on the same level as Pluton Silver Rayleigh, the deputy captain of Roger's regiment. That crocodile is so strong. Can you kill us all? What do you think? He is the 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 major balancing forces in the world. The only ones who can defeat the 7 warlords of the sea are the admiral of the naval headquarters or the 4 emperors. 1. Do you think your strength has reached this level? Mr. 3 asked. It should be soon, Luffy nodded. Ha, what do you mean soon? Mr. 3 was confused. I have fought against Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral. I feel that if I use the power of Devil Fruit, I should be able to fight him evenly and maybe even win. Luffy explained. But as for whether I can win Luffy, I'm not 100% sure. After all, I haven't fought with Devil Fruit yet. Momousagi ran away. Wait, you, what did you say? Did you fight with the alternate admiral of Naval Headquarters? Who? Mr. 3 said in shock. The Marine named Momousagi. Stop making trouble. How is it possible? How can your strength be on par with such a powerful Marine? Are you kidding, right? Are you kidding to scare me? Mr. 3 swallowed a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. No, it's true. Luffy spread his hands and said calmly. I don't believe it. Do you know how to haki? I once heard the president say that haki is the most powerful force in the world. If you can really compare with that level of Marine, then you should release haki and show me. Hear what Mr. 3 said. Luffy wraps around his fist. Extremely rich armed color and Conqueror's haki. You, the president, will die on the spot if you punch him, Mr. 3 said with a pale face. Mr. 3 is also the 3rd in command of Baroque Working Group. Have been working for Crocodile for many years. I have seen Crocodile's haki power to some extent. But Crocodile's haki power is only a few tenths less than the Luffy in front of me. This punch goes down. He felt that his President Crocodile would definitely die on the spot. What you said before scared me. I thought that Crocodile was very strong, Luffy said with a sigh of relief. Luffy has some understanding of the situation on the sea. But I don't know much. He only learned that Mihawk was the 7 warlords of the sea. I heard Mr. 3 say that Crocodile can kill them all. He thought Crocodile was stronger than Mihawk. What should I do, Luffy? What should I do with this guy? Do I want to kill him? Zoro puts the blade against Mr. 3's neck. Wait, don't kill me yet. I can help you deal with the president together, Mr. 3 said in fear. Crocodile, Mr. 3, do you want to betray me? Mr. 3, no, President. It was me in the parallel world who betrayed you, not me. Crocodile, you rip-off bastard, you're dead. Mr. 3, this is none of my damn business. It's not me who betrayed you. That's not necessary. Let's do this. Seeing that you haven't hurt my companions, I'll punch you out. If you're still alive, I'll let you go. Luffy slightly clenched his fist and said, Candle armor. Hearing this, Mr. 3 quickly covered himself with a thick layer of candle armor. Pang! Luffy punches hard. The candle armor on Mr. 3 was shattered directly. His body also flew very far away like a meteor. Let's go set sail for Alabasta. Luffy doesn't care whether Mr. 3 dies or not. Take your companions and prepare to set sail for Alabasta. Doflamingo, count down to the death of the sand crocodile bastard. Crocodile, can you stop talking, Doflamingo? On their way to Alabasta, Nami and Vivi suddenly developed high fever. Luffy puts the two of them on the bed. Then it was discovered that there was a small wound on the flanks of both of them. Did you get bitten by the virus-carrying bugs on the island? Luffy pondered. Although Luffy knows how to treat this situation with medicine. After all, he is omnipotent, knows everything, and is also accomplished in medical skills. Kaya's illness was cured by him. However, although they brought some medicinal materials for treatment when they were at Whiskey Peak before. But those medicinal materials cannot cure Vivi and Nami's current illness. Luffy. The two of them held Luffy's wrist with some pain. What is the closest island to here? I have to find medicinal materials for you to cure your illness. Luffy asked Vivi. Sieg Island, Vivi replied. Hearing this, Luffy walked out of the house. How's it going, Luffy, Nami, and Vivi? Are you two okay? Zoro and the others asked with concern. I can't die for the time being, but it will be dangerous if we don't get treatment immediately. The island near here is called Drum Island, Zoro. No, Sanji, please sail the boat and take us to Drum Island. Luffy throws the record pointer in his hand to Sanji. Let him sail to Sieg Island. After giving instructions, Luffy went back to accompany Nami and Vivi. Unplayed video. Luffy. Start making medicine from herbs in the house. The medicine he wants to make is not medicine that can cure Nami and Vivi, but painkillers. Not for a while. Luffy prepared painkillers and fed it to Nami and Vivi. You can see that the face that was originally very painful due to the high fever has gradually recovered a lot of energy. Tilda, how are you two feeling now? Luffy asked. Much better. Vivi showed a smile on her face, held Luffy's hand and smiled. Thank you, Luffy. Nami also held Luffy's other hand tightly. Although the painkillers are very effective, they can only last for a few days. In these few days, we will go to the nearby Sieg Island. I will find the medicinal materials to save you. Luffy stroked their hair gently. But now Luffy is starting to want to recruit a doctor. Although he is indeed omnipotent, he is also accomplished in medical skills. But it's just superficial after all. What if someone on the ship in the future has a disease that he is not familiar with? Hi. Nami and Vivi lay on the bed and nodded softly. You two have a good rest. Luffy wanted to get up after leaving these words. But Vivi and Nami held onto Luffy's wrist tightly and wouldn't let go. Stay with us, Luffy. You don't have anything else to do anyway, Nami said. Yes, stay with us, Luffy. Vivi also whispered a little shyly. There's no use if I stay, Luffy shrugged. How could it be? With you by my side and the medicine you gave me, I don't feel any pain at all now, Nami said. But I feel a little hot. 1. Vivi loosened her grip on Luffy's wrist and began to take off her clothes. Seeing that Vivi has taken off all her clothes. Not to be outdone, Nami quickly took off her clothes. I have to say that both of them are in excellent shape. Although Vivi is inferior to Nami in every aspect, her figure is perfect. Luffy, are you hot too? After Vivi finished taking off her clothes, she sat up and bravely tried to take off Luffy's clothes. Is it hot, good Zhao Zhao? It's not hot in the room, right? Luffy shook his head. It's really inappropriate to just let us lie on the bed and let you sit on the chair, Luffy, so you can lie on the bed like us. Nami pulls Luffy to the bed, then cooperated with Vivi to take off Luffy's clothes. The two of them just sandwiched Luffy in the middle. You guys are a little hot. Although painkillers can greatly relieve the pain of both people. However, the two of them are in a state of high fever after all. The body is very hot. I've been to Drum Island. It's very cold in the ice and snow there, so wouldn't it be nice for our bodies to be warmer? We can keep you warm. Vivi hugged Luffy and whispered. But the problem is, haven't you arrived at Drum Island yet? It will take at least a few days of sailing time to reach Sieg Island. Now they have just set sail to go to Drum Island. Oh, it will arrive sooner or later. Let's warm your body up in advance. Won't you stop being cold when you get to Drum Island? Nami explained. Fine. Luffy did not continue to say anything after hearing this. But you two, please don't touch me randomly. Videos that can be played. A few days later. It's not far from Drum Island, Luffy, Sanji reminded, scared. When Yan rode 1. Then turn on observation Haki to sense the surroundings. Someone, Luffy frowned slightly. After hearing Luffy's words, several people on the boat became alert. Then Waiwei sets his sights not far away. I saw a huge ship approaching them. Soon, a large group of people rushed over from the boat and surrounded them with firearms. Is it a pirate group? But why don't you fly the pirate flag? Is it a businessman? Wapol came to the railing of the melee, looked at the people and said, Chapter 97, Flat World Luffy meets his little brother Ace. Who are you? Luffy looks at Wapol and asks. Me, I am Wapol, the king of Drum Island. Wapol replied. The Blackbeard pirates attacked Drum Island. But Wapol abandoned his people and fled to the sea to become a pirate. And now he has regrouped and is preparing to return to Sieg Island to take back the country that belongs to him. Sieg Island? Our destination is Kangoo Island. 2 of our companions are sick, so we are going to Kangoo Island to buy some medicine and cure the disease. Luffy said quickly. Yeah. Wapol didn't pay much attention when he heard this, but began to chew on the railing of the melee. Hey, what are you doing to my boat? Luffy frowned slightly and said in displeasure. Sorry, I'm a little hungry, so you won't mind. Wapol ignored Luffy and continued to chew on the railing. He is a person with munch-munch fruit ability. No matter what kind of buildings, objects, or even bombs, they can all be swallowed. I advise you to shut up, otherwise you will die. Zoro drew out Wado Ikemanji and put the blade against Wapol's neck. Are you sure you dare to point a knife at me? Wapol looks at Zoro with some disdain. A large number of his men on the ship raised their guns and pointed them at Zoro. As long as I give the order, you will be beaten into a hornet's nest, Wapol said coldly. Yeah. Zoro has a look of contempt on his face. The next second, a surge of majestic power rushed out of his body in an instant. The terrifying power, centered on Zoro, quickly spread in all directions. The terrifying pressure is like a huge mountain pressing down on the limited-time gun pirate. Suddenly they were breathless, their eyes turned white, and then they fainted and fell to the ground. What happened? Seeing his men falling down one after another, Wabal suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Take us to Sieg Island and find someone to help us repair the ship. If it weren't for the fact that you are the king of Sieg Island, you would be dead now. Luffy crossed his arms on his chest and said coldly, I will lead the way for you, don't kill me. Wapol was immediately frightened. He knew that Luffy and the others in front of him were definitely not people to be trifled with. No hesitation. Wapol led Luffy and others to Drum Island quickly. Just arrived at the shore. I saw countless kingdom soldiers, and Luffy and others suddenly surrounded them. Wapol, damn it, why are you back? 577. When Dalton, the guard captain of the magnetic drum kingdom, saw Wapol appearing, his expression suddenly became extremely cold. Wapol is the tyrant king of the drum kingdom. Under his rule, it can be said that the people are in dire straits. When Blackbeard attacked here and forced Wapol away, the whole kingdom is excited about it. They thought Wapol would never come back. But I didn't expect. Hey, Dalton, how did you talk to the leader of the drum kingdom? You are just a little guard captain, Wapol cursed. You are no longer the king Wapol. This country has been miserable enough under your rule. Even when the Blackbeard pirates attacked here, you abandoned all of us and escaped alone. You don't deserve to be called a king. Get out of here. Dalton yelled angrily. How dare you speak to me, a king, like this? I will sentence you to death, Dalton. Wapol roared. Although I don't know what happened, it seems that you are a cruel tyrant. Zoro will deal with him, Luffy ordered. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro did not hesitate. Wapol was knocked unconscious in a few strokes. So strong. Dalton saw how vulnerable Wapol was in front of Zoro. I suddenly broke into a cold sweat. One of our companions is sick, so we want to come here to buy some medicinal materials to treat the disease. By the way, is there a doctor on your island? We would like to recruit a doctor. Luffy shouted to several people. The words fall. Luffy motions to throw the fainted Wapol to Dalton. I understand, come with us. Dalton recovered from the shock and nodded, and ordered his men to send Wapol to prison. Just like that, Luffy is holding Vivi on his back with one arm and Nami with the other. Under Dalton's instructions, they came to the castle where Culeha was. Is it a pirate? It's someone I've never seen before. Culeha crossed her arms on her chest and stood at the door of the castle. 2 of my companions are sick, so I want to come to you to buy some medicinal materials to treat the disease, Luffy said. Are you sick? Bring them in quickly. They will catch a cold if they stay outside for a long time, Culeha reminded. Luffy followed Culeha and brought Vivi and Nami to the castle. It's a bit of a rare disease. I need to look up some information. Culeha briefly checked the bodies of Nami and Vivi. No need, I know how to cure this disease. Just give me the herbs I need. I understand. What medicinal materials do you need? Culeha asked. Luffy told Culeha the required medicinal materials. After Culeha took the medicinal ingredients, Luffy began to grind the medicine. The medicine was quickly ground. He poured the medicine into Nami and Vivi. After drinking the medicine, you can see that Nami and Vivi's faces have recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. I can't tell that you have great attainments in medical skills, Culeha said in surprise. I just read a few books when I was a child, and my knowledge of medical skills is very shallow, Luffy said calmly. You can know the medicinal materials to treat their diseases just by reading a few books when you were a child. Could it be that you are a medical genius? Culeha said in surprise. Who knows, but by the way, do you have other doctors here? I want to recruit a doctor to be my crew, Luffy said. Your own medical skills are already very good. Why do you need to recruit another crew member? Culeha asked puzzledly. Didn't I just say it? My research on medical skills is very shallow. In addition, if my crew members may be injured or sick in the future, it is always a good thing to have a ship's doctor, Luffy said slowly. Really? But I don't have any other doctors here, only a civet cat. As soon as her voice fell, a cursing voice came from the door. It's a reindeer. Can reindeer talk? It's the first time I've seen it. Luffy looked at Chopper curiously. It accidentally ate devil fruit, so it became like this. Devil fruit, same as me. Luffy finished speaking. He directly stretched out his arms, grabbed Vice Admiral, and pulled him in front of him. Wait, your arm just stretched, Chopper said in surprise. Yes, I am also demon fruit power, and the devil fruit I eat is rubber fruit. I am just like you, both demon fruit power. Luffy smiled. Why are you laughing? Chopper asked confused. Why can't you laugh? If you eat devil fruit, you will become a monster. You are a monster like me, right? Don't you feel that you are terrible and incompatible with the people around you? Chopper asked. When Chopper was a child, he accidentally ate the Renren fruit. Became a walking and talking reindeer. This has resulted in it not only being disliked by its own ethnic group. When humans saw it, they kept calling it a monster. So Chopper always felt like a monster. I have always lived with very low self-esteem and dared not come into contact with anyone. And of course, this involves excluding Suruluk and Kyuha. But Luffy, like him, also has demon fruit power, which is obviously different from ordinary people. But Luffy can laugh, as if being a monster is something worth feeling sad about. Although eating devil fruit will indeed gain some strange powers, my companions, father, grandfather, etc. did not reject me because of this, and they still treated me as before. 1. Eating devil fruit is not something that deserves other people's attention, Luffy said calmly. Aren't your companions afraid of you? Seek, Chopper just finished speaking. I saw Nami and Vivi hugging Luffy's arms tightly, not to mention they looked scared. It can even be said that I love it very much. That's awesome, I want to be like you, Chopper said in shock. Of course, it means to be accepted by others, and not to be regarded as a monster. Are you a Dr. Chopper? Yes. Come aboard my ship, I lack a doctor. Are you willing to accept me? Chopper said with some emotion. Is there anything that cannot be accepted? Luffy said puzzled. Okay, I want to get on your boat, Chopper agreed. This is Chopper, except for Haruluk and Kureha. The first time, I had a normal conversation with other people. And Chopper can see that Luffy is a monster just like him. But Luffy's companions can accept Luffy. Chopper also wants to be accepted by more people. Since this is your choice, then go ahead and follow your heart. Hearing Chopper is about to board Luffy's ship. Kureha did not object. Okay. Luffy gets along with Chopper and Kureha briefly. Then Luffy returned to the ship with Chopper, Vivi, and Nami, who had almost recovered. After all, they still have important things to do. That is, the country that saves Vivi. Doflamingo, count down to the death of the sand crocodile bastard. Crocodile, enough is enough, you Doflamingo bastard. Moonlight Moria, no joke, you are really close to death in that parallel world now. I'm afraid the Straw Hat crew will arrive in Alabasta in a few days. Douglas Bullet, from. The scene where the Lisha crocodile bastard was beaten violently appeared, and there are only 2 days left. Crocodile, shut up. Original world. After Luffy and others cured the sick Nami, they brought Chopper to join them. Soon arrived at Alabasta. In a restaurant in Alabasta, he encountered Smoker chasing him. During the pursuit, Ace suddenly appeared. Stop Smoker and save Luffy. After Luffy and Ace briefly reunited, Ace left Alabasta because he still wants to hunt down the Blackbeard pirates. And Luffy soon faced a battle with Crocodile in the Alabasta desert. However, Luffy was defeated quickly. On the verge of death, Robin appears and saves Luffy from being buried. Crocodile, damn it Robin, how did that Straw Hat boy survive? It turns out he was saved by you. Nico Robin, you didn't say you wouldn't let me save people. Crocodile, damn it, I won't forgive you Robin. Marco, judging from this battle, isn't there a huge gap in strength between you and Straw Hat? How did you lose to him? A battle between Luffy and Crocodile. It can be said to be completely at a disadvantage. There was no resistance at all. Because Luffy can't touch Crocodile at all. Jaws, it is impossible to touch the Asper without armament haki. Could it be that the Straw Hat boy in our world learned to arm himself during the battle with you? Sexy haki. Crocodile, HMPH. He didn't want to explain. Soon, Luffy regained his strength. Invitation to Crocodile for a second battle on the Royal City. This time Luffy is well prepared. Carry a bucket on your back and dip your fists in water so that you can touch the crocodile. This time, Luffy still lost miserably to Crocodile. However, before Luffy died, he spit out a huge drop of water high in the sky. After Luffy was drained of water from his body by Crocodile. The water droplets saved Luffy from falling from a high altitude. Achoku holy s *** t. Is this okay? John, no, you can still survive. What kind of destiny is this? Marco, Ace, your brother is really lucky. Crocodile, damn it, is this how you survived? Crocodile was stunned when he saw the video being played. He never expected that Luffy would be resurrected like this. Soon, Luffy chased him all the way to the palace basement. The third challenge to Crocodile was launched. This time Luffy successfully defeated Crocodile. Doflamingo, heh heh heh. It's so embarrassing, you sand crocodile bastard, you lost to that straw hat guy like this. Jaehin, not even armament hacky can defeat that straw hat boy. Quinn, don't talk about armament hacky. That straw hat boy didn't even bring water and defeated him with his own blood stained on his fists. Marco, I can already imagine how miserable your death would be in that parallel world. Parallel world? Luffy and others went through some sailing. Successfully arrived at Alabasta. We're finally here, the next step is to kill Crocodile, Luffy said slowly. This place is too hot. Usopp raised his head and looked at the scorching sun. His mouth suddenly felt dry. There is the aura of a strong man, Luffy. That strong man is stronger than me. Zoro reminded with a dark expression. Hearing Zoro's reminder, the road opened. Not far away, there is a very powerful Q-Chi in the sun. Approaching them, just when Luffy and others were ready for battle to meet the enemy. Luffy was stunned when he saw the familiar figure. Ace. Ha, long time no see, Luffy, it is indeed you. Even though I was far away, I felt your breath appearing in Alabasta. Ace greeted with a smile. Chapter 98 Luffy and Ace fight against each other. How many punches will Blackbeard die? He is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portka's D. Ace. Zoro said slightly surprised. Have you heard of him, Zoro? Luffy asked curiously. I've seen his bounty before, and his bounty is as high as 1,050,000,000 bili. Zoro replied. Yuruj 10, 150 million bili. Trafalgar Law, what a scary number. Eustace Kid, my current bounty is only 315 million bili, but this guy's bounty is 735 million bili more than mine. Marco, 1,050,000,000 Baileys. Isn't the bounty for Ace in our world only 500 million Baileys? The bounty for Ace in that parallel world is 1,050,000,000 Baileys. Josie, they are almost the same age, but the Ace in that parallel world has a bounty of 550 million Baileys more than the Ace in our world. Edward Newgate, kulalala, this is really an amazing amount. Achoku, there is no doubt that Ace in that parallel world, under the guidance of that straw hat boy, has reached an unimaginable level of strength. Bindy Wald, that guy is at least twice as powerful as Ace in our world. Bista, wait. If Ace will appear in Alabasta in this timeline, does that mean he is hunting down that guy Teach? Among the videos of the original world, Ace will come to Alabasta. It was to hunt down Blackbeard. Then Ace from the parallel world also appears in Alabasta. Does it mean? Is he after Blackbeard too? Jaehin, in that parallel world, was Sachai, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, still killed by that Blackbeard. Kaido of the Beasts, giggle. Does this mean that the Summit War will also break out in that parallel world? Achoku, no, this kind of thing is probably impossible. The Summit War will start in our world because Ace lost to Blackbeard, but the Ace in that parallel world was personally guided by that straw hat boy. If you are at least twice as strong, you won't be able to lose to that guy Blackbeard again. Red-haired Shanks, T from that parallel world. No, it's Blackbeard and he should die directly in Ace's hands. No one will question the strength of Ace in that parallel world. After all, no matter what. Ace also grew up with Luffy. After years of personal guidance from Luffy. How weak will it be? Parallel world. 10, 1,050,000,000 bili. Nami and others were shocked when they heard the reward amount. I remember Crocodile's bounty was only 81 million bili, but does this man actually have 1,050,000,000 bili? It's more than 10 times more than Crocodile. 1. Vivi swallowed her saliva in surprise, a little unbelievable. Luffy, do you know this man? Usopp asked cautiously. Because he just heard that Luffy and Ace greeted each other. Of course I know him, he is my brother. Luffy nodded. Brothers. Luffy's words once again shocked Nami and others. The bounty is as high as 1,050,000,000 Baileys. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Kuzan'S, is actually Luffy's younger brother. It's been so long, Luffy. Ace came to Luffy and greeted him with a smile. It's been many years since I last saw you. Have you joined the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace? Luffy asked. Anyway, I definitely can't take the position of Pirate King from you, so I will simply join the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace explained. Really? But then again, why did you appear in Alabasta? Luffy asked. Me, I'm traveling and hunting down a man named Marshal Teach. I heard that he formed the Blackbeard Pirates. Ace said slowly. Blackbeard Pirates? I have heard of the name of this pirate group. Luffy pondered. Really? Where did you hear that? On Drum Island, which is not far from here, I heard that the Blackbeard Pirates attacked that island. If nothing else, the man named Marshal Teach you are chasing is still in the Grand Line. Luffy replied while recalling. Really? It doesn't look like it's far away. Ace nodded. But then again, why are you chasing him? Luffy asked doubtfully. He killed one of my companions, and Dad sent me to hunt him down. Ace said truthfully. Need help, Ace? Ace is his younger brother after all. If there is any trouble, as an elder brother, I will naturally help if I can. That's not necessary. That guy is no match for me. As long as I can catch up with him, I can definitely defeat him. After all these years of going to sea and experiencing, I am much stronger than before, Luffy. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Ace's mouth, flames appeared on his palms and continued. I ate the Mira Mira fruit, and I am an Esper like you. When I was young, I challenged you but never won. If you don't mind, would you like to have a fight here, Luffy, so that you can see my current strength? No problem, let's fight quickly, Luffy said calmly. I heard that the two of them were going to fight. Nami and others quickly made room to give them a battlefield sufficient to fight. With your strength, you can't win even if I don't show mercy, so I'll try my best, Luffy. Fire punch. Ace's fist is covered with extremely rich flames. An astonishing aura emerged from him. The rolling heat in the body was forced out in an instant and then spurted out, turning into a very wide-ranging scorching flame, attacking Luffy. Equals. Facing Ace's attack, Luffy directly activated the 2nd gear form. The body becomes rosy and white steam evaporates. Rubber. Bullet. Luffy jumped from his fist and wrapped around the terrifying armament haki. After a short period of energy accumulation, the fist is punched out fiercely. A boom. Luffy's fist directly defeated Ace's flames. Then the fist attacked Ace with unabated power. Ace is not tired of facing Luffy's fist. Armament haki is wrapped around the fist and covered with extremely hot flames. Pang! The two fists collided together in an instant. Terrorist power continuously emerged from the bodies of the two men, and the aftermath of the attack turned into ripples visible to the naked eye, surging in all directions. Sand and soil flew across the sky, yellow sand filled the sky, and the turbulent ripples even set off tornadoes in the desert area. Sure enough, I'm still not as good as you, Ace laughed. The level of development of your devil fruit is pretty good, Ace. It makes me feel a little hot, but I will be a little more serious next time. After Luffy punched Ace, he withdrew his outstretched arm. Tread. The next second, Luffy's footsteps slam into the ground. His speed was extremely fast, like a gust of wind, and like a stream of light, he appeared in front of Ace. Rubber. Siege fist. Luffy's fist is covered with rich armed colors and Conqueror's haki. The fist shot towards Ace at a speed 10 times faster than the bullet. Fire God. Ace's whole body was covered with extremely hot flames, enough to burn everything. Then the fist is also wrapped with the weapon color and Conqueror's haki. A boom. The next moment, the two fists did not collide, but they fought in the air. Between the two fists, black electricity flashed continuously, and at the same time, the flames on Ace's body instantly filled the surroundings, swallowing Luffy inside. The temperature around the two of them has risen by several hundred degrees. A terrifying aura emerged from the two of them. The aftermath of the two attacks spread thousands of meters away. Countless winds and sands are flying, and sandstorms are sweeping from the desert earth coiling. It used to be sunny, but the clouds were thick. It suddenly became gloomy. Then the clouds split directly from the middle. It looks like the sky is cracking open. Yuruj, what a powerful force. Capone Bije, look. Their fists didn't collide, but they made such a terrifying momentum. What the hell is going on? Eustace Kid, hey, are you kidding? The sky actually split open. Kira, that's too exaggerated. I've never seen anyone fight to make the sky crack. Trafalgar Law, what kind of terrifying power must be used to make the entire desert area fly dust, to affect the weather at high altitudes, and even to make the husband and wife split apart? Even if there is a projection screen, they can also feel the amazing power coming from Ace and Luffy. The terrifying aura made them stand on their backs and break out in cold sweat. They seemed to be on the battlefield, as small as an ant, if not for seeing this battle through a projection screen. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to imagine it anyway. Fighting. It can even make the sky crack. Achoku, a Conqueror's confrontation, and it's only a very powerful Conqueror's confrontation that can create such a scene. I'm not surprised that the Straw Hat Boy has the terrifying Conqueror's entanglement, but I didn't expect that parallel world. Portka's D Ace also owns the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Asking for flowers. Douglas Bullet, did Ba Tang encounter each other? I haven't seen such a scene for a long time. Byandy Wald, the combined age of the two of them is less than 40 years old, but the two of them managed to dominate the world. If I had done this before, I would never have believed it. In their world, can be mastered at about 40 years old. Conqueror's entanglement. They can already be called unique geniuses. But Luffy and Ace's combined age. Not even 40 yet. But both of them also possess extremely powerful and terrifying Denwen. Marco, hey. Ace, you are too powerful in that parallel world. Josie, it's so powerful. It's so powerful that I thought it wasn't Ace at all. Bista, Ace, you in that parallel world have become stronger through Luffy's constant guidance. Even though Zoro also became stronger under Luffy's guidance. But Luffy doesn't go to Shimitsuki village very often. Teaching Zoro won't take long. But Ace and Sabo, the two of them live with Luffy. I am receiving guidance from Luffy almost all the time. They had to sigh. The horror of Luffy in that parallel world. It actually makes Ace so powerful. Jack, the bounty is also 1 billion Baileys, but why do I always feel that my strength is much inferior to him? Jaehin, although I don't want to admit it, the Ace in that parallel world is probably stronger than me. Just possessing the power to compete with Luffy. Zero. It's enough to prove the Ace of that parallel world. How powerful is it? Kuzan, what two scary brothers? Porzolino. Instead of the two brothers, there is also a Sabo. Although the Sabo in the parallel world has not yet appeared, but his strength is estimated to be full. Not inferior to Portka's D-Ace. Buddha's Sengoku, damn it. We in that world would be very nervous just to face three brothers like this. Galdi Roger, hahaha, you are indeed my son. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh, that's your son from the parallel world. Your son from this world is about to be executed, Roger. Galdi Roger, look at what you said, Rayleigh. Isn't Ace from the parallel world my son? Edward Newgate, Kula la la. I'm afraid the Summit War will never break out in that parallel world, as long as Ace can find that bastard Teach. We can definitely kill him. The Ace of their world. They all made Blackbeard suffer a lot before defeating him. An Ace from that parallel world. I don't know how many times more powerful than the Ace in their world. Want to kill Blackbeard, who hasn't grown up yet. It's not difficult at all. Parallel world. Hey, this is too powerful. Usopp was so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear at this moment. Even if we are hundreds of meters away from the center of the battlefield, we will still be affected. What is the strength of the two of them? Sanji's hand, holding the cigarette, is trembling slightly, even though they are hundreds of meters away from the battlefield. But the aftermath has already made them feel numb all over. This is if you are in the middle of the battlefield. I'm afraid I might die on the spot. I'm more and more sure now, Luffy can kill that crocodile with one punch, Vivi said with surprise and joy. Center of the battlefield. Luffy and Ace collided in the air for several seconds. Ace's body was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he came to a halt. However, Ace, who was knocked out, quickly set foot on the battlefield again. A fierce battle started again with Ace. The battle between the two only lasted for a moment. As you can see, the desert area is already full of huge pits. The temperature of the entire desert has increased significantly. If you stand on it barefoot, I'm afraid it will emit smoke. And of course, Luffy was naturally merciful in this battle. After all, no matter what, he would never be able to kill his sworn brother. After the two fought for a while, Ace was completely defeated, lying on the ground. However, there was no trace of the defeat on his face at all. Instead, he showed a long-lost smile. Luffy saw this and came to Ace, pulled him up from lying on the ground and praised him. That's right, even though you've eaten devil fruit, you haven't lost your proficiency in chamber gas magic. That's natural. As your brother, I also care about you when I go out. I don't want to embarrass you, Luffy. Ace scratched his head and laughed. Down. Chapter 99 Lao Sha. Yes, Itesu, the one named Luffy, come and fight me. Please beg for Customiza. Although Ace went overseas a few years before Luffy. But when going to sea, Ace has not forgotten the mental strength and courage training method that Luffy once taught. And the power of cultivating the body, armament color, and observation haki. And of course, because he also consumed devil fruit. He is also very accomplished in devil fruit. As Luffy's younger brother, Luffy goes to sea in advance. Ace is naturally ready to make a name for himself. Don't let Luffy down. Now his name has indeed become famous. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The bounty is as high as 1,050,000,000 Baileys. Mastering powerful domination at the age of 20. He is recognized by the world. Deservedly the strongest monster. But although I am strong enough now, I am still far behind compared to you. You defeated me without even using your full strength. Ace sighed. In the battle just now, Ace showed no mercy. Haki is fully open. Devil fruit is fully open. Fight Luffy with all your strength. But even so, he is still no match for Luffy. Even Ace knew very well that Luffy did not use all his strength. After all, in this battle, Luffy only used 2nd gear. You are practicing day and night, and so am I, Ace, as your master. How can my strength be inferior to yours? Luffy spread his hands and said. Although Luffy is now strong enough. But he never stopped practicing even for a moment. Practice, exercise, and become stronger day after day. Cultivation of mental strength and vigor. Cultivation of armed color, sight and hearing color, and physical fitness. That's true, but 547. It's been a long time since we last met, Luffy. I will actually come to the Grand Line. My biggest idea is to go to Windmill Village to find you. Ace smiled Road. Because he has been at sea for several years. But there is still no news about Luffy going to sea. After all, Luffy still has no bounty on his head so far. So Ace originally wanted to chase Blackbeard's traces. Go to East Blue Windmill Village to see Luffy. What are you looking for me for? I miss you, big brother. It's really hypocritical, we just haven't seen each other for a few years. Luffy shrugged and said calmly. Ha ha ha, really, but then again, are those people your companions, Luffy? Ace turned his attention to Nami and others who were walking towards this side in the distance. That's right, Luffy nodded. Not bad, you already have a few companions. Ace nodded. Even though they are still very weak now, sooner or later I will train them to surpass you. Luffy said confidently. Of course, I believe that your teaching ability can make them strong, Ace said without denying it. He can become as powerful as he is now. It's all due to Luffy's contribution. So Luffy just wants to teach. Grow all your companions into monsters one by one. It's not impossible. Hello, I am Renoa Zoro. I am Nami. I am Nefeltari Vivi. Several people came to Ace one after another, and politely introduced themselves. "Hello, I am Ace. I am Luffy's sworn brother and his younger brother." Hearing several people announcing their homes, Ace bowed slightly and replied politely. "You are so strong," Sanji praised. "Strong? No, I am not strong compared to your captain Luffy. You are lucky to be on Luffy's ship. If time comes, he will train you to be a being that surpasses me." Ace smiled. Just when a few people were talking and reminiscing about old times, a voice suddenly came from the distance. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, what are you doing in my territory?" Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads to look. I saw Crocodile looking here with a gloomy expression. Beside him stands Robin. Doflamingo, Sand Crocodile Bastard's death countdown, 1 minute. Achoku, 59 seconds. John, 58 seconds. Silver Axe, 57 seconds. Bindy Wald, 56 seconds. Crocodile, that's enough for you. Stop making countdowns. Leazi won't lose that easily. Marco, 55 seconds. Bista, 54 seconds. Jaws, 53 seconds. Crocodile, you guys really deserve to die. Just passing by, Ace spread his hands. Crocodile. Seeing Crocodile appear, Vivi was so frightened that she couldn't help but take a few steps back. But soon, she came back to her senses. She has Luffy by her side. Why should you be afraid of just a crocodile? When she thought of this, Vivi took Luffy's arm and pointed at Crocodile and said, "Luffy, he is Crocodile. He is the bad guy who wants to seize Alabasta." "Yeah." Luffy heard this and looked at Crocodile in front of him with interest. "Nefeltari Vivi, why are you with Fire Fist Ace? Could it be that? Fire Fist Ace, do you want to help that guy take back this country?" Crocodile ignored Luffy and focused on Ace with a gloomy expression. Ace's name is resounding all over the world, like thunder piercing my ears. As for Luffy, he had never heard of it at all, so he naturally ignored it. He sees Vivi standing with Ace. I thought it was Ace who came here to help Vivi take back Alabasta. Is this country the country of your companion, Luffy? Ace was slightly startled when he heard this. Yes, we are here today to help my companions defeat Crocodile and recapture Alabasta. Luffy nodded. Do you need my help, Luffy? Ace asked. Since it is the country of Luffy's companions, of course he can't just sit back and watch. Hey, Fire Fist Ace, do you, the Whitebeard Pirates, want to be my enemy? I heard that Ace was going to intervene in this battle. Crocodile's face suddenly turned extremely cold, although he is extremely proud and thinks highly of himself. But he knew it would be difficult for him to defeat Ace. After all, Ace is only 20 years old. You have mastered the terrifying Conqueror's entanglement. Everyone in the world recognizes Ace's talent, calling him the strongest genius on this sea. Who do you think Crocodile is? It's just 7 warlords of the sea, Ace said with disdain. Now with Ace's strength, as long as he doesn't meet the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, or the 4 Emperors of New World, there is no way they will lose. A mere 7 warlords of the sea. He never paid attention to it from beginning to end. I advise you not to interfere in the affairs here, otherwise it will bring trouble to your Whitebeard pirates. Crocodile said coldly. If you threaten, just save it, Crocodile. The words fall. Ace's whole body is covered with extremely hot flames. Prepare to launch an offensive against Crocodile. Seeing this, Crocodile's face suddenly became serious. Both eyes are staring at Ace. Stand ready. We are ready to fight against powerful enemies. Wait, Ace, don't interfere in this battle. Defeating Crocodile is our agreement with our companion Vivi, so this opponent can only be defeated by us. Zoro took out the blade from his waist, stared at Crocodile solemnly, and tried to dissuade him. A person who agreed to help Vivi deal with Crocodile and return to Alabasta. But they are. This is the agreement between their companions. They should be the enemies of Crocodile. Instead of letting Ace, who is part of the Whitebeard Pirates, intervene in this battle. I understand I was rude. I shouldn't have intervened in this battle. Hearing Zoro's words, Ace also realized that he was rude. Quickly restrained the flames on his body and stood aside. Don't choose to intervene in this battle. Seeing Ace not participating in the battle, Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. Your name is Roronoa Zoro, right? That pirate with a bounty of 10 million bali. I have heard of your name, but your strength is not only 10 million bali, right? Crocodile focused his attention on Zoro and said solemnly, Observation, Haki can sense the strength or weakness of an enemy. The crocodile at this moment is on Zoro. I feel the momentum that is not inferior to my own. He understands that Zoro is an extremely powerful enemy. He is a strong man who can evenly compete with me. Because only Zoro has the bounty. Luffy, Sanji, Nami, and others do not have bounties on their heads. So he immediately regarded Zoro as the captain of this group of people. So what? Zoro said coldly. Roronoa Zoro, this is a battle between the two of us, right? Although I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that Fire Fist Ace. But since this is a battle between the two of us, no one should intervene. If you can defeat me, I will give up taking Alabasta, but if I win, this country will be mine. Even if you lose, you can't let that Fire Fist Ace intervene in this battle. This is the bet between us, the agreement. Do you dare to accept it? Crocodile shouts towards Zoro. He doesn't know the relationship between Zoro, Luffy, and Ace. But he thinks that he doesn't have much chance of winning against Ace. But if it's against Zoro, he still has a chance of winning. And the reason why he make this agreement with Zoro, precisely to prevent him from defeating Zoro. Ace follows and challenges him. No problem, Zoro nodded. Are you sure? This is just a battle between the two of us. Regardless of victory or defeat, that Fire Fist Ace must not interfere in this battle, Crocodile asked with certainty. Yeah, Zoro said. I don't believe it. You made that Fire Fist Ace swear that he would not interfere in this battle, Crocodile shouted. He is still a little worried after all. After all, at this moment, he is far away from capturing Alabasta. Getting the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship is only one step away. He doesn't allow any mistakes. You are really in enough trouble. Zoro spread his hands. I swear not to interfere in this battle, Ace swore. If you violate the agreement, Portka's D-Ace, you will be a disgrace to the pirates. You will embarrass the Whitebeard pirates, do you understand? Crocodile said solemnly. Point 1. I understand, let's start quickly, Ace said calmly. It seems there is no chance for me to take action. Luffy crosses his arms over his chest and prepares to watch the battle between Zoro and Crocodile. What, you could also want to fight me? After hearing what Luffy said, Crocodile suddenly sneered disdainfully. Crocodile's observation, Haki, can more or less perceive a person's experience. He could feel that Luffy's aura was not very powerful. Then, logically speaking, Luffy's strength cannot be stronger than Zoro's. The reason why Crocodile can't sense Luffy's aura and momentum. That's because Luffy restrained his momentum. After all, he doesn't like publicity. There is no need to go to a place to promote his strength. Even Dragon's observation, Haki can't sense Luffy's aura. Not to mention Crocodile. Zoro wants to fight you, but I probably won't have a chance, Luffy said calmly. Luffy is still very confident in Zoro's strength. He is not weak in the armament color and the knowledge color, and he also masters the dominance. Although Zoro's dominance is not as good as Ace's, let alone Luffy's. But no matter what, Conqueror's thunder energy can be used to exert power. With Zoro's strength, it is not difficult to defeat Crocodile. Haha, if you want to fight me, I can accompany you, but with your strength, you can't be my opponent at all, and if you want to fight me, then according to the agreement I just made with Roronoa Zoro, if I defeat you, then this country will be 5.6 mine, and you will lose the qualification to challenge me. Georgia will never have a chance to take back this country. Crocodile thinks, if you fight against Zoro, your chances of winning are not small. However, there is still a risk of defeat. But if you fight Luffy, he thinks he will win 100%. Now it depends on whether Luffy can use his own provocation method. If Luffy is really fooled, then he thinks that this country will be completely his. You want to fight me? Luffy asked. You dare? Okay, then I'll fight you, Luffy nodded. Are you sure? If you lose to me, then neither the Fire Fist Ace nor Roronoa Zoro will be qualified to challenge me. This country belongs to me. It's over. Yeah, Luffy said calmly. Okay, now that the battle between the two of us has been decided, we can't go back on our words, otherwise you will become a shame to the pirate world. Crocodile said with a serious expression. 47,147,147. The provocative method worked. Even though the world-famous Fire Fist Ace is here today, Leazi can still win Alabasta. This is the power of wisdom. A simple method of provocation will make you invincible. It allowed me to easily avoid fighting with strong enemies. Take this country. Doflamingo, HMPH, is that crocodile from the parallel world trying to laugh me to death. It's not easy to choose anyone as your opponent, but you pick the strongest one. Hey. Gecko Moria, it's really yours, Crocodile. Why don't you go fight Straw Hat? Douglas Bullet, no. Does that sand crocodile bastard from the parallel world think he doesn't die fast enough? Go fight the Straw Hat Kid. Chapter 100. Luffy kills Lao Sha in 4th gear. What is the difference between this and the Atomic Bee? Don't let Crocodile fight Luffy. They don't even think Crocodile can defeat Zoro. After all, Zoro has been guided by Luffy for a long time. And he also holds the power of domination. Crocodile fights Zoro. Defeat is bound to happen. But it won't be defeated so quickly. At least there will be a fight. But they never expected it. The crocodile of that parallel world. He was stupid enough to fight Luffy. So far, even those of them who watch the projection screen all the time, none of them know Luffy at this stage. What kind of strength do you have when you try your best? They guessed. At the very least, he is as close to a general-level powerhouse as any. Crocodile fought against an enemy of this caliber. Isn't it just because you think your death is too slow? Marco, as expected of you, Crocodile. Byandy Wald, this is the first time I've seen someone so willing to die. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. I have to say that the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile are brave enough to dare to challenge that Straw Hat boy. T. Dolphin, he is indeed a man who can become the 7 warlords of the sea. How terrifying. Lazaru, in terms of strength, Crocodile may not be the strongest among the 7 warlords of the sea, but in terms of courage, no one among the 7 warlords of the sea can match him. Golden Lion Shiki. I thought I was the bravest man in the sea when I broke into the naval headquarters alone and challenged Sengoku and Garp, but until today I saw you, Crocodile. You are the most courageous man in the sea. I am not as good as you. Kaido of the Beasts. Although I have been seeking suicide, I don't really want to commit suicide, but you, Crocodile, are different from me. You are really seeking suicide. Jaws, I'm laughing so hard. Crocodile in this parallel world, wouldn't he think that the Straw Hat boy is the weakest among them? Bista, because the Straw Hat Kid in the parallel world usually restrains his momentum, that Crocodile probably really thought that the Straw Hat Kid was the weakest, but what he didn't know was that the Straw Hat Kid was the strongest among them. Yeah, better than Ace, even better than Roronoa Zoro. Edward Newgate, Kulalala, 11, that Crocodile really picked a good opponent. Jaehin, Crocodile's death countdown, 30 seconds. Quinn, 29 seconds. Jack, 28 seconds. Crocodile. What the hell? Am I that crazy in that parallel world? No one can fight well. Do you have to fight the Straw Hat Kid? There is obviously a chance of survival against that Zoro. But if we fight against Straw Hat, Crocodile feeling, myself in another world. If nothing else happens, he is definitely dead. Ding, the 1-minute limited Q&A begins. Question, what will happen in the next battle between Luffy and Crocodile? A. Luffy used the entangled weapon color and Conqueror's Haki's fist to instantly kill Crocodile. B. Luffy used the blade to wrap around Haki and unleashed his power to instantly kill Crocodile. C. Luffy used Devil Fruit 4th gear and killed Crocodile instantly. D. Crocodile survived in Luffy's hands for half a minute without falling. Buddha's Sengoku. Is there only 4 answers to this question and answer? In this case, our probability of guessing the correct answer will increase a lot. In previous questions and answers, basically there are 5 answers. Rarely will there be only 4 answers. Kuzan, oh, among the options in the quiz question, is there even a 4th gear? Momousagi, when he switches to 2nd gear, his speed and strength are greatly improved. It's hard to imagine what kind of strength he will have when he switches to 4th gear. Luffy and the others have seen it before when turning on 2nd gear. That is when Luffy faced off against the giants Dory and Brocky on Prehistoric Island. The speed in 2nd gear is not unpleasant. Like a bolt of lightning, it killed 2 giants instantly with lightning speed. Luffy in 2nd gear is so powerful. One can only imagine how powerful Luffy in the 4th gear will be. Monkey D. Luffy, 4th gear? That's awesome. I only know 3rd gear now, so I'm really curious about what I'll be like in 4th gear. So far, Luffy has only developed Devil Fruit into its 3rd gear form. In other words, you can enlarge your hands and feet to attack. Raranoa Zoro, Luffy in the 4th gear form, what will it look like? Vinsmoke Sanji, although I don't know what Luffy is like in the 4th gear form, but Mu Yang doubts that the strength is definitely a world-destroying level. It's more terrifying than the 2nd gear wife. I can't believe it. Achuku, although I am also curious about the power of that Straw Hat Boy's 4th gear, but I'm afraid it's not worth using the power of 4th gear to deal with a crocodile. In their view, to deal with an opponent of Crocodile's level. Even if Luffy only has weapon colors and Conqueror's haki wrapped around his fists, it can kill Crocodile instantly, not to mention turning on 2nd gear. As for 4th gear, how is this different from bombing mosquitoes with atomic bombs? Crane, I think the possibility of B is not small, because the Straw Hat Boy just learned Waiguo from the giant not long ago, so he should use Crocodile to test the power of Waiguo and haki. Crane, choice B. Luffy used the blade to wrap around haki and unleashed his power to kill Crocodile instantly. Bogart, choose B. Ghost Spider, choose B. Buddha's Sengoku. If the answer B is correct, our Marine will directly contract the reward this time. It must be correct. Many of them from Marine had wrong answers in the last round of Q and A. This round has been banned. Now if he and others also made the wrong choice, then it becomes troublesome. Crocodile, in my opinion, all the above answers are wrong. How could Leiazi only last half a minute on his hand? It must have lasted for several hours at least. Doflamingo, do you want to laugh me to death, Crocodile? How many hours do you want to survive in the hands of that Straw Hat guy? I don't think you can survive even half a minute. Moonlight Moria, can you block his fist that wraps around Conqueror's body? Marco, if he hits the powerful blow that entangles haki, how will you deal with Crocodile? Is it possible that your body is harder than dozens of mountains? How many hours do you want to survive in his hands? Crocodile, shut up. Don't underestimate me. Even if I lose, at least I can survive in his hands for a while, and there is absolutely no way I will be killed instantly. After all, he was comparable to Bullet when he was young. He even dares to challenge the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He doesn't want his parallel world self to be too embarrassed. Josie, I thought that with the sparkling fruit, I was the hardest person in the world. But when I saw you today, I realized that your mouth is even harder than my sparkling fruit, Crocodile. Be aware of Josie's sparkling fruit. But help him in Summit War. He abruptly blocked the slash from Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. You can imagine how terrifying his hardness is. It is even said to be stronger than Charlotte Linland's copper-skinned and iron-framed physique. But Josie knew. Unleash devil fruit abilities yourself. Even if it is as hard as a diamond, it cannot be as tough as Crocodile. Crocodile, shut up. Douglas Bullet, all right, don't underestimate that bastard sand Crocodile. Crocodile, haha. In the end, it's you, my mortal enemy, who understands me best. Douglas Bullet, I choose D. Crocodile will last half a minute in the hands of Straw Hat. Crocodile, what? You bastard thought I could only last half a minute on his hand. Douglas Bullet, the other 3 options are all the answers to your instant kill, bastard sand Crocodile. If I chose D and let you last half a minute in his hand, it would be considered a favor to you, right? Doflamingo, I'll give you some face, Crocodile, and I'll choose D2. Gecko Moria, choose D. Crocodile, damn it. Just wait and see, all the answers above are definitely wrong. Layazi can definitely survive half an hour. Golden Lion Shiki, didn't you just say you could last a few hours? Why did you change your mind to half an hour now? Yasop, this is not okay, Crocodile. Your mouth is no longer as hard as Diamond Josie, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Crocodile, can you all shut up, you damn bastards. Monkey D. Luffy, choose C. Monkey D. Luffy, hee hee. I want to see what kind of power I will have in my 4th gear form. Vinsmoke Sanji, idiot, this is a multiple choice question, not a wishing question, Luffy. Roronoa Zoro, it's probably not worth using the power of Devil Fruit's 4th gear to deal with a mere crocodile. Ben Beckman, everything is possible. I also choose C. I am also interested in the 4th gear. I really want to see the greater power of the Devil Fruit with the name of God. Sakazuki, choose C. Kuzan, ah la la. Sakazuki, do you also think that Straw Hat Boy will use stronger Devil Fruit power to deal with Crocodile? Sakazuki, the correct answer is often beyond our expectations. Have you forgotten this, Kuzan? Porzolino, well, if you answer incorrectly, you will be suspended for 1 round, Sakazuki. Sakazuki, isn't life just a big gamble? Soon. The 1-minute Q and A countdown is over. The answers to each option are chosen by someone. Parallel world. Are you sure you want to fight Luffy? Zoro looks at Crocodile hesitantly. He doesn't understand what Crocodile is thinking. Obviously, if you fight yourself, there will be a suitable opportunity. But fighting Luffy, it's so confusing. There is no chance of regret. I have already made a fighting agreement with him. Don't even think about interfering, Roronoa Zoro, and you, Fire Fist Ace. Don't interfere, you too. Hearing Zoro's words, Crocodile suddenly became anxious. He thought Zoro was afraid that Luffy would lose to him. Afraid of losing Alabasta to myself. Forget it, as long as you feel you can survive. Zoro put the blade back into the scabbard and stood aside without saying a word. Are you afraid that Guy will die? Crocodile sneered. I wonder how many punches this 7 warlords of the sea crocodile will take to death. Sanji lit a cigarette, crossed his arms on his chest, and said, After all, it's 7 warlords of the sea. I think it needs 2 or 3 punches anyway. Usopp guessed. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you saying I will die? After hearing what Sanji and Usopp said, Crocodile was angry at first. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Why do you want to fight Luffy yourself? This group of people are not panicked at all. Would you say that you will die instead? What's the situation? Could it be that the man standing in front of me is strong? When I think of this, Crocodile cautiously opens observation haki again. Carefully sense Luffy's aura. Not strong. Not strong at all. I don't think it's that strong at all. Are you trying to scare me? Is it because you are afraid that Luffy will lose and Alabasta will lose to me, so you want to scare me with words and make me surrender? I see. But I won't be fooled. An enemy like Luffy can be easily crushed to death with one hand. 60. Don't underestimate my big brother Luffy. I can definitely kill Crocodile. Ace said slowly. Wait, what did you say? Fire Fist Ace, what did you say? This man is your eldest brother. Hearing Ace's words, Crocodile suddenly broke into a cold sweat. I was stunned on the spot. What's the situation? The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he is only 20 years old and has a bounty of 1,050,000,000 Baileys. Master the Dominance, called the most terrifying genius in this sea. The man who is known as the most promising to reach the top of the sea and become the Pirate King. Turns out to be Luffy's younger brother. Yeah, don't you know? Ace nodded. Crocodile 1. Are you F***G kidding me? You should have told me earlier. Did you say earlier that I could choose him as my opponent? Don't be stunned, the battle is about to begin, Luffy reminded. Crocodile was startled when he heard Luffy's words, but saw that Luffy had no intention of attacking. Crocodile has a plan to strike first. Heavy-type Dustfall Storm. Without hesitation, Crocodile directly used his strongest power. He placed his palms on the sand on the ground. The next second, all the sand in the entire desert area was mobilized by him. A boom! A huge sandstorm with a height of hundreds of meters, even close to 1,000 meters, suddenly condensed. The terrifying sandstorm has extremely strong suction and crushing power. The surrounding houses, buildings, and stones. As long as it is swept away by the sandstorm, it will be instantly crushed into powder. Is it demon fruit power? Then, as a polite response, I have to use the power of devil fruit to deal with you. Fourth gear. Luffy blows on his arm. The next moment, bursts of white smoke rise. Luffy directly entered the fourth gear form. In his fourth gear form, he naturally has armament haki wrapped around his body. A terrifying aura emerges from Luffy. The astonishing momentum made Crocodile breathless. It seems that the person standing in front of Crocodile at this moment is not a human being, but the strongest monster that he can never defeat. Tread. Luffy gathered strength with his legs and feet and directly made a big hole in the spot. Almost an instant, Luffy appeared directly above Crocodile's head. When Crocodile didn't react at all, Luffy's right arm charges up energy very briefly. Then the fist is like a cannon that can destroy everything and crush everything. Slams at Crocodile. I beg you to customize it and order it all. Chapter 101 Sengoku. If I want to reach the peaceful world, I must first kill the traitor Garp. Boom. The next second, Luffy's fist hits Crocodile hard. The terrifying power directly created a huge pit on the ground. The yellow sand in the sky is shaking high into the sky with the aftermath, looking around to cover the celebration day. And the aftermath of the attack swept across the entire desert area. Half of Alabasta can feel the obvious vibration. It was as if a violent earthquake had occurred. After a while, as the aftermath slowly subsided, the yellow sand in the sky keeps falling. You can see that Crocodile is lying in the pit, covered in blood. My eyes turned white. Obviously, I have lost my will. Capone Bije, so strong. Kira, this power is too powerful. Uruj, what a terrifying power. Is this the fourth gear power of that Straw Hat Boy? Trafalgar Law, second gear takes into account speed, and fourth gear takes into account faster speed and unimaginable power. One punch can actually produce such power. Even if there is a projection screen, they can feel it too. How powerful is Luffy's punch? The power of one punch directly shook the entire desert area. The power can definitely be called a world-destroying level. Ghost Spider. With just one blow, I beat the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile until he was covered in blood and lost his will. The strength gap between the two of them is really too big. I can't even pass a single move. Byandy Walled. When dealing with Crocodile, the Straw Hat Boy in our world is still in the situation of being rescued. He has good luck and strong willpower. He can only defeat Crocodile after 3 consecutive challenges. Byandy Walled. But the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world only used one punch. The whole battle did not even last more than a few seconds. Song is a punch to Crocodile, and you will lose your hidden will on the spot. Quinn, this guy is so powerful that he doesn't look like a human being. Jaehin, seeing that he has such a level of power and such a form, I forgot for a moment that he is just a 17-year-old boy. Kaido of the Beasts, what a scary little brat. Monkey D. Luffy, hahaha, this form is so handsome. Is this the fourth gear? I will definitely release this power in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. Is this the power of the fourth gear of the devil fruit with the name of God? It is many times more powerful than I imagined. Achoku, hey, how can this guy use fourth gear to fight 7 warlords of the sea? He didn't use this power to fight Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral or fight Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. John, it feels like shooting mosquitoes with a cannon. Doflamingo, you're a little too miserable, sand crocodile bastard. He was beaten by Luffy when he turned on his fourth gear. Now Doflamingo can no longer bear to laugh at Crocodile. It's so miserable. Luffy fought Momousagi, and Mihawk didn't even open second gear when fighting Hawkeye. Hit a crocodile and use it directly in fourth gear. Ben Beckman, this is not tragic, this is full of respect. Anyway, no matter what kind of power Luffy uses, he can directly kill Crocodile instantly. It is very impressive to defeat him with this 4-speed power that is beyond ordinary people's imagination. It gives him face to a large extent. Douglas Bullet, damn sand crocodile bastard, didn't you say you could survive half a minute? I chose D. As a result, not only did I not get the reward, but I also got suspended for 1 round. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, didn't he say he could last a few hours? Kuzan, he later changed his story and said he could last half an hour. Jaws, Crocodile hasn't lost yet. His hardest part is his mouth. You only saw that Crocodile in the parallel world was beaten with blood all over his body and lost his will. But his mouth hasn't been beaten yet, so he hasn't lost yet. Lose. Crocodile. What the hell? As for that, just because I am demon fruit power. So in that parallel world, you just put on 4th gear and F, K me. Monkey D. Garp, hahaha. He is indeed my precious GR N letter 3005. Momousagi, how far has this guy developed devil fruit? Kuzan, ah la la. Roughly estimated, the Straw Hat Boy in that parallel world is 100 times more powerful than the Straw Hat Boy in our world. Kong, although I've said it countless times, I still want to say one more thing. Fortunately, that guy is not from our world. Kong, but I still can't help but want to scold you, Garp. What the hell are you thinking? Your grandson wants to be a pirate and you give him to bandits to discipline him. Although I have scolded Garp many times. But he still couldn't help but want to curse a few more words. The Luffy of their world was given to the bandits by Garp. Why that parallel world, Garp? Also so ignorant. This unprecedented horror monster genius gave it to bandits. Monkey D. Garp. Sengoku of Buddha. Garp, you've been clamoring to travel to that parallel world, but I want to tell you that I also want to go to that parallel world. If I can go to that world, I must first kill the traitor Garp in that parallel world. Send these monsters to the pirate path. This isn't them, who is Marine's traitor? Sengoku can already imagine it. As Marines, how much pressure will they bear when facing Luffy? Monkey D. Garp, as for Sengoku. Buddha's Sengoku, what the hell are you talking about? Known as the resourceful general, Sengoku is known as the calmest person in Marine. In the end, I couldn't help but curse. It's really because Luffy from that parallel world. So powerful. Incredibly strong. Ding, the correct answer to the Q&A is now announced. The correct answer is C. Luffy used the Devil Fruit 4th gear form and killed Crocodile with 1 punch. Ding, congratulations to Monkey D. Luffy, Ben Beckman, and Sakazuki for the correct answer. Ding, congratulations Luffy for gaining the ability to turn enemies into friends. As long as you can fight the enemy 3 times, no matter what kind of enemy he is, you can turn him into a friend. Ding, congratulations to Ben Beckman for gaining the immobility ability. When you point your pistol at the enemy and shout the words no movement, the opponent will be forced to be unable to move for 10 seconds, but during this period, it can be elementalized or armed with color defense. The cooldown time for one person is 1 day. Ding, congratulations to Sakazuki for getting Ryujin Jaka, who can exert 1,000th of his power. Monkey D. Luffy, what kind of ability is this? What a strange ability. What does it mean to turn an enemy into a friend? Roronoa Zoro, your ability is amazing, Luffy. As long as you can fight any enemy 3 times, then no matter what kind of enemy he is, he can become your friend. Vinsmoke Sanji, if you fight Akainou from Naval Headquarters 3 times, no matter how much that Akainou hates pirates, he will definitely become your friend. Tony Chopper, although the reward this time is a bit strange, it still feels so awesome. Monkey D. Luffy, I still don't quite understand what you said. Usopp, Luffy, to put it simply, as long as you continue to fight your enemies, sooner or later everyone in the world will become your friends. Monkey D. Luffy, wow, what a cool reward. Achoku, the rewards for this guy are really extraordinary. If you are not absolutely sure that you can defeat the Straw Hat Kid, you must not be his enemy. Otherwise, if you fight 3 times, you will be forced to become his friend. Bindy Wald. Aren't the previous rewards all hacky, rejuvenation, resurrection, etc.? Why are the rewards this time so weird? Red-haired Shanks. Beckman, your rewards are weird, but they are very powerful abilities just like Luffy. Ben Beckman, pointing a pistol at a person and shouting the words, "Don't move," can force the other person to be unable to move. This ability is indeed a bit exaggerated, although it is said that you are not allowed to move for 10 seconds. The enemy can also perform elemental dodge, or armament haki to cover the whole body defense. But that's 10 seconds. It's enough to do a lot of things. This ability is really a weapon for group fights. For example, their opponent is Kaido, right? Beckman directly raised his pistol to force Kaido to be unable to move for 10 seconds. So what if Kaido's whole body can cover armament haki's defense? The red hair pirates swarmed. Can't seriously hurt Kaido. Sakazuki, I finally got a reward. What the hell is this Ryujin Jaka with 1,000th the power? Why does it feel like it is completely inferior to the rewards of those pirates? It's not like Sakazuki has watched Shinigami. How is it possible to know what Ryujin Jaka's abilities are? Buddha's Sengoku, I don't know what Ryujin Jaka is, but it only has 1,000th of the power. Isn't it the same as nothing? Ding, system prompt, Ryujin Jaka is a blade. When fully Bankai, it can release a temperature as high as the core of the sun. The temperature of the core of the sun is 15 million degrees Celsius. Kuzan, 15 million degrees Celsius. Poruzalino, the power of Ryujin Jaka obtained by Sakazuki is 1,000th, which means that Sakazuki can release the power of 15,000 degrees Celsius. This is too powerful, isn't it? Sakazuki, I will hand it over to Summit War Whitebeard later. You are no longer a problem. Sakazuki, you. This reward is really good. But how come every time one of our Marines gets a reward? You have to rush to push Whitebeard to him, right? Pluton Silver Rayleigh, let Marine get a good reward. Gall D. Roger, ha. There's nothing to be nervous about, Rayleigh. Anyway, we have some strong people here. We can definitely win this Summit War. Sakazuki, then give it a try, you bastard pirates. Monkey D. Luffy, I will definitely rescue Ace. Use up, Luffy, come on. Try to turn all the enemies in Summit War into friends, including this Marine Admiral. Parallel world. Is this Luffy? Vivi looked at her with a surprised look on her face. Luffy in the form of a 4th gear Elastaman. This is the first time she has seen Luffy unleash such power. Is this really a human being? Chopper was confused. It always thought it was a monster. But after seeing Luffy's strength today, only then does it realize that it is nothing more than a monster. The real monster is Luffy. It's so awesome, I actually killed Crocodile with just 1 punch. Usopp said after swallowing a gulp. Didn't I just say it? Don't underestimate the strength of my eldest brother Luffy. 1. Ace crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a proud smile, I don't know how many abilities you still have, Luffy. Zoro said to himself, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Zoro has worked very hard to make his strength close to Luffy. But as Luffy continues to show new abilities, he then realized that his strength was still too different from Luffy's. Center of the battlefield. Luffy looks at Crocodile, who has passed out and is no longer able to fight. The 4th gear form was also released. Is this the 7 warlords of the sea? It's really vulnerable, Luffy said calmly. I am thinking that you are a capable person. I am also an able person. Why do you use your ability to do nothing for me? I used my ability to make you lie down directly. That's awesome, Luffy. Vivi rushes over and hugs Luffy excitedly. When Nami saw this not to be outdone, she rushed up and hugged Luffy. Crocodile has been defeated and my country has been saved. Thank you so much, Luffy. Vivi hugged Luffy tightly, her excitement hard to express in words. It's just a piece of cake, Luffy shrugged. It can indeed be said to be a piece of cake. Because he was instantly killed by Crocodile with 1 punch. No effort wasted at all. That's awesome, Luffy. One day I will become as powerful as you. Usopp clenched his fists and said with firm eyes, I want it too. I want Luffy too. I thought I was a monster before, but now I want to be a powerful monster like you. Chopper also pressed on. Then he spoke. Who are you? Robin looked surprised in the distance and looked at Luffy with a trembling voice. After all, she has worked for Crocodile for many years. She knows how powerful Crocodile is. But who would have thought of Crocodile's strength? So vulnerable in front of Luffy. Looking at Crocodile lying in the pit, covered in blood, eyes white, and losing his will. She suddenly felt that everything she saw before her was too unreal. And of course it wasn't just Luffy's strength that surprised Robin. There is also the inexplicable aura about Luffy. A feeling that once you take one look at it, you will fall deeply into it and be unable to extricate yourself. Robin has experienced the Ohara incident that year, lived a life of exile on the sea for decades. This also caused her to no longer trust anyone. I don't want to be with anyone. But the first time I saw Luffy, make her feel like she's fallen. It made her want to rush up and hug Luffy right now. If it weren't for not knowing Luffy's background. In addition, my own concentration is strong enough. Otherwise, she would have rushed to hug Luffy now. Me, are you asking for my name? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, Luffy said. There is also a person named Monkey in Monkey Naval Headquarters. Could it be that you are? Yes, my grandfather is Monkey D. Garp, the hero of Naval Headquarters. Luffy nodded. The grandson of the legendary Marine, Robin said in surprise. Please beg for customization. Full order is required. Chapter 102 Kaido, shocked. Akainu'S is actually one of the backgrounds of Straw Hat. Any questions? Since your grandfather is a Marine, then you must be a Marine too. Did you come to Alabasta to catch me? Robin asked. Although Robin doesn't know why Ace is Luffy's brother. But given that Luffy has no bounty on his head. At the same time, he is also the grandson of Garp. She naturally mistook Luffy for Marine. I'm not Marine, why would I arrest you? Luffy was stunned. Luffy, this woman is Nika, Robin. She is only 8 years old and has a bounty of 79 million bali. She is called the son of the devil, Zoro reminded. Robin's name is quite famous in the sea. Zoro has naturally seen the reward for Robin. She is only 8 years old and has a bounty of 79 million baileys. Doesn't that mean she is more powerful than Crocodile? Usopp said in surprise. No, she doesn't look like a strong person. Ace shook his head. Luffy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the distance in the desert. Everyone followed the sound and saw Admiral Momousagi, the alternate of Naval Headquarters. He rushes towards this side with a smile on his face. Momousagi followed Luffy all the way from East Blue to the Grand Line. But when she arrived at the scene, she then noticed that Ace was standing next to Luffy. Fire Fist Ace. Momousagi's pupils narrowed slightly, and he quickly pulled out the blade from his waist. Marine. Ace is not afraid of Momousagi's hostility. With flames attached to his arms and body, he is ready for battle. She is not the enemy, Ace. Luffy patted Ace on the shoulder. While at Whiskey Peak, Garp and Luffy talked. Through that conversation, Luffy learned that Garp and Momousagi have an unusual relationship in Marine. And if it weren't for Momousagi, who destroyed the Silver Wolf pirates, destroy the corpses and traces, and destroy the evidence, making it impossible for Marine and world government to investigate clues from this pirate group. Otherwise, it is the crime of killing celestial dragons. It's very possible that it was traced to him. So through these aspects, Luffy knew that Momousagi was not their enemy. Achoku, hey guys, one pirate said to another pirate, the alternate admiral of Naval Headquarters is not an enemy. Trafalgar Law, the world-famous paintings belong to Yes. John, there is no way that although we are 623 pirates and Marines, they are actually our own people. Silver Axe, this is so blatant. If I were recorded and photographed and published as news, it would probably be enough to shock the world. Golden Lion Shiki, shocked. A certain Naval Headquarters executive has a close relationship with Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat. Byendy Wald. No one would have thought that Momousagi in that parallel world would be Straw Hat's protective umbrella. Douglas Bullet. The people currently known to have marine backgrounds in Straw Hat are Hero Garp, Adjutant Bogart, Naval Headquarters Alternate Admiral Momousagi, T-Dolphin, and Marine Marshal Sengoku. By the way, I remember that Aokiji seems to be Garp's apprentice. It is very possible that this person can also be called the background of Straw Hat. Buddha's Sengoku. Hey, why did you drag me into this? I will never tolerate evil. There is no way I can be the protective umbrella of Straw Hat Boy. Kaido of the Beasts. That's all right. Didn't you think we didn't see the conversation between the Straw Hat Boy and the old guy Garp in that parallel world? You obviously knew that it was Luffy who killed the celestial dragons, but you didn't say anything. Isn't this the protective umbrella of the pirate forces? Buddha's Sengoku. I don't have any substantive evidence in the parallel world. I am sure that Luffy is the one who killed the celestial dragons. After all, the Silver Wolf pirates have been destroyed. How can I sleep in this situation? Achoku. Anyone may not have a Straw Hat background, but you, Sengoku, will definitely be. You and Garp are close brothers who have lived through life and death. You have such a good relationship that even if you wear a pair of pants, you are almost married to Garp. How could you possibly do it if Garp's grandson is in trouble? Won't help. Buddha Sengoku. Don't slander me, you damn pirate. Why did you marry Garp? Marco. Okay. Don't explain. We didn't say you were talking about you in the parallel world. Buddha's Sengoku. Isn't this just referring to Mulberry and scolding Hue? I am still me in the parallel world. Kuzan. Ah la la. Although Mr. Garp is a person I respect, I am not the protector of some pirate forces. Don't bring me along with you. Sakazuki. Kuzan is right. Kuzan is my comrade in arms. How can he be the protective umbrella of the pirate forces? I advise you to shut up. Byendy Wald. I don't know if Kuzan in that parallel world will be Straw Hat Boy's protector, but I think Akainu will become Straw Hat Boy's protector sooner or later. Sakazuki. What did you say? Are you kidding? Byendy Wald. I'm not kidding. Don't forget that the Straw Hat Boy was rewarded with the ability to turn enemies into friends. Sooner or later, he will turn you into one of our own. Kaido of the Beasts. Shocked. Marine BBFE. Headquarters Admiral Akainu is actually one of Luffy's backgrounds. Sakazuki. You guys. Isn't she an enemy? She is the alternate admiral of Naval Headquarters, Luffy. Ace was slightly stunned. They are indeed not enemies. She and her grandfather have a good relationship in Marine. Luffy explained. Wait, do you know Fire Fist Ace Luffy? When I saw the conversation between the two, I was also surprised. He's my brother, Luffy nodded. Younger brother. Hearing Luffy's words, Momousagi was stunned for a moment. Ace's name has spread all over the world. It's even said that looking around the world, Ace's name is only inferior to that of a general-level warrior. The reason why this happens is precisely because of the power and ability shown by Ace. Recognized by the world as the strongest monster in history. And of course, after seeing Luffy's strength in Log Town, he knows that Luffy is the strongest monster this sea has ever seen. Is that so? No wonder this Fire Fist Ace is so powerful. He turns out to be your brother. This makes sense. After the shock, Momousagi also came to his senses. But soon, Momousagi noticed a big hole in front of him. She takes 2 steps forward. Then he found Crocodile lying in the pit, covered in blood. Is this Crocodile? Right. Did you defeat him, Luffy? Momousagi asked with a slight frown. That's right, Luffy said without denying. This is a bit troublesome, Luffy. After all, Crocodile is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although he is a pirate, he is from the world government. If you defeat him, the world government will have reason to fight against him. You took action, Momousagi said worriedly. Nowadays, the world government can be said to be eyeing Luffy. Momousagi knows this, as do Garp and Sengoku. But because the world government has never had a reason to take action against Luffy. In fact, given the size of the world government, there is absolutely no need to follow the principle of killing the guilty. But because of I.M.'s obstruction, let the 5 elders think that they must have a suitable reason to take action against Luffy. And if the 5 elders know, Luffy defeated the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. I'm afraid I'll ask him again for instructions to kill Luffy. No, Crocodile's ambition is to seize Alabasta, a member country of the world government. If Luffy defeats him, he should be regarded as the hero of Alabasta. The world government should not have any reason to take action against him. Robin stood next to Luffy and explained. Hearing Robin's voice, Rabbit raised his head slightly and then said in surprise, "Nico, Robin, are you Luffy's companion?" She. Luffy was about to say something, but was interrupted by Robin. "Yes, I am Luffy's companion. I just joined not long ago." Robin is not sure, though. What is the relationship between Luffy and Momousagi? But now she only knows one thing. She must stand next to Luffy and pretend to be Luffy's companion. Because otherwise, Momousagi would definitely arrest her. Even Momousagi wanted to hide his relationship with Luffy. Maybe she will be killed, but as long as it has something to do with Luffy, Momousagi has no reason to attack her. Really? But having said that, is it true that you just said that Crocodile's ambition is to seize this country? Taufin asked seriously. Alabasta is a member country of world government. It is a country protected by the world government. If such a country is invaded and attacked by pirates, the government and marine are all responsible. If it is true, as Robin said, Crocodile's ambition is to seize this country. So Luffy defeated Crocodile. You can indeed be called a hero of this country. And the world government has no reason to take action against Luffy. It's true, this is Nefeltari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta. She can confirm that what I said is true. Robin pointed at Vivi, who was holding Luffy's arm. Yes, that hateful crocodile tried to start a rebellion in my country and then take control of the country. Thanks to Luffy, he defeated him. Vivi nodded vigorously. Really? This way it will be easier to handle. Not only will you not be noticed by the world government, you will even be given the title of a hero. The world government will have no reason to take action against you. Momousagi smiled happily. Luffy only needs a hero title. After further publicity, it spread all over the world. It will be even more difficult for the world government to take action against him. After all, a person with the title of hero, if the world government takes action at will, they will definitely lose a lot of prestige. It is just like the Rocky Port incident on Beehive Island in the original work. Has the title of hero. At that time, Blackbeard wanted to capture Kirby and use his identity as a hero, forcing the world government to recognize Beehive Island as a legal country. It is enough to see the influence brought by the title of hero. Yuruj, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always. It feels like this Momousagi is more afraid than Straw Hat that he will be targeted by the world government. Trafalgar Law, this is definitely not an illusion. Not to mention that Momousagi likes the Straw Hat boss, plus he is the grandson of the hero Garp. Momousagi is naturally interested in his affairs. Very caring. Marco, is this the power of love or the power of background? Jaws, the way I see it, it's a little bit of both. Momousagi, I was so disgusting in that world that I tolerated a group of pirates like this. Byandy Wald, look at her, she started to pretend to be hostile to herself in the parallel world to whitewash herself. Momousagi, by the way, Luffy, would you like to come to the warship? I have something to talk to you about. Momousagi licked his lips and said impatiently, Forget it, there's nothing to talk about. Luffy refused. Your grandfather Garp is also waiting for you on the warship. Are you sure you don't want to go? Momousagi lied. Grandpa, isn't he in East Blue? Why did he come to Grand Line? Luffy asked doubtfully. The pirates in East Blue were almost wiped out by your grandfather, so he followed me to the Grand Line to see you, although we went to the Grand Line a step later than you. But we drove through the calm belt to reach the Grand Line, so the time to get here is the same as yours. Momousagi explained slowly. Really? Since Grandpa is really here, why didn't you just come to me instead of waiting for me on the warship? Luffy didn't believe it. Your grandpa has a sensitive identity and cannot be noticed by too many people, so he is waiting for you on the warship. So whether you want to go or not, your grandpa will be angry if you don't go." Momousagi put his hands on his hips and looked serious, not looking like he was lying. "Fine. Although I don't know why Garp came to see me. But since Grandpa wants to see him, Luffy naturally has no reason to refuse. But there is one more thing to do before going to see my grandfather. We need to calm down the civil war in Alabasta. Currently, Crocodile has been defeated. But the civil war in Alabasta continues. 1,000,000 rebels are already fighting within the kingdom. You have to stop it so that you can truly save Vivi's country." "No problem," Momousagi agreed. Although I am a little impatient to be alone with Luffy. But she also knows Alabasta's important responsibility. It will be decided whether Luffy can have the title of hero. This is crucial, so she can only endure it for a while. But then again, Luffy. Zoro points to Robin, who is standing next to them. They have not yet agreed to Robin joining. "It doesn't matter, I don't care about strength when looking for a companion. If she wants to join, let her join," Luffy said calmly. He has no requirements for finding a companion. He looks like a human being, and as a human being, just agree to be his companion. As for his strength, he doesn't care. Anyway, he is confident that he can make it stronger. "Thank you." With Luffy's words, Robin's heart was completely relieved. Without hesitation, everyone headed to Alabasta. Can be seen. The interior of Alabasta has been posted. Vivi wants to use the loudspeaker to declare Crocodile's conspiracy to seize the country to everyone. But because the rebel army and the royal army have gone crazy, coupled with the noise of various weapons clashing during the battle, can't hear Vivi's words at all. Let them calm down first. The next second, Luffy's momentum suddenly surged to the extreme. The terrifying aura continuously gushes out of his body, like the rolling waves of the sea, instantly filling the entire battlefield. The astonishing Conqueror's haki looms over almost all the rebels. The terrifying pressure made everyone who was suppressed on the spot unable to breathe. In just 1 second, all the millions of rebels' eyes turned white and they fainted. Conquerors stunned millions of people, an astonishing sight from ancient times to the present. Presented in front of everyone. Yuruj, what a powerful Conqueror's haki. Trafalgar Law, a rough estimate is that there are at least 1,000,000 people in this rebel army. Did the Straw Hat Conqueror's haki directly knock out so many people? Chapter 103, Luffy is too strong, Kizaru wants to resign, Akainu is numb with anger, I beg to Customi. Capone Beje, hundreds, millions of people. Are you kidding? Trafalgar Law, how could there be so many people? Nefeltari Vivi. Alabasta's kingdom rebel army indeed has more than 1,000,000 people. Vivi, the princess of Alabasta. She is the one who knows the number of rebels best. The number of rebels is conservatively estimated to be over 1,000,000. And Luffy just released a Conqueror's haki. There will be so many people. Everyone was shocked and fainted. Nami, that's 1,000,000 people, a whole 1,000,000 people. That Luffy actually knocked them all out at once tilde, it's so scary. Vinsmoke Sanji, let me deal with these 1,000,000 people. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill half of them even if I'm exhausted. Use up, it's so scary that Luffy. Marco, is his Conqueror's haki getting stronger again? Josie, it's not an illusion. His Conqueror's frost energy is definitely more powerful than when he first went to sea. Byandy Wald, he has only been at sea for more than half a month, but the power of his Conqueror's haki has increased so much. Gul D. Roger, hahaha, what a terrifying Conqueror's haki, Luffy. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh, this is the benefit of being able to cultivate mental strength and courage. Even without going through too many battles, you can continue to improve your Conqueror's haki. But what I didn't expect is that he is only halfway out to sea. In many months, Conqueror's haki has reached this level. Copper Jabba, with the speed he is growing at now, it will only take a few years for his Conqueror's haki power to surpass Roger's. Luffy masters the method of cultivating mental strength and courage. Conqueror's haki's power can be increased without fighting. Not to mention that Luffy is now embarking on his own adventure. Along the way, he had fought against many strong men. This can enhance his mental strength and vigor. Under double blessing. How powerful will Luffy's Conqueror's haki be in the future? It's simply unimaginable. Kuzan, what an amazing man. Poruzalino, if that straw hat boy were in our world, I would have to resign on the spot. Sakazuki, Poruzalino, what are you saying, you bastard? Resign? Are you kidding? A mere pirate makes you so scared. It's really an embarrassment to us marine. See Luffy's Conqueror's haki, stunning millions of rebels. Not only Nami and others were shocked. Even Momousagi was stunned on the spot. Your Conqueror's haki. Momousagi swallows a gulp. Luffy looks at the fainted million rebels again. This level of Conqueror's haki. It's really too amazing. Okay, so awesome. Everyone fell down. Vivi's pupils widened and she murmured in disbelief. Is this my future captain? Robin took a breath of cold air. He was so surprised that it was difficult to calm down. If you ask me to do it, I can at most stun hundreds of thousands of people with Conqueror's haki. You are worthy of being able to make so many people faint on the spot at the same time, Luffy. Ace was also surprised and couldn't help it. Zhu praised. Is this the true power of Luffy Conqueror's haki? Usopp, Nami, Sanji, and others have now awakened Conqueror's haki. But they know, with the Conqueror's haki they currently have, it can only frighten a few hundred people into fainting and hold up thousands of people. But Luffy's Conqueror's haki is hundreds of times more powerful than them. It's nothing powerful, it's just that my Conqueror's haki has a relatively wide range. Luffy shrugged and said calmly. Whether it's Luffy's observation haki or Conqueror's haki, the scope is very broad. Alabasta's royal army is large in number. But in the final analysis, they are just a group of ordinary people with weapons. As long as you stay within the coverage area of his Conqueror's haki. Even if there are 100 million or 1 billion people, he can directly shock them into fainting. After all, Conqueror's haki is a group mental attack, and its power will not be weakened by the number of people. The next step is left to you, Vivi. Luffy reminded Vivi, who was still in shock as she patted her. Although Luffy stunned 1 million rebels, but in fact, there are as many as 2 million people in Alabasta participating in the war. The original number of rebel troops was 700,000. The number of the royal army is 300,000. But Crocodile doesn't mind watching the excitement. Let Mr. 2, Zio Feng, use the clone fruit ability. He turned into a royal soldier and bullied a child. This made the rebels think that the royal army was very cruel and would not even spare ordinary people. Therefore, people from all over the country were summoned to launch an anti-war clarion call. As a result, the number of rebels has reached more than 1 million. Luffy has just stunned 1 million people now. There are still hundreds of thousands of people who were not stunned. But because they saw so many people suddenly falling down, they also stopped fighting and were in a state of confusion. The war also stopped briefly. Let's look at Vivi next. I know. After hearing Luffy's words, Vivi nodded. Then he came to the location of the royal city and picked up the loudspeaker that could broadcast to the whole country. Carefully explain the situation to the whole country. Explain all the plans of the Baroque Working Society. People who are fighting across the country after hearing Vivi's words. I also immediately realized that all of them had been tricked by Crocodile. And in the end, Vivi made a statement to the people across the country. It is no one else who saves them. It's Monkey D. Luffy. The war is now completely over. People across the country shouted Luffy's name and called him a hero. And Crocodile was also officially arrested. It seems that the things here have been dealt with. It's time for me to leave. Luffy, after I capture Blackbeard, the two of us can sit together and have a drink. After leaving these words, Ace left Alabasta. Thank you so much, Luffy. I don't even know how to repay you. Thank you for saving my country. Vivi hugged Luffy tightly and said gratefully. It takes a little effort. Don't leave Alabasta so quickly. I'll ask my father to betroth me to you when we celebrate in the evening. Vivi lay in Luffy's arms with a blushing face and whispered. Wait, Luffy, let's not talk about this now. Have you forgotten? Your grandpa is still waiting for us in the warship. It's not good to keep him waiting for a long time. Momousagi pulled Luffy to him and gave serious instructions. Wait a minute, I always feel something is weird. Is Luffy's grandfather really waiting for him on the warship? Nami said with some doubt. Of course it's true. Why did I lie to you? Momousagi said in a strong tone. Luffy, don't you have your grandfather's phone bug? Call the phone bug to make sure, otherwise I think this marine may be scammed. Nami didn't believe it. Hearing Nami's words, Luffy was about to take out the phone and talk to Garp. But Momousagi stopped him and said, Your grandfather is at the beach and not far from here. You and I can just walk there and make sure. Why bother talking on the phone? 1. With the strength you have now, even if I cheat, I can't threaten you. Besides, your grandfather is my most admired marine. I will never hurt you no matter what. Momousagi said with a serious expression. The words fall. Momousagi took Luffy to the beach. I'll be back soon. Luffy said goodbye to his companion. Indeed, just as Momousagi said. With the strength he has now. Even if the peach is free from fraud. Even if he can't be beaten, he can definitely escape. Unplayed video. Soon, the jumping rabbit took Luffy to the beach. The two boarded a warship on the coast. Your grandpa is inside. Momousagi pointed to a certain room in the cabin and said. Luffy nodded slightly and walked in. But after arriving at the house, he looked around and found that there was no one inside. Vigilant, he quickly activated observation haki. Confirmed that there is indeed no one else inside the warship. That is to say, his grandfather is not here. It's a scam. Luffy's pupils shrank, and he was about to fight. But unexpectedly, Momousagi hugged Luffy. Momousagi's sudden movement made Luffy stunned for a moment. He originally thought there was a scam and wanted to take action against Momousagi. But his observation, haki, did not feel even a little bit of fighting spirit or killing intent in Momousagi. In other words, my grandfather is really lying to me here, right? That's right. Luffy. Such a straightforward answer, Luffy didn't know how to respond. Just like that, after a few seconds of silence. So what do you want to do? Luffy asked. It's nothing, I just want to be alone with you for some time. Momousagi replied softly. I don't understand, why do you have to be alone with me? Luffy was puzzled. Did you know, Luffy? You killed a celestial dragons when you set out for the Grand Line in Log Town, but the body of that celestial dragons was discovered by the Silver Wolf Pirates. If I hadn't killed them all, destroyed their bodies, and concealed the truth, otherwise you would have been hunted down by the world government. In other words, you owe me a favor. How are you going to repay me, Luffy, for this favor? Asking for flowers. Momousagi has a wicked smile on his face, his eyes drifting away from Luffy's face. And he touched Luffy's body with his hands very dishonestly. How do you want me to repay you? Luffy asked. As the saying goes, one should repay life-saving grace with one's own body, so. Momousagi said as he pushed Luffy onto the bed. And he lay on Luffy's body and began to take off Luffy's clothes. Since the first time I met Luffy in Log Town. This makes Momousagi a little unbearable and wants to pounce on Luffy. Then I followed Luffy and sailed for more than a week. It can be said that Momousagi has spent more than a week like every second feels like a year. Now I finally meet Luffy. And successfully coaxed Luffy onto the unmanned warship. If nothing is done. Isn't it such a pity? Luffy even wanted to resist. But if you think about it carefully, what Momousagi said makes sense. If it weren't for Momousagi, the Silver Wolf Pirates would be destroyed. Otherwise, he will indeed be in trouble now. No way. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Luffy could only reluctantly obey Momousagi. After a while, Momousagi lay on the bed contentedly. Luffy put on his clothes and quickly escaped from the warship. Go find your companions. Soon it's night time. Kabura, the king of Alabasta, summoned the people of the whole country to gather together. Everyone, I have something important to announce to everyone, that is. I want to betroth my little girl Vivi to the hero who saved our country this time. He is the grandson of Naval Headquarters hero Garp, named Mon Luffy. Cobra himself was very grateful to Luffy for saving his country. In addition, Vivi has been requesting, so he agreed to betroth Vivi to Luffy. What? The person who saved our country is actually the grandson of the hero Garp. Ha, is it called Monkey D. Luffy? He is really a hero of our country. For a hero who saved our country like this, I think we have to let Marine award him a hero medal. After hearing Cobra's words, countless citizens were excited and extremely excited. Thanks also very much to Luffy. If it weren't for Luffy, in today's war, at least hundreds of thousands of them will die. And the country will be taken away by crocodile. Facing the comments of countless people in the audience, Momousagi also keenly heard someone's words and suddenly had a plan. Hero medal? Yes, hero medal. As long as we Marine can award you a hero medal, then world it would be very difficult for the government to touch you. Luffy's behavior is definitely worthy of the hero medal. After all, in the original work, Kirby was involved in the incident at Rocky Harbor on Beehive Island. He became a hero just by rescuing hundreds of hostages. And Luffy has saved hundreds of thousands of people today. How can this not be worthy of having a hero medal? Once you have this, I'm afraid it will be more difficult for the world government to move Luffy. Luffy, wait a moment. I will report this incident to Marshal Sengoku and ask him to send someone to Alabasta to award you the hero medal in person. Momousagi quickly dialed Sengoku's phone number. Report everything that happened here to Sengoku. Award a hero medal to Garp's grandson. Hearing Momousagi's words, Sengoku fell into deep thought. As a marshal, Sengoku naturally knows that the world government is eyeing Luffy. After all, he is the one who knows about the Celestial Dragons incident. Everyone can guess that Luffy killed the Celestial Dragons. In this case, award Luffy the hero medal. Sengoku feels that he alone cannot make the decision. I have to apply to the world government for Momousagi, Sengoku said seriously. Why apply to those guys? Marshal Sengoku, Luffy's achievements are fully worthy of the hero medal, plus Luffy now, but there is no bounty, Momousagi reminded. Sengoku is still hesitating. At this moment, Cobra came to Momousagi and asked, "Is that the marshal of your naval headquarters on the other side of the phone?" He just heard the conversation between Momousagi and Sengoku. Yes, Momousagi nodded. Let me tell him. Momousagi heard this and handed the phone bug to Cobra. You can feel free to award the hero medal to Garp's grandson Luffy, Marshal Marine. As for the world government, I will put pressure on you. You should know my identity. This time my country is in such big trouble. I haven't asked the world government for an explanation yet. Chapter 104, Akainu went to Alabasta to award Luffy the hero medal, and he laughed so hard. Alabasta founded world government 800 years ago. A country that is one of the descendants of 20 kings. Cobra is not even half a celestial dragons. His country is in such big trouble. World government has a great responsibility. After all, it is the 7 warlords of the sea system established by the world government. He doesn't know what Sengoku is afraid of awarding Luffy with the hero medal. But if he comes forward to put pressure, the world government can only agree. Otherwise, the Alabasta incident will be exposed to the whole world. The hundreds of countries that have joined the world government will all lose some trust in the world government. This is not what the world government wants to see. After all, it is one of the largest economic sources of the world government. That is the high amount of heavenly gold that world government member countries hand over to them every year. Once the franchised countries realize that they will hand over heavenly gold, there is no way to ensure safety. How many countries will be willing to hand over heavenly gold at that time? After hearing Cobra's words, Sengoku was silent for a moment and then agreed. I understand. I will ask Sakazuki to go to Alabasta to award the hero medal to Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku knows that, as Cobra, he puts pressure on the world government. In order to take the overall situation into consideration, the world government should and can only accept it. So he stopped asking for instructions. I directly took it upon myself to ask Admiral Sakazuki of Naval Headquarters to award Luffy the Heroic Medal. Achoku, hey guys, Tautan is going to award the Hero Medal to Straw Hat. Yuruj, what a ridiculous joke. That's Akainu, who has the reputation of absolute justice in Naval Headquarters. Trafalgar Law, I may have to see world-famous paintings later. Marco, I'm already looking forward to the sight of Akainu hanging the Hero Medal 120 on Straw Hat's chest. Jaws, just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Who is Sakazuki? The absolutely righteous Marine in Naval Headquarters. There will be no tolerance for any evil. With a heart of absolute justice, I would rather injure 1,000 people by mistake than let one thief go. This is the Marine who is feared by countless pirates around the world. But that's how it exists. Next, I'm going to Alabasta to award Luffy the Hero Medal. Byendy Wald, I thought that only the Straw Hat Boy and Akainu in our world would become friends, but I didn't expect that the Straw Hat Boy and Akainu in the parallel world would also become friends. Sakazuki, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I become Straw Hat's friend? His ability to turn enemies into friends requires fighting me 3 times to take effect, but I can definitely kill him as long as I fight him once. Sakazuki, as for the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, I just awarded him a Hero Medal, but I can still attack him if I want to. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, I have to say that Sengoku in the parallel world is also a good person. He could send anyone to Alabasta to award the Hero Medal to the Straw Hat Boy, but he chose to let Admiral Akainu go because he with the meaning of personally awarding the Laoxing Medal is very different. Now Luffy's identity is not a pirate, but the heroes who saved the franchise countries. At the same time, let Sakazuki award Luffy the Hero Medal. Once this incident is broadcast around the world, Luffy's hero title will be available in a very short time, reverberating throughout the sea. In this case, if the world government wants to touch Luffy, it has too many concerns. After all, if there is no very suitable reason, then take action against Luffy. It's the same as telling the whole world. They, the world government, are hostile to a man who saved the country and was awarded the Heroic Medal by the Marine Admiral. This has a huge impact on the prestige of the world government. Kaido of the Beasts, damn Sengoku, he really wears the same pants as that bastard Garp, so considerate of Garp's grandson. Buddha's Sengoku, don't talk nonsense, Kaido. In that parallel world, I only took into account the special characteristics of Alabasta. It is of great significance for Straw Hat to save such a country, so I asked Sakazuki to award him the Hero Medal. Douglas Bullet, that's almost it. How accurate is your explanation? Do you think that we don't know about that parallel world and that you are deliberately thinking about the Straw Hat Kid? Byendy Wald, although it is undeniable that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is really powerful to an unimaginable level, and his talent is even more so, but his background is also indispensable. If Luffy didn't have a background relationship like Garp, I believe that the death of celestial dragons can be traced to his head. The world government probably directly dispatched troops to obliterate it. And now Garp's old friend Sengoku. He also personally sent Marine Admiral to award Luffy the Hero Medal. Makes Luffy's identity even more special. This is blatantly protecting Luffy. Jaehin, it's so abominable. Marine is unfair. Apparently the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world killed a celestial dragons. Quinn, Marine is so dark that he awarded a Hero Medal to someone who killed the celestial dragons. Jack, is that true? Everyone in Marine is indeed the Straw Hat guy. John, that Straw Hat Boy has great strength in his own right, and with the many backgrounds within Marine protecting him, he is truly invincible now. Silver Axe, damn, I don't want Straw Hat's talent anymore, give me Straw Hat's background. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, what the hell are the Marines in that parallel world doing? They are really many Marines in the parallel world who have been confused. Momousagi helps Luffy hide the truth about killing celestial dragons. Garp warned Luffy not to take action against Marine, and helped Luffy avoid the attention of the world government. Sengoku sent Admiral Sakazuki directly without their permission. Award Luffy a hero medal and provide hero status protection. It's a pity that they are still kept in the dark about that parallel world. Buddha's Sengoku. Let me say it first, Mr. Five Elders, what people in the parallel world do is none of my business. Momousagi. The Momousagi in the parallel world is me, but I'm not her. Will Admiral come in person to award Luffy the hero medal? Hearing Sengoku's words, Momousagi was also shocked. She naturally knows what it means for an admiral to personally award Luffy the hero medal. Anyway, that's it for now. Sengoku hung up the phone bug after leaving these words. After hanging up the phone, he asked Sakazuki to go to Alabasta. Naval headquarters awarded Luffy the hero medal on behalf of them. The next thing to deal with is the vacant position of 7 warlords of the sea, which needs to be filled, otherwise the sea will become chaotic. Crocodile lost, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea positions became vacant. They have to fill it as soon as possible. The other side. Alabasta. Great Luffy, with Admiral personally awarding you the hero medal, I dare say that unless you do something very bad, the world government will never dare to take action against you. Momousagi holds Luffy's hand excitedly. Really, thank you, Luffy thanked. But not before being completely invincible. It is indeed a good thing not to be targeted by the world government. Let's go, Luffy, we are invited to celebrate today. 1. Momousagi takes Luffy and prepares to take him to have a drink to celebrate. Accompanied by Nami, Robin, Vivi, and others. A few people soon arrived at Vivi's room in the palace. Speaking of which, where did Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper go? Luffy looked around and found that the 3 figures were nowhere to be seen. As for Zoro, he is not used to so many people going to the roof of the palace to drink alone. Ignore them, come on, drink some more Luffy. Momousagi pours Luffy a glass of wine. I'm underage now, so I can't drink too much. Luffy wanted to refuse. No, Luffy, today is a very worthy celebration. After all, it is the day when you defeated Crocodile and your father betrothed me to you. You must drink more. Vivi starts pouring wine into Luffy's other glass. Drink more, Luffy. Nami laughed while holding Luffy's arm. Achoku, I'm so jealous. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. John, with marine pirates and a princess, this guy is so damn happy. Quinn, this asshole's daily life is a distant dream for me. Byandy Wald, I am in Impel Down. What kind of sleeping position should I use to have such a dream? Magellan, you just stay in this dark Impel Down forever. Byandy Wald, damn Magellan, do you want to control me even in my dreams? Can I ask one thing, Luffy? Are you really sure you want me to get on your ship? I am the target of the world government's attention. If you really let me go with you, you may be in danger. Robin was a little confused, said worriedly. Well, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. Luffy shrugged and said calmly. No, if you say that, I happen to want to get on your boat even more. Robin chuckled. That's it. But I'm not useless. After all, do you know why Crocodile wanted to seize this country? Robin said slowly. Why? Because ancient weapon. He wants to get the Pluton battleship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, and the historical text recording the location of the Pluton battleship is here Alabasta. Robin said truthfully. Doflamingo, Pluton battleship, that legendary ancient weapon in Alabasta. Douglas Bullet, I asked you how could you take such a big risk to seize the throne of a country that is a member of the world government. It turned out to be for the Pluton battleship. Achoku, it's really unexpected. The Pluton battleship that is said to destroy the world is actually in Alabasta. Crocodile, if it hadn't been for that nasty straw hat boy, I would have gotten the Pluton battleship by now. Buddha's Sengoku, it's really dangerous. Fortunately, that straw hat boy is here. If a bastard like you gets the Pluton battleship, then that's okay. Kong, ahem. Sengoku pays attention to his words and deeds. Buddha Sengoku. Pluton battleship. Is it the Pluton battleship that claims to be able to destroy an island with one shot? Momousagi was surprised when he heard this. Destroy an island with one shot. Nami and Vivi were stunned when they heard this. What kind of powerful warship is it that can destroy an island with one shot? Yes, every ancient weapon claims to be able to destroy the world, and the same goes for the Pluton battleship. The reason why I can stay with Crocodile is precisely because I can see. Get the historical text, Robin continued. Is that so? Vivi nodded as if she understood. So is the Pluton battleship really in Alabasta? Luffy asked. No, it's not there. Alabasta should just record the location of the Pluton battleship. If you want to know where it is, I can take you to store the historical text tomorrow. Place, Robin replied. Yeah, Luffy nodded and stopped asking. Speaking of which, Nico Robin, there are rumors that you destroyed several battleships and escaped when you were 8 years old. Is this true? Momousagi asked seriously. The reason why Robin has such a high bounty. It is precisely because of the rumors that she destroyed several warships and possesses demonic power. How is it possible? How could I do such a thing when I was only 8 years old? It was Admiral Aokiji from Naval Headquarters who helped me escape. Robin shook his head in denial. Mr. Kuzan, Momousagi was slightly startled. Robin took a sip of wine, and the next second her face turned gloomy. I will never forget what I witnessed more than 10 years ago, that abominable Marine Admiral. Akainu killed innocent refugees in Ohara. The scholars of Ohara who studied historical texts were killed. Robin has nothing to say. His own mother was also involved. Although Robin was in pain, he had nothing to say. After all, this is their punishment for violating the restricted area of world government. But there are innocent civilians in Ohara too. They did not participate in the research, and even said they knew nothing about the historical text. But they were bombarded by Sakazuki's order. Buddha's Sengoku were innocent people in Ohara also killed. Why didn't you report this to me, Sakazuki? Kong, you've gone a little too far, Sakazuki. We just ordered you to destroy Ohara, a scholar who studied the 3.4 historical text. Why did you kill innocent people? Sakazuki, who can be sure if there are 10 scholars who study historical texts hidden among those Ohara refugees? I just did this to avoid future troubles. Crane, if there are really hidden Ohara scholars in those refugee camps, then wouldn't it be better to investigate them and then execute them? Why go to such an extreme and kill the refugees as well? Sakazuki, Kaido of the Beasts, giggle, he is indeed a marine with the name of a dog. What he does is really crazy. Rox D. Zebek, codename Akainu, it certainly deserves its name. Sakazuki, HMPH, I'm too lazy to argue with you damn pirates. I don't think I did anything wrong. Akainu, is that the person who will come to Alabasta to award me the hero medal? Luffy frowned slightly. That's right, Robin nodded. Really? Luffy's eyes showed a little murderous intent. Although I didn't get along with Robin for a short time. But the other party is already my companion. Luffy is a defensive person. This can be regarded as learning from his grandfather Garp. Now I know that the person who is about to award him the hero medal is Robin's enemy. Luffy naturally doesn't want to let Sakazuki go easily. Wait a minute, Luffy, don't be impulsive. Sakazuki's admiral is much stronger than me. You must not make an enemy of him, let alone whether you can win. Once we fight, you may be noticed by Marine and world government. In this case, the title of Amulet Hero given to you will not be able to protect you. Seeing that Luffy has the idea of fighting with Sakazuki, Momousagi quickly persuaded him. I'm not that stupid, I'm just competing with him, Luffy said calmly. Chapter 105, Cultivating the 5th level of Nika form, the most powerful power of the god fruit. Luffy is a very sensible person. He knows that if he fights Sakazuki as an enemy, then you will be in trouble. At the same time, it will also cause trouble for your companions. It's also a waste of Momousagi, Garp, Sengoku, and others' concern for him. But what if we don't fight Sakazuki as an enemy? It's just a matter of discussion. I believe Sakazuki will not refuse. It just so happens that Luffy has never fought against the real Admiral. Admiral is one of the true strongest men in the sea. If you fight seriously with such a person, It allows Luffy to see where he has some shortcomings. Achoku, it seems that the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world is going to fight Akainu. Byandy Wald. One side is the strongest genius monster in that parallel world since ancient times, and the other side is the current admiral of headquarters. What will the competition between the two of them be like? Gul D. Roger, hahaha, I'm really looking forward to it. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. I always feel that Luffy's fourth gear form is not the strongest ability he developed as Devil Fruit. I believe that if he really fights Akainu, we can see his stronger power. Ghost Spider, HMPH. It is undeniable that the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world is indeed very strong, with the terrifying Devil Fruit development and the powerful Haki, but he will definitely not be Sakazuki Admiral's opponent. Doberman, that's right. Sakazuki Admiral is the strongest admiral of our naval headquarters. As the highest combat power of naval headquarters, it symbolizes the appearance of our marine. Such a strong man is simply not something that the Straw Hat Boy can deal with. Doberman, in my opinion, if the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world really dares to compete with Sakazuki Admiral will definitely kill him. Achoku, that's almost it. No matter how ferocious that mad dog Akainu is, would he dare to kill a hero who saved the countries that join the world government? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. You're not fighting a life-or-death battle, but you still want to kill that Straw Hat Boy. Ghost Spider, even if he doesn't die, that Straw Hat Boy will definitely be seriously injured. He has no qualifications to fight Sakazuki Admiral. Nami, don't underestimate the captain of our world. 11. Rorinoa Zoro. That's right, don't underestimate the captain of our world. Vinsmoke Sanji. In my opinion, Luffy in that parallel world should be evenly matched with Akainu. Kaido of the Beasts, we are evenly matched, you little brat really likes to joke around. Although I hate Marine, that Akainu is much stronger than you think, not to mention his devil fruit. Restrain the Straw Hat. Charlotte Linlin, mama, don't you think that the Straw Hat Kid is stronger, because he saw that the Straw Hat Kid was almost evenly matched with the naval headquarters alternate Admiral Momousagi in swordsmanship when we were in Log Town? Can the devil fruit ability compete with the real admiral? Charlotte Linlin, stop it. It's impossible to have evenly matched capital. I believe you can also see that Marine named Momousagi has a lot of affection for Straw Hat Boy because he is Garp's grandson, so fighting is useless. With all your strength, you haven't even crossed Taufin yet, and you still want to compete with the real admiral. Not that she was bragging about Sakazuki's abilities. It's the strength she thinks Luffy has now. He is not worthy of being on an equal footing with these generals and emperors. Rox D. Golden Lion Shiki, do you like that Straw Hat Boy Rox? Rox D. Douglas Bullet, in my opinion, Straw Hat Boy is strong enough to fight that mad dog Akainu, but he will definitely not win. As for evenly matched, it is impossible to achieve it, but it will not be too much of a disadvantage. It was completely impossible to fight. Edward Newgate, Kula la la. No matter what the outcome of this battle will be, I believe the process will be exciting. After all, that Straw Hat Boy is only 17 years old now. Marco, if I had been allowed to fight an admiral at the age of 17, I would have been killed directly. I don't know how far that Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world could fight an admiral. Nowadays, people in the chat room. Everyone is looking forward to the battle between Luffy and Sakazuki. Seriously, after all. So far, no enemy has been able to force Luffy to use his full strength. But if the opponent is Sakazuki, they actually think that Luffy will definitely try his best. As for how much it means to use all your strength, no one knows this kind of thing. Unplayed video. Would you like to discuss? That's fine, but you have to be careful. Sakazuki Admiral's Devil Fruit is Lava Fruit, which has extremely strong destructive power and temperature. The devil fruit you eat is rubber fruit, right? You're devil if you fight Sakazuki Admiral with fruit ability, you won't have the upper hand. If you realize that you are not your opponent, you must stop knowing in time. Momousagi warned seriously. Rubber fruit's nemesis is fire, magma, and swords. Obviously, Sakazuki's extremely high-temperature magma is very restrained by Luffy. Momousagi doesn't want Luffy to get hurt. I know, Luffy nodded. Don't just chat, Luffy, hurry up and drink, Vivi urged. Soon. Under the coaxing of several people, Luffy drank a lot of wine. Luffy, how do you feel? What is this? Nami shook the dizzy Luffy, stretched out 3 fingers and asked. Luffy glanced at Nami's outstretched fingers and fainted in the next second. Luffy. Vivi shook Luffy's body, but Luffy showed no sign of waking up. Well, my father has already betrothed me to Luffy, so tonight is the wedding night for me and Luffy. It's getting late today. You all should go back to your respective rooms. This is my room. Vivi glanced at Nami and others who were watching eagerly beside her and reminded. We are good sisters, Vivi. How can you bear to kick us out? Nami disagreed. Yeah, how could you bear to kick us out? Robin said with a smile on his lips. Vivi fell into deep thought, thinking about how to drive several people away from Dr. Tian. Then leave Luffy here. Luffy is Mr. Garp's grandson, and I received a lot of care from Mr. Garp at Marine, so I should take care of Luffy, who is drunk now. You guys can sleep together here. I'll take Luffy back to the warship and throw him away. Momousagi picked up Luffy and planned to take him back to the warship. Wait, no matter what, you are also Marine and I can't trust you. What if I ask you to take Luffy away if you are in danger? Nami quickly stopped him. How could it be? Luffy is Mr. Garp's grandson. How could I hurt him? Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of him. Tauman licked the corner of his mouth impatiently and said, She can't wait to take Luffy to the warship to be alone. No matter what, we will not let you take him away alone. Seeing that Momousagi wanted to take Luffy away, Nami and Vivi quickly stopped in front of her. Seeing that the situation is at a stalemate. At this moment, Luo Qing took a sip of wine and suggested, Why don't we sleep together? Sleep together, 5 of us, Vivi suddenly blushed. Although she had slept with Nami and Luffy before. But now 5 people sleep together. She is still a little shy. This proposal is not bad, but I will never allow you to take Luffy away alone. Nami crossed his arms and looked at Momousagi forcefully. Anyway, Nami is Luffy's crew member and has already boarded Luffy's ship. There are many opportunities to sleep with Luffy. She did not reject the suggestion of sleeping together, but she firmly does not allow Momousagi to take Luffy away alone. All right. Seeing that Nami's attitude has been revealed, Momousagi has no choice but to agree to Robin's proposal. Then, 5 people sleep together. Luffy woke up the next day and found that his clothes were not on him. Still lying next to me are naked Nami, Robin, Vivi, and Leaping Rabbit. I drank too much yesterday, forget it. Luffy put on his clothes and got up without paying much attention. Playing video. Luffy got up and went to the top of the palace, where he saw Zoro, who was sleeping. Beside Zoro, there are several wine bottles. Zoro probably slept here all night, right? Luffy scratched his head and asked. Luffy. At this moment, Sanji's voice came from behind Luffy. And behind Sanji is Usopp. What's wrong with you two? Luffy asked. We're looking for you, Luffy, Sanji said. Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Luffy's head was filled with questions. Sanji did not reply when he heard this, but raised the corners of his mouth, slowly raised his feet, and said proudly after covering his feet with haki. Luffy, look at my feet, what are these? And me, Luffy. Usopp also covered haki with his fist. Conqueror's entanglement, you have learned it, not bad. Luffy nodded and praised. Sanji and Usopp have awakened Conqueror's haki so far. It has been more than a week. Being able to master Conqueror's entanglement is expected. Usopp, Conqueror's entanglement. I actually learned Conqueror's entanglement. Vinsmoke Sanji. I can definitely learn what the green algae head knows. I am really worthy of being the me in that parallel world. I am so capable. Yuruj, Conqueror's entanglement. These 2 guys actually learned Conqueror's entanglement. John, it's really exaggerated. Conqueror's entanglement, the strongest power in the sea, seems to be the power of bad streets in the parallel world. Anyone can learn it. And it only takes less than half a month to learn. even knowing that Luffy has a strong teaching ability, and completely understand Haki. But seeing a random character under Luffy's direction can awaken Conquerors and master Conqueror's entanglement. Achuku is still full of surprise in his heart. After all, Batang is the most powerful force in the world. Normal people awaken to dominate. That can already be called one of the strong men standing at the top of the sea. But Usopp, Sanji, and the others half a month ago. He's just a small character who has trouble dealing with pirates with a bounty of millions on his head. But after following Luffy for a few weeks, a completely different situation took place. Who is not surprised to see this? Achoku, no. Even in that parallel world, Conqueror's entanglement was not a bad ability. It was purely because they were lucky enough to get on the Straw Hat Boys' ship. That's why you can learn Conqueror's winding. Parallel world and their world. Actually, there is not much difference. Garp is still Garp. Sengoku is still Sengoku. But the only variable is Luffy. Luffy's talent is heaven-defying, and he has mastered so many things. Yuzo, Sanji, Zoro, 3 of them can be at this stage. Learn the strongest power of the sea, Conqueror's entanglement. Simply because Luffy can teach and can teach. Without Luffy. Not to mention, they have mastered Conqueror's entanglement. Even say it takes a lifetime. Whether Conqueror's Haki will be able to awaken is still unknown. After all, to awaken Conqueror's Haki, you need to have the posture of a king. Binding walled. So far, the Straw Hat Boy himself plus his companions, there are 4 people who have mastered the power of Conqueror's entanglement, and the one named Na. The beautiful little girl has also awakened Conqueror's Haki. I believe it won't be long before she will master the power of Haki. Roxd. Our pirate group now has 4 people who have mastered Conqueror's entanglement. Roxd. Even stronger. The Rocks pirate he commanded. Although each of them is a top powerhouse. But these strong men are not very obedient to discipline. But Luffy's pirate group is different. All companions are trustworthy. All are very loyal to Luffy. The overall strength of such a pirate group in the future will definitely surpass his Rocks pirate. And it will become the strongest pirate group ever. Every crew member on the ship will fight with all their strength for Luffy. Rocks makes me envious just thinking about it. At that time, his own Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki, and others. If only he could be loyal to himself, like Luffy's companions. He will never die in the Valley of Gods. We practiced all night yesterday, and finally learned this power. Sanji and Usopp said proudly. Yes, you have initially mastered Batang, and you are now somewhat capable. But then again, where is Chopper? Luffy looked around, but Chopper was nowhere to be seen. It was practicing the armed color and observation Haki you taught us all night long last night. It was still looking for you with the 2 of us just now, but it was too busy and went to bed first. Usopp explained. Actually, Sanji and Usopp are also very sleepy. But in order to show off to Luffy immediately, they learned how to dominate. This is how I lasted until now. Yeah. Luffy nods. You are all working hard to become stronger. I can't lag behind. I have to work harder to practice and strive to cultivate the 5th gear form as soon as possible. I am no longer close to the 5th gear form now. Far. Luffy developed the 4th gear a few years ago. Now we are not far away from mastering 5th gear. I beg you to customize it and order it all. Chapter 106, Roger. Akainu regretted giving Luffy the hero medal before he died. 5th gear, what is that? Devil Fruit Awakens, Luffy said truthfully. Uruj, Devil Fruit Awakens. This guy's Devil Fruit Awakens. Trafalgar Law. No, he hasn't awakened yet, but judging from what he means, awakening is no longer an option. Capone Bajet, he is practicing taijutsu, swordsmanship, and haki at the same time, and Devil Fruit's awakening is only 1 step away. What kind of monster is this guy? Vinsmoke Sanji. Will Luffy's Devil Fruit awakening be powerful? Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. The devil fruit that Luffy eats is the devil fruit with the name of God, the human fruit fantasy beast species, the sun god Nika form. After this devil fruit awakens, The battle will be like a Pegasus action with the most incredible abilities. The power of Usopp is this, so powerful. Roronoa Zoro, why don't you two have better memories than me? Didn't you already talk about Luffy's devil fruit before? Gall D. Roger, the devil fruit that Luffy eats is undoubtedly one of the strongest devil fruits in the sea. I believe you have seen the conversation between the so-called I Am and the 5 elders before, right? No one has awakened from devil fruit for 800 years. Rubber fruit is in this ocean. It has been circulating for 800 years. These 800 years never fell into the hands of their world government. You can imagine this devil fruit. At least it has had dozens of generations of owners. But no one can wake up. You can imagine how difficult it is to awaken this devil fruit. Let's talk about how powerful this devil fruit was before it was awakened. There is no doubt that nature is not strong, whether it's 2nd gear or 4th gear, although it can greatly improve the strength. But it's really not as obvious as the strength improvement of other phantom beast species. If this devil fruit has not awakened, it will not be comparable to other phantom beast species. But if you can wake up, then the level of this devil fruit will directly surpass the fantasy beast species by a large margin. Like Luffy on Ghost Island, after not awakening the 5th level Nika form. Continuous challenge Kaido is like this, but he is no match at all. But after awakening the 5th level Nika form, defeated Kaido directly. Rocks D after that, what kind of power will it have? After any devil fruit awakens, it will greatly enhance the user's strength. Not to mention, what Luffy eats is the most powerful phantom beast, devil fruit. Once you wake up, Luffy's strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, the strongest devil fruit ability, paired with the scariest talent, fun, it's so fun. Porzolino is devil fruit about to awaken, it's really scary. Kuzan, I'm afraid that parallel world is going to be in chaos. Sakazuki, it's really tricky. Jago Lucia Satan, damn it, are you kidding me? That straw hat boy from the parallel world is going to awaken the devil fruit of God. Luffy, who saw the parallel world, admitted it himself. He is not far away from awakening devil fruit. The group of 5 elders suddenly panicked. To know what they are most afraid of. That's Luffy, who has awakened the devil fruit. Because the power after awakening is too powerful. Coupled with that flat world Luffy's unprecedented talent. One can imagine. What terrible enemies will they face in this peaceful world? Marcus Maz, trouble, we must eliminate that straw hat boy as soon as possible. His hidden danger is countless times greater than we imagined. If they could go to a parallel world now, they will definitely rush directly to Pangu City to find I Am. Directly ask for instructions to kill Luffy. Otherwise, raising tigers will be a disaster, and the consequences will be endless. Topman Vauchery. It's all the fault of those bastard Marines from the Flat World. If they hadn't concealed the incident of Straw Hat killing the celestial dragons, otherwise that Straw Hat would definitely be dead by now. Saint Isenbalin Venus Zero. I hope that we in that parallel world can realize his threat early, and we will definitely kill him even if it offends everyone. If it were them, I don't even care if I offend Garp now. Will it offend half of the top brass at Naval headquarters? Luffy must be killed. And evil devil fruit awakens. Is your devil fruit about to awaken? Sanji was startled. No, it's just fast, but I don't know exactly how long it will take. Luffy shook his head. Mainly because Luffy practices and studies too many things. As a result, he did not put all his focus on developing devil fruit. But even so, Luffy feels that he is not far away from awakening the devil fruit. Let's not talk about this for now. Next, let me teach you how to cultivate your body. Although you have awakened and mastered Conqueror's haki now, you will not be too strong in battle if your physical strength cannot keep up. Although, Luffy only spent less than half a month. This made Sanji and Usopp completely transformed. In terms of strength, they are definitely not weak now. But their physiques are still above average. You must know that the battle is a protracted war. Like those top strong men, they can fight for days and nights at every turn. As for Sanji and Usopp's physiques, they may have to fight for several hours without breathing. Ihai. After hearing Luffy's words, Sanji and Usopp's sleepiness was instantly gone. Don't even bother going to bed after a long day. They just want to become stronger now. Become strong enough to be called Luffy's companion and crew member. A few more days have passed. During the past few days, Luffy and others have been staying in Alabasta. During this period, Nami also mastered the power of Conqueror's entanglement. So far, Luffy's companions accept Chopper and Robin. All Conqueror's Haki members holding the Tyrant. And of course, Luffy did not neglect the training of Chopper and Luoshi. Chopper has been training for nearly a week. Now I have successfully mastered the two-color Haki. As for whether Conqueror's Haki will awaken or not, this is unknown. Although Robin has been practicing armed color and observation Haki for only a few days. But she also mastered it. After all, Robin has been on the run on the sea for more than 10 years. Exploring in disguise, I have experienced my own body. So it is faster to master the two-color Haki than Chopper. At the same time, Luffy is led by Robin. I went to the place under the palace where the historical text of the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship is recorded. Finally, they found out. The Pluton battleship is Wano Kuni in the New World. This day, the entire population of Alabasta gathered on the coast. I saw a marine warship docked on the coast. And the person standing at the bow of the marine battleship is no one else. It is the highest combat power of the current naval headquarters. Marine Admiral Sakazuki, codename Akainu. Behind Sakazuki stood Ghost Spider and Doberman. Both of these two are vice admirals of naval headquarters. Also a hawk. They admire Sakazuki with great loyalty. Douglas Bullet, it's coming, it's coming. The current naval headquarters Admiral Akainu'S is coming. John, the award ceremony is about to begin, right? I can't wait. Silver Axe. No, I almost want to laugh now. Just imagining the scene of Akainu awarding the hero medal to Straw Hat makes me laugh to death. Josie, although the Straw Hat boy from the parallel world has indeed done nothing bad now, he is destined to be the enemy of the world in the future. Such a man will be awarded the hero medal by Akainu himself. It's so funny. Luffy dreams of becoming the freest man in the sea. This also determines that Luffy will definitely be an enemy of Marine and the world government in the future. After all, if you can't dominate these behemoths, how can Luffy become the freest person in the sea? There is no doubt that Luffy and Sakazuki will be each other's biggest enemies in the future. After all, as a Marine, Sakazuki hates those people who disrupt the order of the sea the most. And Luffy will definitely become the person who turns the world upside down in the future. These two are absolutely opposite and have no chance of becoming friends. Two people who would even kill each other with their lives. Next, they actually had to stand together. Sakazuki even awarded Luffy the hero medal symbolizing honor with a smile. Just thinking about this scene, not many people can hold back their laughter. Byendy Wald. A few years later, Akainu suddenly woke up from his dream in the middle of the night, sat up and shouted, "Why on earth did I award a hero medal to this guy?" 17. Bista, isn't your version wrong? Shouldn't it be Akainu who suddenly woke up from his dream in the middle of the night with a broken leg? Razoroo, another broken arm would be perfect. Yasop, wouldn't it be better to break both arms? Golden Lion Shiki, if it doesn't work, just 2 legs and 2 arms are broken. I woke up from my dream and sat up. I shouted and went through the process. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, your guess is not rigorous, Shiki. 2 legs and 2 arms are broken. How did he sit up? Gall D. Roger, why don't we just die? Before Akainu died, he kept muttering, "Why the hell did I award the hero medal to Luffy?" Copper Jabba, you are cruel enough, Roger. If you open your mouth, Akainu will die. Marco, I agree with Roger's version. Jaws, agree +1. Cracker, agree +1. Perospero, agree +1. Kuzan, hey, you pirates have gone too far. How can you curse Sakazuki in that parallel world to have his legs broken or even die? Porzolino, that's right, that's too much for you guys. Buddha's Sengoku, That parallel world is just a hero awarding ceremony. Why can you guess so many impossible things for no reason? Edward Newgate. Kula la la. This is not a groundless conjecture, Sengoku. There is a high probability that this will actually happen. Rox D. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Indeed, I also feel that it is more likely to scold Sengoku. After all, it was Sengoku who personally ordered him to go to Alabasta to award the hero medal to the Straw Hat Kid. Douglas Bullet. Perhaps a few years later, the person Akainu hated most was no longer the pirate, but that bastard Sengoku. He wondered why Sengoku would paint his life with black ink and give awards to 3 heinous people. Hero set. Golden Lion Shiki. Akainu woke up from his dream in the middle of the night. No, is this Sengoku sick? I have to kill him. Sakazuki, nonsense. How could I hate Mr. Sengoku? Stop talking nonsense, you damn pirates. Jaehin, okay, stop arguing. The award ceremony for Straw Hat Boy is about to begin. Big Admiral. It's actually Admiral. Hey, are you kidding? Admiral is here. Our Alabasta hero is so proud that he actually asked an admiral to come over and personally award him the hero medal. See Admiral coming in person. Everyone in Alabasta was shocked. After all, Admiral is a legendary person. He is the strong man standing at the top of the sea. It is impossible for ordinary people to see a vice admiral of naval headquarters even in their lifetime. Not to mention seeing an admiral appear. Sakazuki, shocked by the support of many people, came to the shore from the stairs on the warship, then slowly walked towards the center of Alabasta. In the center of Alabasta, there is a large platform. Standing on the stage is Luffy with his hands behind his back, waiting to be awarded the award by Sakazuki. Momousagi, Nami, Sanji, and others stood in the audience. Of course, Zoro and Robin were not present. After all, they are also pirates with bounties on their heads. Of course, I can't appear in front of Sakazuki. At the same time, Momousagi also found one of the 6 kings of the dark underground world. President of World News Agency, Morgans. Momousagi wants to use the power of news and public opinion. Let the news of Sakazuki awarding Luffy the award spread all over the world. If this happens, Luffy will become a world-famous hero. Does the world government dare to touch such heroes? Obviously, if you still dare to move. What they need to take into consideration is not just Garp, but there are people all over the world who are heroic. Big news, it really is big news. The Admiral of Naval Headquarters actually came to award the hero medal in person. This news will definitely shock the world. Morgans holds a camera and keeps taking pictures of Sakazuki and Luffy. I am even more excited inside. Is that the Admiral from Naval Headquarters? The aura on his body is really shocking and terrifying. Use up swallowed. Just use observation haki to feel Sakazuki's aura. It will be clear what a terrible man he is. Standing at the top of this sea is Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Naval Headquarters who has the highest combat power of the Naval Headquarters. A man of this caliber can probably kill me with one blow. 1. Cold sweat broke out on Sanji's forehead. He lit a cigarette and said, Sanji and Usopp practice haki more and more. The more clearly you can understand how powerful a person of Sakazuki's level is. Fortunately, he came today just to award the hero medal to Luffy. If such a strong man were our enemy, it's hard to imagine what kind of dilemma we would face. Chopper also said with some fear, although they are fully aware of Luffy's strength. But Sakazuki's powerful momentum. Let them not dare to be enemies with Luffy, even if they are around him. Now, the 107th award ceremony ended. Luffy knocked out Akainu with one punch. Please beg for custom order. Not far away, Momousagi crossed his arms on his chest, looking at Sakazuki with a solemn expression, then looked at Luffy and whispered to himself, Be careful, Luffy. She knows that Luffy wants to compete with Sakazuki. But even if it's just a discussion, Momousagi is still a little worried. After all, Sakazuki's devil fruit ability is magma. This devil fruit has the title of having the strongest single target attack power. You can imagine what kind of destructive power it has, Zhang. And Luffy happens to be a rubber body. I was too restrained by this devil fruit. While everyone watching was thinking a lot, Kabura, the king of Alabasta, respectfully came to Sakazuki and bowed slightly. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Admiral Sakazuki of Naval Headquarters. Thank you for coming in person. You don't have to be so polite, Brother Cabra. I came here under the order of Mr. Sengoku. I believe that is Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Sakazuki looked at Luffy and said, after setting my sights on Luffy, Sakazuki then began to look at Luffy. Just using observation haki, he couldn't feel Luffy's weakness. But he knows that Luffy is not as simple as he seems. After all, he also knew that Luffy defeated Crocodile. As for Momousagi and Luffy's discussion in Log Town, he didn't know it. Because of that sparring incident, Sengoku also deliberately concealed it. This is because I don't want more Marine executives to notice Luffy. That's right, thanks to Luffy, I was saved in my country. His appearance not only prevented the hateful 7 warlords of the sea crocodile from seizing my country, but also caused hundreds of thousands of people to die under the gunfire of the war. Such a person deserves to be awarded the Medal of Heroes, Cabra said solemnly. Indeed, as you said, such a hero does deserve the hero medal. Sakazuki agreed. To be able to defeat the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, I am truly worthy of being the grandson of that hero Garp. Ghost Spider sighed. But then again, since he is Mr. Garp's grandson, why doesn't he join our marine? Doberman became confused. Currently, Luffy has no bounty, and there is no pirate flag flying on the ship. So they naturally didn't treat Luffy as a pirate. As for the fact that Luffy has Pirate Zoro under his command, they don't know either. Because Marine on this sea reported to the superiors about Luffy. All handled by Sengoku himself. Sengoku does know that there is a pirate named Zoro on Luffy's ship. But others don't know. Unless you go to inquire deliberately or see it with your own eyes. Who knows? Ghost Spider shook his head, he didn't know why. Soon, Sakazuki came to the huge platform in the center and came to Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, in view of your saving Alabasta and preventing the tragedy of the hateful pirate crocodile from taking over the country, I, Admiral of Headquarters Sakazuki, specially conduct an award ceremony for you. The words fall. Sakazuki hangs a hero medal on Luffy's chest. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he patted Luffy on the shoulder and said, "You are the real hero. Monkey protects Luffy." "Thank you," Luffy also responded politely. "Hero. Hero. Hero." Countless Alabasta citizens in the audience cheered. "Achukut hahaha. I laugh so hard, Akainu. Monkey D. Luffy, you are the real hero." Marco, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was really Akainu. Jaws, although I have imagined the scene of Akainu awarding the hero medal to Straw Hat in my mind countless times, and I have also laughed many times, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Douglas Bullet, the dignified admiral of the Naval Headquarters, actually killed the celestial dragons and will be awarded the hero medal to the Straw Hat Boy who will turn Dead Daxon upside down in the future. All I can say is that it's you, Jian. Bista, if the dead celestial dragons Saint Rhodes sees this scene, he will probably crawl out of his grave to cause trouble for Akainu. John, Akainu in that parallel world had better not sleep too much at night. Otherwise, the dead celestial dragons will choke you while you sleep. Silver Axe, I guess we can't lock Akainu's throat since everyone is dead, but I think Akainu in the flat world will definitely have nightmares about Rhodes Saint every night when he sleeps in the future. Rhodes Saint, bastard Akainu, what are you doing? Why did you award the hero medal to the person who killed me in the parallel world? Are you out of your mind? Quinn, did I show up? Jaehin, he is indeed a celestial dragons. I can feel his stupidity just by the tone of his voice. Sakazuki, sorry Saint Rhodes, it's not me who awarded the hero medal to Straw Hat Boy. It's me in the parallel world who doesn't care about my business. Rhodes Saint, HMPH, you Marines killed me in another world, don't think I will let you go easily. Kaido of the Beasts, Akainu, why are you afraid of him? Who are you afraid of with the title of Mad Dog? His fist was covered with lava and he punched his head off. Charlotte Linlin. That's right, Akainu. Why should your majestic naval headquarters admiral be so angry? Just shoot him in the head with Dark Hound. Golden Lion Shiki. Akainu is thinking that I am an admiral after all. If you dare to scold me again, I will turn you into ashes. Road Saint, what? Akainu, you damn thing actually want to rebel. Sakazuki, no, I don't have Saint Roads. That's what those damn pirates said. I don't have this idea myself. Golden Lion Shiki. No need to thank me, Akainu. I helped you express what was on your mind. Sakazuki, shut up, damn Shiki. What the hell? Sakazuki is numb now. The self in the parallel world doesn't know much about Luffy. Following Sengoku's orders, Luffy was awarded the Hero Medal. That in itself made him angry. Now I am being targeted and abused like this by celestial dragons in the chat room. The pirates were still making fire nearby. Sakazuki really wants to punch him right now. Melt them all. Trafalgar Law, what I have to care about is that after the Straw Hat boss in our world defeated Crocodile, he was offered a bounty of 100 million Baileys. After the Straw Hat boss in the parallel world defeated Crocodile, he was directly awarded the Medal of Heroes by Admiral Akainu. What a contrast. Capone Bajet, one became a vicious pirate that everyone shouted to beat, and the other became a world-famous hero. They are both Straw Hat boys. The gap is really too big. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. We can see this wonderful scene thanks to the female Marine Momousagi. It was she who suggested that the naval headquarters award the heroic medal to the Straw Hat boy. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Sengoku also contributed a lot, sending Akainu here directly. Copper Jabba, we have the same background, but the Straw Hat boy in our world has not made good use of it yet. The Straw Hat boy in another parallel world has used his background to quell the Celestial Dragons incident, awarded the Hero Medal, and won the world-renowned the title of hero. Monkey D. Luffy, are you interested in joining Marine? Sakazuki invited. The information about Luffy was deliberately concealed by Sengoku. So now Sakazuki only thinks that Luffy is going out to sea for fun. By the way, defeat Crocodile in Alabasta. So he wants to invite Luffy to join Marine. No, I have no interest in joining Marine. Luffy shook his head. Not to mention that the Marine system is hierarchical, with subordinates obeying their superiors, and there is no freedom at all. And once you become a Marine Admiral, a Marshal, it is equivalent to becoming a direct subordinate of Celestial Dragons. Became the loyal dog of Celestial Dragons. This is why Garp has always refused to be promoted to Admiral. I don't want to be ordered directly by Celestial Dragons. And Luffy faces Marine under this system. Of course I don't like it. Really, it's regrettable. Sakazuki didn't say anything after hearing this. But having said that, Mr. Sakazuki, do you have time now? Luffy suddenly asked. Is there anything you want to ask me for? If possible, I would like to compete with you and see the strength of Admiral of Headquarters. Luffy replied truthfully. The only way is to fight and engage in actual combat with the strong. Only in order to realize one's own shortcomings to the greatest extent. In order to improve and become stronger. Luffy now has the idea to avenge Robin and teach Sakazuki a lesson. But Luffy knows that it is almost impossible to defeat Sakazuki now. But at the very least, he also wants to know the gap between himself and Admiral. Do you want to spar with me? That's no problem, but even if you spar, you may get injured. Are you sure you are ready for this? Sakazuki looked serious. Of course, Luffy nodded. If that's the case, then I agree to it, but you don't have to worry too much. I will try my best to control my power and not hurt you. Sakazuki agreed. Wait until the Hero Medal awarding ceremony is completed. Soon, Sakazuki and Luffy came to the desert area of Alabasta. Luffy, does Luffy want to fight Admiral? Usopp said in surprise. Luffy wants to discuss this matter with Sakazuki. He only told Vivi, Nami, and others. Usopp and the others still don't know. So seeing the two of them arriving in the desert, ready to go, Usopp was naturally a little surprised. Ask for flowers. Can Luffy win? Chopper said worriedly. although I have seen Luffy's terrifying strength. Killed Crocodile instantly with one hit. But his opponent is the Admiral, with the highest combat power in Naval headquarters. Be careful, Luffy. Seeing that Luffy was about to fight Sakazuki, Nami also became worried. Does Garp's grandson want to compete with Mr. Sakazuki? Ghost Spider said with some surprise. After all, it's Garp's grandson who has the courage to compete with Mr. Sakazuki, Doberman exclaimed. Momousagi heard the discussion between the two, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and reminded, "Don't underestimate that Luffy, he is very strong. No matter how strong he is, he can't be Mr. Sakazuki's opponent. After all, he seems to be under 20 years old. Sakazuki needs to be careful if he is injured accidentally. Mr. Garp's grandson will be in trouble." Ghost Spider expressed his opinion. No matter what Luffy says now. He is also the hero who saved Alabasta. Awarded the hero medal by Sakazuki himself. If he was seriously injured during the sparring with Sakazuki. But it will bring bad public opinion. Ding, the Daily Minute Limited Q&A starts now. Question, what will happen in the initial confrontation between Luffy and Sakazuki? A. Luffy knocked out Sakazuki with one punch. B. Sakazuki hit Luffy hard with one punch. C. Luffy used Devil Fruit's ability to fight Sakazuki evenly. D. Sakazuki pinned Luffy. E. The two of them failed to fight due to an accident. Kong, here it comes. Another round of timed questions and answers. I was banned in the last round. This round I can finally think about the answers seriously and get rewards. Buddha's Sengoku, we must not make mistakes in this round of questions and answers. If we still answer wrong in this round, we will be suspended for 3 rounds. Kong and Sengoku, and quite a few Marines. The previous question and answer has been wrong once. Now 1 round of suspension is over. They can also answer questions already. But if you get the answer wrong again this time, they will not be able to participate in the Q and A for 3 consecutive rounds. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. I always think that Luffy's current strength is unfathomable, so the correct answer for the battle between Luffy and Chijutsu is C. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Choice C. Luffy uses Devil Fruit's ability to fight Sakazuki evenly. Ben Beckman, choose C. Kaido of the Beasts. GRRRR. Are you kidding? You think that Straw Hat Boy can be on par with Admiral from Naval Headquarters with the help of Devil Fruit's abilities? Sit down. Don't forget that guy is only 17 years old now. Charlotte Linlin, you have Admiral-level combat power at the age of 17. How much do you like to brag about the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world? Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, you guys just wait to be suspended for 1 round. Ghost Spider, with Mr. Sakazuki's ability, the correct answer is definitely B. Ghost Spider, choice B. Sakazuki hits Luffy hard with 1 punch. Doberman, choose B. Ski, choose B. Sakazuki still has great confidence in his own strength, even though he knew that Luffy's Devil Fruit was quite well developed. Conqueror's Haki, physically, is also very powerful, but he doesn't think Luffy can be evenly matched with him. Want to know how old Luffy is now? 17. Only 17 years old. This age group is in the growth stage. No matter how strong you are, it's impossible to reach the Admiral level. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Those who chose B, did you not read the question carefully? The question is about the initial interaction between Straw Hat and Akainu. What is the hand condition? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Don't you know what this sentence means? Doesn't this mean how much the two of them will fight at the beginning? After all, that Akainu is just competing with the Straw Hat Boy and will not use his true strength at the beginning, so option C is the most likely. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, choose C. Even if Sakazuki and Luffy fight seriously. The Red Earl didn't think so. Sakazuki can hit Luffy hard with 1 punch. Not to mention, Sakazuki is just competing with Luffy. How could Sakazuki, who was sparring, try his best? It's not a life and death battle. And the questions and answers are clearly stated. The question is about the initial fight between Luffy and Sakazuki. That was the situation at the beginning of the fight between the two. In this case, it is even more impossible for Sakazuki to use his full strength. Because Luffy still has the title of hero. How dare Sakazuki hit Luffy's soil with one punch? Chapter 108 Luffy's strongest power at this stage, the 4th gear Snake Man form. Please beg for C. Edward Newgate, choose C. Marco, choose C. Josie, choose. Wait a minute, Dad. The top 3 answers for C are enough. We won't get any rewards if we choose again. Edward Newgate, damn it, I didn't notice. Answer C was preempted by Rayleigh, Beckman, and the Red Earl. Jaehin, in my opinion, D is the most likely, I choose. Sakazuki suppressed Luffy. Kaido of the Beasts, choose D. Quinn, choose D. Red Earl, Baloric, Redfield. You, the Beast Corps, are also a bunch of fools. You said it was just a discussion, and it was just the beginning of the battle. How could you be in a suppressed state? If Sakazuki and Luffy fight seriously, then he also thinks that option D is quite possible. Sakazuki will suppress Luffy. But the problem is that this is just a discussion. Moreover, the question and answer still asked about the situation at the beginning of the battle. Sakazuki would never use all his strength in the beginning. How is it possible to suppress Luffy? Kaido of the Beasts, shut up, Red Earl, do you have any say in what round we choose? Jaehin, this time, as long as our 100 Beast group can answer correctly, we will be awarded 3 rewards. Edward Newgate, but if it's wrong, both you and Kaido will be banned for 3 rounds. Nico Robin, choose A. Luffy punches Sakazuki away. Buddha Sengoku. Charlotte Linlin. Sakazuki. Achuku, no, is this little girl so loud? Golden Lion Shiki. Among the many possible answers, you chose the most outrageous and impossible answer. Ghost Spider, damn Nico Robin. Are you looking down on Mr. Sakazuki? Doberman, how dare you, a mere pirate, to despise Sakazuki 537 Admiral so much? Nico Robin, everything is possible, isn't it? Although Robin also believes that the possibility of this answer is extremely low. But he really wanted to see it. The exciting scene where Luffy knocked Sakazuki to the ground with one punch. Copper Jabba, this little girl is right, everything is possible. I chose a 2. Sakazuki, haha. Then you just wait to be suspended for 1 round, idiots. Center of the battlefield. In order not to hurt you, I won't use the power of Devil Fruit. You go first, Luffy. Sakazuki said lightly with his hands behind his back. No, you should use the power of Devil Fruit. I want to fight you with all your strength. Luffy shrugged. You are the hero of Alabasta and the grandson of Mr. Garp. I can't hurt you easily no matter what, so I won't use the Devil Fruit ability in this battle. Sakazuki shook his head and rejected. As a user with Lava Fruit ability, he is the most aware of the power of his Devil Fruit. Once you take action, you will either die or be injured. Farewell, you don't have to use Devil Fruit. You are no match for me, Luffy said calmly. That's really a bad tone, but even if you say so, I won't use Devil Fruit. Sakazuki laughed. Fine. Hearing this, Luffy didn't say any more nonsense. Luffy directly entered the 2nd gear form. His skin became rosy and white steam emerged. Rubber. Pistol. Luffy's fist is covered with extremely rich armed color. The left palm is used to aim at Sakazuki, and the right arm is used to charge power briefly. The next moment, his arm was like a bullet accelerated dozens of times, attacking Sakazuki with lightning speed. This guy, seeing Luffy's fist coming at high speed, Sakazuki's pupils narrowed. He was trying to dodge, but Luffy's fist was already close at hand. Pang! A loud noise was heard, and Sakazuki's body was sent hundreds of meters away, creating a distant chasm in the desert. Kaido of the Beasts. Ember. Charlotte Linlin. Yuruj, the Straw Hat guy actually knocked the Marine Admiral away. Eustace Kid, hey, are you kidding me? Can Straw Hat's strength reach this level? Skulechman Apu, that's the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Their group of supernovae were during the Sabyati Archipelago. He fought against Marine Admiral Porzolino. They know how powerful Admiral is. But who would have thought? Luffy's battle with Sakazuki. It was Luffy who punched Sakazuki away. Kaido of the Beasts. What kind of joke are you kidding Akainu from that parallel world? He was knocked away by the Straw Hat Boy just after the fight. Kaido was numb with anger. He had already missed the previous question and answer session. This time, he answered the question wrong again. In other words, he will be suspended for 3 rounds. He never expected it. Sakazuki can really be punched away by Luffy. Jahin, damn Akainu, plotting to kill our beast core. He will also be suspended for 3 rounds. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. I thought Akainu in that parallel world at least knew a little bit about Luffy's strength, but it seems like he has no idea at all. Byandy Wald. Isn't the Akainu in that parallel world a fool? He fought with that Straw Hat Boy and claimed that he didn't know how to use Devil Fruit's abilities. He even put his hands behind his back before the fight started, trying to show off. Marco hahaha. I'm laughing so hard that Akainu from the parallel world. Jaws, it's so exciting to watch. That crazy dog from Marine was beaten away like a dog by Luffy from the parallel world. Edward Newgate, Kula la 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 lava. You kid, you only deserve candles for your birthday cake. Gal D. Roger, hahaha, that Luffy from the parallel world is so capable. Kuzan, Sakazuki in that parallel world is too big. Poruzalino, I'm careless, that Sakazuki from the flat world doesn't seem to understand the strength of the Straw Hat Boy at all. Ghost Spider, damn Straw Hat Boy, he actually carried out a sneak attack. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh, why are you still telling lies with your eyes open? Why are you doing a sneak attack? Isn't that brat Akainu pretending to look down on Luffy? Charlotte Linlin, what on earth are you pretending to be, you brat Akainu? You've pretended to lose all my rewards. Kong, it's over. I'm going to be suspended for 3 rounds too. Buddha Sengoku, Sakazuki. Sakazuki. What the hell? Can this be blamed on me in the parallel world? In the ordinary world, I don't know anything about Straw Hat. Apparently he had a fight with Momousagi in Logtown. But you, Sengoku, directly concealed the news. He didn't want Marine executives to notice him. The result was this scene. How the hell can this be blamed on me in the world? Sakazuki is numb. I am ashamed of myself in the ordinary world. And be laughed at by pirates. Also be held accountable by Sengoku. Ding, now announce the correct answer. The correct answer is A. Luffy punched Sakazuki away. Ding, congratulations to Nico Robin, Copper Jabba, and Yizang for the correct answer. Ding, congratulations to Nico Robin for gaining the power awakened by Devil Fruit, and is not afraid of sea water, sea stone, and Admiral's body. Ding, congratulations to Copper Jabba for being 20 years younger. Ding, congratulations to Yi Zhang for acquiring the sniper technique that makes perfect shots and ignoring all defenses. Nico Robin, ah la la, I actually got the answer right. Robin's original intention was to see this scene to make him feel better. But I didn't expect that Luffy in that parallel world would actually do such a thing. Not only that, he also got a reward. Tony Chopper. Admiral physique means that Robin now has admiral strength. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. No, not really. Having an admiral body only gives her enough physical strength to fight for days and nights or even 10 days and 10 nights. Of course, it also includes reflexes, body coordination, and the ability to be close to the real admiral combat power. There is still a big gap, but with the power she gained from the Devil Fruit awakening, coupled with Admiral's physique, she is now considered a formidable powerhouse. Nami, congratulations, Robin. Vinsmoke Sanji, Miss Robin has become very strong now. Copper Jabba, 20 years younger, what a good reward. I thought that I, an old man, would have no chance to go to sea. Now that I am 20 years younger, I am qualified to brave the sea again. Watch Summit War, it seems I have a reason to participate. Gall D. Roger, ha ha ha. It's been such a long time since I fought side by side with you two guys. Izo, with the sniper skills that are always accurate, you can still ignore all defenses. In this way, I can defeat that Kaido. Aiz is the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is also one of the followers of Kazuki Oden. In the original work, he died in the battle against Kaido. Edward Newgate, kulalala, what a nice reward, Izo. Josie, The reward of being able to ignore all defenses is so terrifying. Aizo, I'm afraid I'm no longer your match now. Your ability is simply Bigmom's nemesis. The reason why Charlotte Linlin can become the new World 4 Emperors. Her strongest ability is greater than her copper-skinned and iron-boned physique. But now Aizo's ability can directly ignore her defense. Fatal injury to her. Buddha Sengoku, damn it. 3 pirates actually got the reward this time. Kong, Trouble, the 2 of us have been suspended for 3 rounds. What a headache. Ew. Parallel world. It's amazing. Luffy actually knocked Admiral away. Usopp said in disbelief. It's amazing. I was worried about whether Luffy would be injured. Chopper said with relief. No, the battle between them has just begun. The Admiral underestimated the enemy at the beginning, so he... Knocked out by Luffy, Sanji lit a cigarette as a reminder. Sakazuki Admiral. Are you kidding? Is Garp's grandson so strong? Seeing Sakazuki being knocked away directly. Ghost Spider and Doberman, who were watching the battle, were suddenly stunned and shocked. They never thought that Luffy would be so powerful. Didn't I tell you earlier? Don't underestimate his strength. He is very strong. I fought against him in Log Town. His strength is not inferior to mine, Momousagi said slowly. Tusali said, What, not inferior to you? You should have told me earlier, Doberman complained. If they really knew what Momousagi had fought with Luffy, how could Sakazuki underestimate the enemy and be sent flying? Center of the battlefield. I underestimated you. You are indeed Mr. Garp's grandson. Your strength is dozens of times stronger than I imagined. Sakazuki patted the dust on his body and said with some surprise, Are you sure you don't want to use Devil Fruit's power yet? Sorry, I take it back. I will use the power of Devil Fruit to fight with you. Although it is a sparring match, you must be careful that you will get hurt, because Magma can. He is blind. Sakazuki's expression also became serious at this moment. Rubber. Jet rocket launcher. This time, Luffy covered both the weapon color and Conqueror's haki directly on his fists and arms. His arm stretches back nearly 100 meters. Then he rushes toward Sakazuki. The arm extending 100 meters backward, passing through the long distance of 5. Like a rocket launcher capable of destroying everything, it rushes towards Sakazuki. Great eruption. Sakazuki's entire body was covered with hot lava. His right arm was completely wrapped in magma, and a terrifying temperature steamed from his body. The temperature within 100 meters is extremely hot, and no one dares to get close. A boom. The next moment, Luffy's fist wrapped around haki collided with Sakazuki's lava-filled fist. The fists of the two collided, and a violent explosion broke out at the scene. It was as if someone dropped a giant bomb from between the two of them. A terrifying aura emerged from the two of them. The aftermath of the attack swept across all directions like a roaring wind. At the same time, a rolling heat wave also swept half of the desert area. Conqueror's entanglement. It's amazing, you actually learned such power. 4, 5 Sakazuki felt the domineering power transmitted from Luffy's fist. Surprised again. A man as powerful as Sakazuki has not even awakened Conquerors. But Luffy, at such an age, has mastered Conqueror's entanglement far beyond his imagination. After being surprised, Sakazuki's arm exerted strength again. The terrifying power emerged from Sakazuki, and the hot temperature of the magma also made Luffy frown. Pang! The two fists clashed for several seconds. In the end, Luffy was knocked away. Ghost Spider, have you seen Mr. Sakazuki's strength? Sakazuki only needs to be a little serious and Straw Hat will be defeated immediately. Doberman, just now, Mr. Sakazuki was just careless, so he was kicked out. But now when Sakazuki becomes serious, the Straw Hat Boy is completely. There is no possibility of countermeasures. Gall D. Roger, didn't this battle just begin? You two are already screaming impatiently. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, don't forget, Luffy still has a 4th level form. Now that the insect is in the Earth mixed form, it won't be a threat to Red Technique's opponents. Sakazuki, No matter what kind of power the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world has, he can never be my opponent. It's a shame that a man like you can't be a Marine. Come be a Marine, Monkey D. Luffy. Sakazuki slowly approached Luffy and began to persuade him. Luffy's strength is completely beyond his imagination. Sakazuki really wants Luffy to become a Marine now. But when faced with Sakazuki's words, Luffy did not respond but said to himself, just using second gear is still too forced. It's better for Ritsu to use stronger power. Fourth gear. Snake Man form. I beg you to customize it and order it all. Chapter 109, Luffy and Akainu fought fiercely all day and night, no matter who was the top or the bot. Luffy inflates his arm. A puff of white smoke slowly dissipated from the scene. Luffy has entered the fourth gear Snake Man form, which is stronger than the fourth gear Elastic Man. Fourth level Elastic Man makes Luffy's power defense stronger. And the fourth speed Snake Man is the Elastic Man's technology that has once again enhanced its strength, defense, and speed. Luffy, under the fourth gear Snake Man, has a slimmer figure and well-defined muscles. Achoku is this, the new form of Straw Hat's Devil Fruit ability. Monkey D. Luffy, wow, I'm so handsome in this form. Tony Chopper, he's really handsome. Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat exudes a terrifying aura. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh, is it called the fourth speed Snake Man form? I can feel that this form of his is much more powerful than the one he used to deal with Crocodile. Crocodile, when you dealt with me in that parallel world, didn't you use your strongest power? How powerful is Luffy's fourth gear, Elastic Man form? Crocodile knows it best. After all, he saw it with his own eyes. Myself in a parallel world. He was instantly killed by Luffy's punch. The strength of the four-speed Elastic Man is beyond Crocodile's imagination. But what he didn't expect was four-speed Elastic Man. Turns out it's not Luffy's strongest power. There are also four Snake Man forms. Gul D. Roger, hahaha, I knew he had a stronger form. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, the real battle is about to begin. Edward Newgate, Kula-la-la. Let me see how powerful this 17-year-old brat can be and how far he can fight with the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Ghost Spider, no matter what kind of power he uses, he can never be Mr. Sakazuki's opponent. Just wait and see how Mr. Sakazuki beats up the Straw Hat Boy. Doberman, Mr. Sakazuki is the strongest. Parallel world. Fourth gear Snake Man form, is this Luffy's ability? This is the first time I've seen it, Nami said in surprise. Although it has been more than half a month since I went to sea with Luffy. But this is the first time she has seen Luffy use such an ability. 11. This is also the first time I've seen it. It seems that Luffy's Devil Fruit development is more powerful than we imagined, and it already has such a form. Sanji was also quite surprised. Luffy is so handsome in this form, Vivi said excitedly. Does this guy actually have such power? Ghost Spider was dumbfounded, with a look of disbelief on his face. Wait a minute, how old is he? Isn't he as young as he looks? He's actually several dozen years old, Doberman guessed. Just looking at Luffy's appearance. They think Luffy's age is in his teens at most. But the aura exuded by Luffy. It doesn't look like a teenager at all. And it seems that it has entered its peak period. A strong man who is over 40 years old. 17 years old, Momousagi said truthfully. 17 years old, stop joking, he can't be 17 years old. After hearing Momousagi's reply, Ghost Spider and Doberman both looked unbelievable. It's true, Momousagi looked at the two of them with some pride and smiled. Mr. Garp's grandson is too much of a monster. Looks like Momousagi is lying. Both Doberman and Ghost Spider swallowed their saliva. They were so shocked that they couldn't be described in words. Not far away, Morse was holding a camera and excitedly taking pictures of the battlefield. Ha ha ha, big news, big news. Fortunately, I didn't leave Alabasta. I didn't expect that the hero who saved Alabasta actually got into a fight with the Admiral of Headquarters. After all, Admiral is the strong man standing at the top of this ocean. Any news about the powerful Admiral will be spread throughout the world in a timely manner. And today's battle between Luffy and Sakazuki can quickly spread throughout the world through his hands. Center of the battlefield. Do you still have such an ability? It's really terrifying. Sakazuki was surprised when he felt the momentum coming from Luffy. He underestimated Luffy after all. I thought Luffy was only as strong as 7 warlords of the sea. But I didn't expect that Luffy's momentum was almost as strong as mine. Rubber jet snake cannon. Luffy didn't reply. The arms and fists are covered with rich armament colors and Conqueror's haki. The next second, the arm shot out like a slender giant snake. The fist carrier is overwhelming, destroying everything and is unstoppable. Charges toward Sakazuki. Dark Hound. Faced with Luffy's attack, Sakazuki was afraid. He concentrated all his strength on his right arm, and the rich magma wrapped around his arm. The hot magma even evaporated, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. A boom! The next moment, Luffy's fist collided with Sakazuki's Dark Hound. A loud noise echoed across the sky. A terrifying aura emerged from the two of them. A few hundred meters away from the center of the battlefield, the sky is filled with yellow sand, dust is flying, and the temperature is rising rapidly. It makes people completely inaccessible. Luffy's fist only collided with Sakazuki's for a few seconds. He quickly took it back. It is true that the magma temperature in Sakazuki is too high. He realizes that he cannot confront Sakazuki's fist head-on. Rubber Black Mamba. Luffy suddenly jumped into the air and appeared above Sakazuki's head. Then the fist sank into the arm, entering a terrifying charging state. The next moment, the fist fired at Sakazuki like a machine gun that kept firing. Countless fists are falling on Sakazuki like raindrops. Sakazuki turns on observation haki to predict Luffy's attack, and turns on elemental dodge. And at the same time, the magma all over the body is attached to the body. In this way, when Luffy's fist attacks himself, you will also be burned by the hot magma. Luffy punched continuously for more than 10 seconds. On the surface, it seems that Luffy suppressed Sakazuki. But in fact, every time Luffy attacks Sakazuki, he himself will be injured. Injury to the enemy is 1,000, but self-destruction is 800. It's really tricky. My armament haki can't stop the hot temperature of the magma. Luffy stopped attacking and retracted his fist. Looks at his burned and smoky fist. With his current strength, it is impossible to defeat Sakazuki, unless he possesses extremely powerful armament haki. Haki is so powerful that it can stick to the body and resist the temperature of magma. But obviously, his armament haki has not yet reached this level. What a powerful force, Monkey D. Luffy. It's such a pity that you don't become a Marine. Follow my advice and join the Marines, and join the West Blue Army to eliminate all evil in this world. Sakazuki shouts, although Luffy's strength still lags behind others. But not too big. More importantly, Sakazuki knows that Luffy is still very young. Only 17 years old. You already have such strength at the age of 17. When he continues to grow up, Sakazuki simply can't imagine how powerful Luffy is. Eradicate all evil in this world. Isn't the greatest evil world government? How can we eliminate all evil in the world by becoming a Marine and working for the greatest evil? Luffy replied coldly. Luffy does not deny that most pirates are evil. But world government is the greatest evil and the culprit of all evils. 3 years to destroy a country, so far hundreds of countries have been destroyed. Buying and selling slaves, manipulating the lives of countless people, treating human lives like weeds. It's impossible for him to work for such a person. Hearing Luffy's words, before Sakazuki could respond, the ghost spider who was watching the battle from a distance suddenly started scolding him. Hey, what are you talking about? You say world government is the greatest evil. Do you know what you're talking about, Monkey D. Luffy? Don't say such misleading words, Monkey D. Luffy, otherwise it will bring you trouble. Doberman's face also became serious. These high-level officials naturally know the evil deeds of world government. But the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. No matter how evil the world government is, it is still their absolute superior. It seems that you have a big prejudice against our Marines, Monkey D. Luffy. No wonder you don't want to join Who Lie because you don't want to work for them. It seems that the two of us are not the same people after all. As soon as he said this, Sakazuki's face suddenly darkened. There is also a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Through Luffy's words, Sakazuki can feel it. Luffy is very hostile to world government. At the same time, they are also very prejudiced against Marine. Although Sakazuki is not happy with world government, but he could feel it vaguely. Future Luffy may be a great threat to their Marine. He cannot let any potential threats harm Awake. As the saying goes, you will inevitably get injured when you compete. Now he, Sakazuki, is going to make Luffy injured. The competition between us is not over yet, right, Monkey D. Luffy? Sakazuki raised his head slightly and stared at Luffy high in the sky. The next second, his whole body was like a volcano ready to explode. He attached all the extremely terrifying and extremely high-temperature magma to the stone. Great eruption. Sakazuki simulated the impact of a volcanic eruption and launched a magma fist dozens of times larger than a giant towards Luffy in the sky. The magma is so hot that it seems to melt, transform everything, evaporate everything. Today's Sakazuki can be said to have not given up at all. In a completely serious state. The terrifying magma fist shoots extremely fast and is too large. Almost all of Luffy's escape routes from high altitude are blocked. Luffy. Seeing the scene, Tio Mayan shouted worriedly. Because she could feel it, Sakazuki began to fight seriously. This magma giant fist contains extremely terrifying power. Rubber. Ape King Spear. Luffy knew that he could not avoid this magma punch. Simply gather all the armament haki and Conqueror's haki in the body onto the right fist. Then blow into your right arm. Let his right arm suddenly expand dozens of times. A boom! Luffy's Ape King Spear collided directly with Sakazuki's Great Eruption. The scorching heat burned Luffy's arm, causing him to feel a burning sensation. However, his Ape King Spear also successfully dispersed the Great Eruption. Rubber. Cobra. After defeating the Great Eruption, Luffy pursued the victory. The arm flew out quickly, so fast that a sonic boom sounded. Luffy's arms keep flying around Sakazuki. Sakazuki wants to use observation haki to predict the trajectory of his fist. But the speed of the fist is too fast, and it is difficult for him to predict the attack of the fist. Peng! The next second, Luffy's fist 330 directly penetrated Sakazuki's body. Although Sakazuki was able to avoid it with elemental transformation at an extremely critical moment. But haki's power still hurt him. Sakazuki suddenly had blood flowing from his mouth, and his face became ferocious. Mr. Sakazuki. How is that possible? Mr. Sakazuki was actually injured. Luffy's fist is seen piercing Sakazuki's body. Doberman and Ghost Spider were immediately shocked. They know very well that Sakazuki is completely serious now. The battle between the two is no longer the same as the previous sparring match. But I didn't expect that Sakazuki would fight so seriously. Can still be hurt by Luffy. They can't imagine how powerful Luffy has become at this time. Damn! Sakazuki cursed secretly. The next second, he also quickly attached all the magma power in his body to the hole where Luffy's arm penetrated his body. The hot magma immediately burned a layer of skin off Luffy's arm. It's really a terrifying temperature. Luffy quickly retracted his arm. You can see that his arm has some burn marks and is still smoking. Come again. Luffy rushed towards Sakazuki again without fear. The two fought again. The battle lasted for a full day. After a day-long battle, the two men almost destroyed the desert of Alabasta with holes in it. You can see that there are countless large pits in the desert area. The sand in many places was burned black. The temperature in the entire Alabasta desert area can be said to have risen extremely. It makes people completely inaccessible. And all the beasts living in the desert will die without exception. No beast can survive in this changed, scorching desert. The two of them fight. It can be said that it has completely changed the ecology of the Alabasta desert area. In this day-long battle, although Luffy is not at the upper hand, but agile speed. In addition, the haki in his body is as deep as the sea, allowing him to always wrap armament haki around his body for defense. This also resulted in Sakazuki not seriously injuring Luffy. This time of day, whether it is Luffy or Sakazuki, haki is overconsumed. Although the amount of Luffy haki is more than that of Sakazuki, but he needs to constantly use haki to attach to his body to defend against Sakazuki's magma. This caused him to consume haki too quickly. Haki is on the verge of reaching his limit, and he is completely at a disadvantage. But I can fight Sakazuki for a whole day. And it also made Sakazuki consume a lot of money, which has proven his strength. Chapter 110, the battle is over, and the name of Monkey D. Luffy resounds throughout the world. Yuruj, what a powerful combat force to be able to fight to such an extent with the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Trafalgar Law, did the Straw Hat Master actually fight the Admiral for a whole day? Although the top experts fight for days and nights at every turn. Even 10 days and 10 nights. This sounds scary, but the fact is they can fight for such a long time. It's because they are wearing each other out. The winner was not decided until the very last moment of the battle. But Luffy's fight with Sakazuki is different. The two of them really fought with the intention of killing each other. He did not hesitate to release haki, and even dared to take risks to exchange injuries for injuries. The way they fight, it is extremely consuming of physical strength and energy. So that's what led to it. It's only been a day of fighting. The haki and physical strength of the two of them were greatly exhausted. Eustace Kid, is this the combat power of the Straw Hat Kid in the parallel world? It's really terrifying. Basil Hawkins, his strength is dozens of times stronger than ours. Capone Bijet, the opponent is the one with the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. And I can see that the Admiral has no mercy at all in this battle, but the Straw Hat Boy can still fight the Admiral equally. Nami, it's so scary that Luffy. Vinsmoke Sanji, the captain of our parallel world, is really over the top. Nico Robin, although I regret not seeing Akainu killed, I believe that Luffy in that world will grow up enough to defeat him sooner or later. Achoku, this guy is better than me at 17 years old. Douglas Bullet, how could you fight Akainu to such an extent? Straw Hat, you are stronger than I thought. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, what a terrifying monster. Gul D. Roger, hahaha, what a wonderful battle. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, using the powerful haki, superb physical skills, and the terrifying devil fruit development ability, he fought with Marine's highest combat power for a full day. Although he consumed too much haki and was already a little weak, but that Akainu was also the consumption is not small. Rox D. Luffy is indeed not a real strong admiral right now. After all, there's still some gap between him and Sakazuki. But the difference is not that big. Copper Jabba, I finally saw him using all his methods and fighting with all his strength. I really wasn't disappointed. Ever since Luffy went to sea, he has fought against Garp, Mihawk, Momousagi, Crocodile, and many other strong players. However, these people did not force Luffy to use all his strength. After all, they were simply sparring. But this time, Luffy fights Sakazuki. It's not as simple as a simple competition. Both of them fought with all their might. And Luffy can fight Sakazuki seriously. A day's stalemate. It has proven how strong Luffy is. Edward Newgate, having such a level of strength at the age of 17. He is indeed the strongest monster in the parallel world that has never been seen before. Kaido of the Beasts, this guy. Jaehin, is this the real strength of that Straw Hat Boy? Kuzan, ah la la. Mr. Garp, your grandson from the parallel world is a bit too much. Porzolino, it's so powerful that it's unbelievable. Buddha's Sengoku, his devil fruit has not yet awakened. What kind of strength will she have after his devil fruit awakens? Thinking of this, Sengoku broke into a cold sweat. Luffy without awakening devil fruit. You can fight Sakazuki for a whole day. Although, if you continue to fight, Luffy will definitely lose. but the time of day. It proves that Luffy's strength is close to Sakazuki. Devil Fruit is so strong even before she awakens. What if Devil Fruit awakens? What happens after your own strength undergoes earth-shaking changes? Sengoku can no longer imagine it. How powerful Luffy must have been at that time. Monkey D. Garp, ha, he is indeed my grandson from the parallel world. Kong Garp, you bastard, can you stop laughing in the chat room? Ghost Spider, kill him quickly, Mr. Sakazuki, kill him quickly. That Straw Hat Boy has no energy left to fight. This is a good opportunity to kill him. Doberman, the Straw Hat Boy can fight for a full day with Mr. Sakazuki. The Straw Hat Boy is indeed very strong, but he has no energy left to fight. If Song wants Mr. Sakazuki to take advantage of the victory and pursue the Straw Hat Boy, he will definitely die. Luffy from that parallel world. The strength has completely exceeded their imagination. But they can see it. Luffy in the flat world doesn't have much physical strength anymore, and Haki can support it and continue fighting. And Sakazuki is still in good shape now. It is so easy to kill Luffy at this time. Rox D. Zebek, idiot, this is just a discussion. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. If the two fight in a hostile relationship, I'm afraid the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world will die, but this is just a competition. Don't forget the Straw Hat Boy, his current identity is the hero who saved Alabasta. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. And even if that Akainu didn't care about Luffy's identity and insisted on killing him, do you think that female Marine Momousagi was watching from the side? Parallel world. Luffy has exited the fourth gear form and stood there breathing heavily. You can see burn marks on Luffy's body. Sakazuki, on the other hand, had several broken bones. Fighting with all his strength for such a long time has already exhausted him too much. He has to admit that Admiral's strength is truly terrifying. He is indeed a strong man standing at the top of this sea. It's really powerful, Monkey D. Luffy, but sea is over. Sakazuki panted slightly and slowly came to Luffy. This day-long battle already made Sakazuki realize it. How great is Luffy's threat? In the future, Marine may become a strong enemy of them. Sakazuki just doesn't do anything at all. Kill Luffy. Dark Hound. Sakazuki's body is covered with magma that is extremely hot and can evaporate and melt everything. The magma gathered and formed from his arm, turning into a roaring magma dog. The bearer delivers a killing blow and attacks Luffy. When? Crucial moment. Momousagi holds the blade and covers the terrifying Haki from the blade. Standing in front of Luffy, blocking Sakazuki's attack. Stop it, Mr. Sakazuki, this is just a discussion, Momousagi said seriously. Fortunately, she was watching from the side. And always keep an eye on Sakazuki. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare imagine the consequences of Sakazuki's Dark Hound hitting Luffy. Kaido of the Beasts, damn, it was so close. Jaehin, as long as that Dark Hound shot hits that Straw Hat Boy, he will definitely die. Quinn, damn it, were you blocked by that Momousagi? Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. That Akainu from the parallel world is so cruel, he really wants to kill Luffy. Ben Beckman, hey, what on earth is that Akainu in the parallel world doing? Isn't this just a sparring match? Why does he really want to kill him? Red-haired Shanks, fortunately, that female Marine is here, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Luffy was able to fight Sakazuki to such an extent at the age of 17. No one dares to doubt Luffy's strength. After all, his opponent is that Sakazuki. I thought this was the battle between Luffy and Sakazuki. Just like what was said before the war. It's just a discussion. But who would have thought? Sakazuki actually took advantage of Luffy's weak state. If you want to kill him, just kill Luffy. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. How afraid was Akainu of that parallel world of Straw Hat when he grew up? You must know that the current Straw Hat not only has no bounty, but is also a hero who saved Alabasta and was even awarded by him personally. Medal of Heroes. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. If he really kills the Straw Hat Kid, he will probably be expelled from the Marine at least, or killed by the Marine led by Garp. Luffy from the Flat World. Take out the celestial dragons, though. But no one has substantial evidence that Luffy did it. As for killing Colonel Rat and others, all this was concealed by Garp. In other words, Luffy in the flat world is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. There is no sin at all, even for saving Alabasta. He is also a hero who is about to become famous all over the world. If Sakazuki really kills Luffy, it will definitely cause outrage around the world. After all, even heroes dare to kill. Isn't Sakazuki considered lawless? You must know that the current marshal is Sengoku. Sengoku wears the same pants as Garp again. Sakazuki kills Luffy. Caused public outrage, Sengoku wanted to calm the world's public anger. Sakazuki will definitely be kicked out of Marine. And if Garp holds a grudge, even taking Marine to kill Akainu is not impossible. Edward Newgate, Kula, that lava kid from the parallel world, is scared. He is scared of the Straw Hat Kid. Marco, this is the only chance in his life to kill the Straw Hat Kid, because after a while, the Straw Hat Kid will only become stronger. Josie, that Straw Hat boy, said personally that it's not far away from awakening Devil Fruit and turning on the 5th gear. After his Devil Fruit awakens, I'll see if that Akainu still has a chance to kill Straw Hat Boy. Jagalusha Sartan Saint, damn. See flat. When Sakazuki, who walks in the world, is about to deliver a fatal blow to Luffy. Not to mention how happy they were. They thought Luffy was dead. But I didn't expect it. The fatal blow was actually blocked by Momousagi. This really made them numb. Sorry, I forgot. Hearing Momousagi's words, Sakazuki took back the power of Lava Fruit. He knows that it is impossible to kill Luffy anymore. Luffy. In the distance, Nami and others rushed over to observe Luffy's injury. Are you okay, Luffy? Nami asked, concerned. It's nothing serious, it's just that my body was burned. Luffy shook his head. Luffy also studied Marine 6 styles. As long as you eat more nutritious food and convert the food into energy through the power of life return, your burned body can be restored. The words fall. He sets his sights on Momousagi. Momousagi is seen blocking Sakazuki's blow for himself. He is naturally grateful. But in fact, even if she doesn't block it, Luffy can dodge it. After all, he just consumed too much. It's not like I can't move anymore. I'm sorry, Monkey D. Luffy, I apologize for my behavior just now. 1. Sakazuki bowed slightly towards Luffy and apologized. Haha, really, Luffy sneered. Although Luffy would not have died, even without Momousagi's intervention. But Luffy can see it now. Sakazuki is very hostile to himself. This time you want to kill me. But I will kill you next time. Luffy is a vengeful person, but now he obviously remembers Sakazuki. Then I won't stay here for long. The awarding ceremony is over and our discussion is over. After leaving these words, Sakazuki left here with Ghost, Spider, and Doberman. Looking at Sakazuki's leaving figure, Luffy's eyes gradually became fierce, with a hint of murderous intent. Far away, Morgans holds a camera that shoots from a distance, extremely excited and crazy about taking photos of the scene. Wonderful, what a wonderful battle. That Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, is so powerful. He can fight Marine Admiral to this level at the age of only 17. The situation. He is the real strongest monster in the sea. Even that Fire Fist Ace can't compare with him. The name of the strongest monster in the sea will be changed from Fire Fist Ace to Monkey D. Luffy. But did Admiral Akainu want to kill Monkey D. Luffy at the last moment? This is also big news. The dignified Admiral of Headquarters actually wants to kill the hero who saved Alabasta. If these two news are released at the same time, the world will be shocked. Morgans did not stay in the desert for long. I quickly contacted the staff of World News Agency and planned to report these two news items quickly. And Luffy and others did not stay in the desert for long. Returned to Alabasta's palace. As soon as he arrived at the palace, Robin's face was covered with cold sweat and he said in great surprise, "Are you really a human being?" Although Robin is due to sensitive identity issues. I didn't go to the desert to watch it live. However, she also used a telescope to watch from a distance above the palace. She saw it clearly. How powerful is Luffy? 1. The opponent is that Admiral Sakazuki. But Luffy was able to fight with the opponent for a whole day. Even if the fight lasted until the last moment, Luffy was indeed exhausted. But Sakazuki is not much better either. She knows that Luffy is 17 years old. She has been at sea for more than 10 years and has seen countless strange things in the sea. But she has never been as shocked as she is now. There's nothing surprising, there is a gap between him and me. Luffy spread his hands. That's Akainu, the highest combat power in Naval headquarters. It's amazing that you can fight to such an extent. Robin really couldn't calm down the shock in his heart. A life. I beg you to customize it and order it all. Chapter 111. The New World is shaken, and Luffy, the strongest monster in the world, is shocked. After a while. The other side. Holy Land Mariewa, the highest palace of power. What? The 7 warlords of the sea crocodile were defeated. Sakazuki went to protect that monkey and Luffy received the hero medal? What a joke. After hearing the news reported by Sengoku, the 5 elders suddenly became angry. They didn't have enough reason to take action against Luffy. Now Luffy has another hero title. It can be said that it is more difficult for them to handle. Why didn't Sengoku discuss this matter with us? Why did you wait until Sakazuki awarded Monkey D. Luffy the hero medal before telling us about it? Jagalusha Saint suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. Sorry, Mr. 5 Elders, I forgot. Sengoku replied. Forgot? What a joke. Do you, the Marshal, still want to be Sengoku? You didn't discuss such a big matter with us or report to us. When the matter is over, did you just find this excuse? The veins on St. Marcus Maz's forehead are exploding. Obviously, he is very angry. Sorry, Mr. 5 Elders, Crocodile wanted to capture that Alabasta after all, and Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, saved that country and prevented hundreds of thousands of deaths. Such achievements are indeed worthy of a hero. Title: Sengoku explained. After hearing Sengoku's explanation, the 5 elders were extremely angry. But they are not prone to attacks either. After all, Luffy does deserve the title of hero, based on his achievements. No matter what happens next time, you must discuss it with us first. Do you understand, Sengoku? Topman Wuchilai said coldly, suppressing his anger. Understood. As Sengoku's voice falls, the 5 elders were too lazy to talk nonsense with him and hung up the phone directly. Tab, tab, tab. At this moment, a group of agents from the CP organization rushed in hurriedly. What makes you panic? St. Isambalen v. Nashu Lang said coldly. I'm sorry, Lord 5 Elders. A big thing happened recently. Monkey Luffy fought against Admiral of Headquarters Sakazuki in Alabasta. CP organization agent explained. A fight? Is Monkey D. Luffy dead? Hearing this news, Jago Lucia Saitencheng suddenly became excited. He thought Sakazuki would fight with Luffy. It's because Sakazuki has grasped the opportunity to kill Luffy. In his opinion, the fight between the two must result in death or injury. After all, even if Luffy is powerful. But if you dare to fight Sakazuki, 993. The ending is definitely a dead end. What the newspaper says is that the two fought for a full day and night, and the final result was that Monkey D. Luffy was slightly inferior, but not dead. The agent of the CP organization presented the newspaper and said truthfully. Not dead, what happened? Did he escape? St. Marcus Maz asked. It's not that they ran away. The newspaper said that the two of them were having a discussion. Discussion. After hearing this news, the 5 elders were immediately disheartened. They thought it was Sakazuki who had the leverage to kill Luffy. If there is such a handle, even if Sakazuki didn't kill Luffy, they also have reason to attack Luffy later. Just when they were lost, Topman Wuchilai suddenly realized something. His pupils shrank slightly and he spoke in disbelief. Wait, what did you say earlier? Monkey D. Luffy and Sakazuki fought for a day and a night. They just paid attention to the fact that Luffy was not dead. But now he came back to his senses and suddenly noticed this sentence. No, that's right. The CP organization agent nodded. What a joke. Is that monkey D. Luffy already so powerful? Can he compete with Admiral from Naval headquarters for a day and a night? Some time ago, he was only able to compete with Naval headquarters alternate Admiral Momousagi in Logtown. But now his strength is not much weaker than Admiral's. Is it possible that this guy's strength has become stronger again? Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? We can't let him continue to grow, absolutely not. After learning the news that Luffy and Sakazuki had been sparring for a day and a night, the 5 elders were completely panicked. Because if it weren't for Luffy's strength being close to Sakazuki's, how else would it be possible to spend a whole day and night sparring with Sakazuki? They never expected it. Luffy has become so powerful. Stand back first and call Tianjang, the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. Jegalusha Satan ordered. Tianjang's codename is Dark Horse, and he is the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. Marine is a behemoth after all. There are many people with military rank and power, and he is the person responsible for monitoring Marine. As long as he can get Bibe, criminal evidence of anyone in Marine, then he can bring down the Admiral or the Marshal. And of course, he is responsible for more than just monitoring Marine. At the same time, he is also investigating the criminal records of various pirates. Yes, Lord 5 Elders. The agent of the CP organization left these words and left quickly. Not long after, a man with red hair and sunglasses walked in. He is none other than Tianjang. What do you want from me, Mr. 5 Elders? Tianjang asked. I need you to track and investigate Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. If you find any criminal behavior on his part, report it to us immediately. Saint Makazmazi instructed. Now they, the 5 elders, can no longer turn a blind eye to Luffy. They must take the initiative. As long as I can find any criminal record of Luffy, they can directly issue a bounty order on Luffy. Then directly dispatch the Knights of God to obliterate it. Monkey D. Luffy, I know. After leaving these words, Tianjang left the hall and began to embark on his own mission. As we all know among Marine, everyone with a color code is a top powerhouse. The weakest ones are all T-dolphins, so avoid these too. Others, such as Akainu'S, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora'S, Green Bull. In the past, Long was also from Marine, so his codename was probably the same color as Long. As for the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, his real name is Flying Squirrel, not a codename, nor a color animal codename. The above examples can be confirmed. People with color animal code names usually choose Admiral. And Tianjang's code name is Dark Horse, which has already proven his strength. At the same time, on the other side, New World, a certain sea area. On Red Force, the sun is shining brightly on this day. Red-haired Shanks and Beckman are sitting on the deck drinking wine. Boss, look at this. At this moment, Lazarou rushed over with a newspaper in his hand, with an excited look on his face. Any interesting news again? Red-haired Shanks laughed. As he spoke, he took the newspaper from Lazarou. When he saw the newspaper for the first time, he was stunned. Luffy became a hero in Alabasta, and he was awarded the Hero Medal by the Admiral of Headquarters Akainu himself. Why does the red-haired Shanks feel something is wrong? Does he remember that Luffy didn't go to sea to be a pirate? Why haven't I seen Luffy's bounty so far? I actually saw Luffy become a hero. And the most outrageous thing is that the one who awarded the Hero Medal was Akainu. Good guy, I will let you go to sea and become the Pirate King, so you can become a hero for me. Luffy, Akainu. Hearing the red-haired Shanks read out the contents of the newspaper, the entire pirate group comes up, looking curiously at the newspaper in red-haired Shanks' hand. The red-haired Shanks also continued to flip through the newspaper in his hand. When he saw the next page of the newspaper, he was stunned. Luffy fought with Akainu and Alabasta for a day and a night. What, 1 day and 1 night? Yasopp suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Although Yasopp knows that Luffy is very talented. After all, when they met Luffy in Windmill Village, the other party only took half a day to learn observation haki. Then he ate rubber fruit and directly awakened Conqueror's haki. Talent is not bad, but he never expected that he would be so powerful. Are you kidding me? How old is Monkey D. Luffy now? Can he fight Akainu for a day and a night? Rockstar didn't believe it. But after he leaned over and saw the title and photo in the newspaper, suddenly his pupils contracted violently and he was stunned. How far has that Luffy grown? He seems to be 17 years old now, Brother De said after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Amazing, really amazing, Luffy. I knew your talent was very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Red-haired Shanks recovered from the shock, with a happy smile on his face. The other side. New World, Ghost Island. Kaido is sitting on the chair in the middle, drinking a lot of wine. Listen to Jack reporting to him on the situation in his territory. At this moment, a pirate from the Beast Corps ran in a panic. Hey, what are you doing, you brat? Didn't you see that I was reporting the situation to Boss Kaido? Jack turned around and yelled angrily. Yes, I'm sorry, Boss Jack. A very remarkable man has appeared in the sea recently, so I want to report to Boss Kaido. The pirate family said suspiciously. Keek, is he an amazing man? How can he surpass that Fire Fist Ace? Kaido took a sip of wine and laughed. Ace is recognized as the strongest monster in this sea. Even if Kaido. He thinks very highly of himself, and he also knows what a terrifying monster Ace is. After all, at the age of 20, he has mastered extremely powerful tyranny. Looking at the whole world, who else besides Ace can do this kind of thing? He seems to be stronger than that Fire Fist Ace. What did you say? Stronger than that Fire Fist Ace? What a joke. Jae-hin didn't believe it. What kind of newspaper is it? Let me see it. Quinn walked over, grabbed the newspaper from the pirate's hand, and read it carefully. TCH, isn't it just that he defeated the 7 warlords of the sea and became a hero? Wait, the Marine Admiral went to award the medal in person. Is the card such a high one? But it doesn't matter, right? Etc., etc. This 17-year-old man, named Monkey D. Luffy, actually fought with Admiral Akainu for a day and a night. When Quinn saw the news, the cigarette in his mouth suddenly fell out of fear. He widened his pupils and kept wiping his eyes with his hands. He thought he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could we see such outrageous news? But no matter how many times he wiped his eyes or looked at the newspaper in his hand. Contents in newspapers. Everything remains the same. Conclusive news that Luffy and Sakazuki fought day and night. 17 years old, fighting Admiral for a day and a night? Are you kidding, Quinn? What kind of fake news is this? Jae-hin frowned and said in disbelief. He rushes over and reads the newspaper carefully, and saw the World News Agency logo in the corner of the newspaper. World News Agency is the most authoritative newspaper agency in the world. Seeing this sign, Yan said, "This news in my hand is so true." Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey, is Garp's grandson, Kaido said solemnly. I guess I'm right, Boss Kaido. This guy is too exaggerated. Even more exaggerated than the Fire Fist Ace who appeared in the sea before. Qian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't hide his surprise. GRRRR, what an amazing man. This sea is going to get interesting. There are 2 monsters like this in this era, and one. Better than one. Kaido laughs. The other side. New World, Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin is in the room, eating cake. Ka. At this moment, the door was slowly opened, and Katakuri walked in with a solemn expression. What's the matter, Tower Yao? Charlotte Linlin glanced at Katakuri and continued to eat the cake. A powerful monster mother appeared in the Grand Line. Katakuri said truthfully. Really, news about new monsters comes out in the sea every few years, but so what? If it's just news like this, don't bother me, Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin said very impatiently. No, Mom, the monster this time is several times scarier than Fire Fist Ace. More monsters than Fire Fist Ace. Mama, don't be kidding, Katakuri. How can there be a monster bigger than Fire Fist Ace in this sea? Exist, Charlotte Linlin didn't believe it. It's the real mother. Katakuri handed her the newspaper in his hand and continued. This man named Monkey D. Luffy may be the grandson of marine hero Garp. He is an Alabasta. At the age of 17, I fought with Marine Admiral Akainu for a day and a night. Although it's just a sparring match, I can fight with the strong Admiral for a day and a night. This guy's level of monster is definitely higher than that of Fire Fist Ace. Charlotte Linlin looked at the newspaper in her hand, her expression gradually becoming serious. But soon, she snorted and threw the newspaper in her hand to the ground. This newspaper is fake katakuri. No, to be precise, it is fiction. How could someone at the age of 17 fight Admiral for a day and a night, let alone? That opponent is Akainu. In my opinion, the one named Luffy probably just had a brief fight with Akainu. The guys from the news agency exaggerated it and said it lasted a day and a night. Chapter 112, Sengoku ordered, Kuzan closed the door, Garp beat Akainu violently, you are the only one. Byandy walled. The Linlin in that parallel world doesn't seem to believe in evil. John, when the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world in the future hits Cake Island, she will know that she will be afraid. Charlotte Linlin, don't underestimate me, you two bastards. Although the Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world can fight with that guy Akainu for a day and a night, but you didn't see that he was almost killed. Drop it. His current strength is not enough to defeat me in the parallel world. Gall D. Roger, you make it sound like Luffy's strength will stop growing. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, with Luffy's talent in that parallel world, he will only get stronger and stronger. Charlotte Linlin, it sounds like my strength will never improve. Achoku, you eat and sleep all day long, how can you make progress? Charlotte Linlin, Humph, don't underestimate my talent. Great Root, a certain tavern. A blind swordsman is sitting in a tavern drinking. He is none other than Yixao. 2 years in the future in the original work, he became the Admiral of Naval Headquarters due to his super strength. Codename Fujitora'S. At this moment, he is still an unknown folk master. Hey, have you read the latest newspaper? What newspaper? A man named Monkey D. Luffy defeated the 7 warlords of the sea in Alabasta, became a hero, and was personally awarded a medal by the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. 1. But I don't know what happened. Monkey D. Luffy got into a fight with that Admiral Akainu. The two fought for a full day and night in the end. Monkey D. Luffy fell at a disadvantage. At the last minute, that Admiral Akainu wanted to kill Monkey D. Luffy. Kill? Why? Who knows what that mad dog Akainu was thinking? He wanted to kill a hero, but luckily he was stopped by another marine. The conversation between the two was all heard by Yixao. Although he didn't understand the cause and effect, just listening to the discussion of this group of people, he couldn't help but said to himself with a chill, is this how Marine treats heroes? Achoku, the news released by the bird-like guy, worked. Now many people around the world are condemning Akainu'S actions. Byandy walled, I have to say that Akainu in the parallel world is also a fool. Let's talk about it. Why do you still want to kill that Straw Hat Boy at the last moment? Now it's okay. The news was released and caused countless people to be dissatisfied and condemned. Sakazuki, shut up, damn pirate. The other side. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Garp came to Sengoku's office door angrily. Behind Garp are Bogart and T. Dolphin. Peng. Garp kicked open the office door. Garp, you bastard, what are you doing? Can't you say hello properly before coming in? What are you going to do by kicking the door open? Sengoku said with a headache. Where is Sakazuki? Where is that brat Sakazuki? Garp said angrily with veins popping up on his forehead. What happened, Garp, to make you so angry? He in the office glanced at Garp and asked. Damn it, that bastard Sakazuki actually wanted to kill my grandson when he was sparring with me in Alabasta. Garp said angrily. Of course, he also saw the news about Alabasta. Hearing this, Sengoku sighed helplessly, came to Garp, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Calm down, Garp, Sakazuki may not have meant it. 1. Garp threw Sengoku's hand away from his shoulder, still angry, and started to scold him through gritted teeth. It wasn't intentional. I won't listen to such excuses. Momousagi has also called me to report it. If he hadn't helped Luffy block the blow in time, my precious grandson would have died. Do you know Sengoku? He almost died. My precious grandson almost died. I only have such a precious grandson, and I still expect him to let me hold my great-grandson. I will never spare that bastard Sakazuki. The people Garp cares about most are his family members. He only has one grandson. If he doesn't protect himself, Luffy, who will protect Luffy? Just thinking about Sakazuki almost killed Luffy. After nearly killing his only grandson, he was completely unable to remain calm. Achoku, I knew that Akainou was going to be in trouble. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai Hahaha, is there going to be a civil war? A civil war between Marine Hero Garp and Marine Admiral. Douglas Bullet, my favorite thing is to watch Marine Civil War. Let's fight, let's fight. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku frowned slightly. He knew that with Garp's character, there would definitely be trouble. And based on his experience as comrades in arms with Garp for decades, he knew he couldn't persuade Garp. After a moment of silence, Sengoku reminded, "Don't make too much noise, Garp." He knows that a fight between Garp and Sakazuki is inevitable, but he hopes that the commotion will not be too big. Otherwise, the impact will be bad. Hearing this, Garp turned his attention to Kuzan sitting on the sofa in the distance and asked, "Kuzan, where is that brat Sakazuki now?" "If nothing else, he should be back soon, Mr. Kazan." Kuzan scratched his head and said. Garp heard this and immediately used observation haki. It is sensed that Sakazuki has arrived at the port of Marineford on a warship. Just when Garp was about to rush to Marineford Plaza to cause trouble for Sakazuki, Sengoku quickly stopped in front of Garp and persuaded him, "Wait a minute, Garp, don't fight in public." After saying this, he turned his attention to Kuzan and ordered, "Bring Sakazuki here quickly, Kuzan." "I see." Kuzan got up and quickly arrived at Marineford's port. "Bring Sakazuki back to the office." As soon as he entered the office, Lion Zan closed the door. "What happened?" Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Sakazuki frowned slightly and asked. But before Sakazuki understood the specific situation. Peng! The next second, Garp's fist hit Sakazuki firmly in the face. Sakazuki's body hit the wall directly. Garp's terrifying strength made the entire floor tremble. "Achoku, hey guys," Sengoku gave the order. Aokiji closed the door, and Garp took action all at once. "John, except for the stupid young man Akainu, everyone in the Naval headquarters is from the old guy Garp. I don't know where he got the courage to offend the Straw Hat Boy." Edward Newgate, "Kulalala, well done, Garp." "Marco, it's so happy, it's so happy." "Josie, seeing that Akainu get beaten makes me feel happy." Douglas Bullet, "If you ask me, Akainu is really miserable. It was clearly Sengoku who ordered him to go to Alabasta to award the hero medal to Straw Hat. It was Straw Hat who requested to compete with Akainu, but in the end, after fighting Straw Hat, he arrived at Naval headquarters. I'll still have to endure Garp's iron fist." Razoroo, "This is Akainu's retribution. It's obviously a competition to see who made him want to kill him." Sakazuki suddenly received a punch from Garp and was stunned. "What's the situation? Why did you hit me suddenly? What did I do? And you guys, why are you just looking at it? Garp has already beaten me up, but you guys should help stop him." Sakazuki. Garp rushed forward and grabbed Sakazuki by the collar angrily. "Wait a minute, Mr. Garp, please calm down. What happened?" Sakazuki was still full of questions at this moment. He had no idea where he had offended Garp. "Shut up, do you think I don't know? When you were sparring with my grandson in Alabasta, you actually wanted to kill him." Garp yelled angrily. "This." Hearing Garp's words, Sakazuki suddenly didn't know how to explain it. After all, the reason why he wanted to kill Luffy at that time was, it's because he feels that Luffy is likely to endanger their marine in the future. So he took advantage of Luffy's weakness and decided to kill Luffy directly. But you can't explain this reason to Luffy's grandfather Garp, right? So Sakazuki now knows. I can only bear Garp's fist silently. "You damn bastard." Garp punched Sakazuki a few more times. "Wait a minute, Garp, it's almost done." Sengoku saw this and quickly dissuaded him. "After all, we are all fellow Marines. Just give me a lesson. Don't go too far." Snort. Garp punched Sakazuki hard several times, and then he got angry. He snorted coldly and left the office. Josie, damn, didn't that Pinkshi Garp eat? He needs more punches. Bista, that's right, a few more. Marco, that Akainu from the flat world is quite worthy of his code name now. He was beaten into a dog. Quinn, why didn't that Akainu resist? Then he was beaten hard by Garp. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. Resistance? Are you kidding me? Sengoku, Bogart, T-Dolphin, Tsuru, and Aokiji in the office are all on Garp's side, and Garp is justified in beating him. If that guy Akainu dared to resist, he would not have been beaten by Garp alone, but 6 of them would have been beaten together. Garp's current strength is one of Marine's top strengths. In addition, Garp's prestige among naval headquarters is also extremely high. Even higher than Marshal Sengoku. Please give me flowers. In addition, it was reasonable for Garp to beat up Sakazuki. If Sakazuki dares to resist, his troubles will only get worse. Bindy Walled, how can I put it, I feel a little sorry for that Akainu. Golden Lion Shiki, Jai hahaha, it's really too miserable, that Akainu. Douglas Bullet, this is what happens when you offend someone with a big background. Original World. Luffy, after defeating Crocodile, invited Vivi to board the ship, but Vivi refused. 1. Because she wanted to stay in this country and take care of her funeral. But she made an agreement with Luffy that they would meet again in the future. Luffy and others drove the boat all the way to Magic Valley Town. Here he met Blackbeard, but Blackbeard did not recognize him. The two even quarreled over the taste of strawberry pie and juice. Marco, it's so dangerous. That guy Teach doesn't seem to have recognized the identity of the Straw Hat Boy at this time, otherwise the Straw Hat Boy will be in danger. Edward Newgate, you can really run, Teach, you bastard. You ran to the Grand Line. Marshal D. Teach, hahaha. Not only did I reach the Grand Line, I even defeated Ace. Jaws, don't be too complacent, Teach. We'll rescue Ace and F***KU. Soon, Blackbeard left the store. Luffy and others also began to inquire about Sky Island. However, here he was ridiculed by Bellamy and beaten up by Bellamy. Achoku, no, you don't fight back. Doesn't it mean you can't beat me? Red-haired Shanks. Facing the ridicule of a group of people who are far weaker and ignorant than yourself, not arguing with them is the right choice. 0. Douglas Bullet, what is the right choice? Isn't it a coward? Ben Beckman, if you don't understand, don't talk, Bullet. After Luffy and Zoro were beaten violently, they were dragged to the street by Nami. Here, Blackbeard speaks his wise words. Achoku, will the dream of a pirate never end? This kid is really good at talking. Edward Newgate, it's just a good talker, but it's already completely bad at heart. Uruj, killing his comrades and betraying his family, I have to say that this guy is a truly vicious pirate. After leaving the tavern, Luffy and the others met Guy Montblanc. The other party told them that Sky Island is real, and intends to help Luffy and the others go to Sky Island. The time came at night. Coolie Guy's gold was robbed by Bellamy and the others. Luffy found them angrily, beat Bellamy up, and took the gold back, and came to Sky Island with the help of Guy Coolie. Gal D. Roger, when you feel comfortable, you can kill him instantly with one punch. Copper Jabba, sure enough, I can only feel happy when I see those ignorant and ugly people being beaten up. Parallel World. Alabasta. Come to sea with us, Vivi, Luffy invited. After hearing Luffy's words, Vivi was very moved, but at the same time she was a little worried and said, But I am so weak, am I really qualified to go up? Your boat. It doesn't matter, I will protect you if you are in danger, and I will help you become stronger. Luffy said calmly. Aren't Sanji, Usopp and others who just joined his ship weak? But he was able to let them master Conqueror's haki in such a short period of time, and even become a tyrant. Vivi is indeed weak now. However, he believes that his teaching ability can make anyone stronger. Really, I want to get on your boat. After hearing Luffy's words, Vivi no longer hesitated and simply boarded Luffy's boat. As for Alabasta, because Luffy defeated Crocodile prematurely and directly stunned millions of people. As a result, there were not many casualties. The building was not damaged too much. So the follow-up is easy to handle. In this way, several people started a new adventure. Achoku, good guy, the straw hat boy in our world, invited the Princess Vivi to board the ship, but was rejected. The straw hat boy in the parallel world invited Vivi, and the other party directly asked her. Yuruj, in the final analysis, the straw hat boy in our world is not charming enough. Trafalgar Law. It's not that the straw hat boss in our world isn't charming enough, it's that the straw hat boss in that parallel world is too charming. Copper Jabba, don't tell me that Vivi wants to get on Straw Hat's ship, even I want to get on. They grew up watching the flat world Luffy. Know how powerful the opponent is. Look around the world and see who doesn't put out his boat. I'm afraid not many people can refuse it. I beg you to order it for Christmas. Chapter 113, Akainu failed to kill Luffy with one punch and even made Fujitora his companion. On the road. Luffy's daily practice haki. By the way, teach your companions to become stronger. Where are we going next stop, Nami? Luffy asked. Nami looked at the record pointer in his hand and then at the sky and replied with some surprise. The record pointer points to the sky, Luffy. In the sky, is there an island in the sky? Luffy asked curiously. Is there an island in the sky? I've never heard of it, Zoro pondered. I've also heard of the legend of islands in the sky, but I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Maybe we can ask nearby islands, Robin suggested. They don't know whether there are islands in the sky. Even if there is a way to get up, this is still a problem. So they can only go to nearby islands to inquire. After hearing what Robin said, Luffy also agreed to dock the ship at a nearby island to inquire. Soon, several people arrived at Magic Valley Town. Hey, uncle, do you know how to get to Sky Island? As soon as he arrived on the island, Luffy stopped a person and asked, Sky Island, what are you talking about? How can there be an island in the sky? The uncle frowned slightly and looked at Luffy as if he was looking at a fool. Hearing Luffy's words, Bellamy, who was not far away, came over with a mocking look on his face and said, Hey, you idiot, do you want to laugh me to death? There is no such thing as Sky Island. As soon as Bellamy finished speaking, his men noticed Luffy's appearance and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Wait, Bellamy. This guy is Monkey D. Luffy, the monkey Luffy who appeared in the newspaper and fought with the Admiral of Headquarters for a day and a night. What? Are you kidding? How could such a monster appear on this island? After hearing what Bellamy's men said, everyone was covered in cold sweat and panicked. 653. But Bellamy was not afraid at all, and even said with disdain in his eyes, Ah, is this the kid? Hey, you don't really think that such a person can fight with the Admiral of Naval Headquarters for a day and a night, right? He is no different from us. Bellamy is used to being domineering on this island after all. He can't see any difference between Luffy and him. All he could tell was that Luffy was younger than him. As for the newspaper saying that Luffy fought with Sakazuki all day and night. Who knows whether this kind of thing is true or false? A frog in a well cannot see the vastness of the ocean. Just like Zoro, who just went to sea, he dared to challenge Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. That's because Zoro doesn't think there is any difference between himself and Mihawk. And Bellamy doesn't believe in someone much younger than him. Luffy looks the same, able to compare with those at the Admiral level. Hey, can you get out of the way? We want to ask about Sky Island, and we don't have time to talk to you, Zoro said coldly. What, do you want to take action? I have heard of you. You are Roronoa Zoro, who has a bounty of 10 million bali, right? Do you know how much my bounty is? 55 million bali. Bellamy said extremely arrogantly. Wait, Bellamy, don't provoke them. Maybe the news is true, Bellamy's men said fearfully. If you ask me, you are just too worried. How could such a brat fight with Admiral all day and night? It's obviously a lie. There is no way such a bizarre thing can exist in the sea. Even New World's 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin. They all think Luffy's strength is unrealistic. Not to mention Bellamy. Are you asking about Sky Island? Sky Island is real. Just then, a smile from afar walked over slowly. Sky Island really exists. Ha ha ha, you blind old guy, do you want to laugh me to death? How come you are just like these idiots and only talk about illusory things? Bellamy shouted loudly, smiled. Hearing this, he smiled and said nothing. Instead, he slowly pulled out the blade, and the next second there was a terrifying gravity. Suddenly put pressure on Bellamy and others. The huge gravity made them feel as if they were covered by a huge mountain. A boom! The next moment, the ground beneath Bellamy's feet collapsed, and a large pit appeared. Bellamy and others were all buried in the pit. Uruj, so strong, who is this old man? Trafalgar Law, the pirate who raised his hand and instantly suppressed 55 million bali, is a monster. Achuku, this old guy is not simple. Byandy Wald, it is indeed not a simple character. Although he is blind, he is as powerful as a giant beast that is ready to attack. Dracul Mihawk, his name is Yixeo and he is a very strong folk master. I have played against him. Mihawk is among the people after all. He likes to fight against all kinds of strong swordsmen. He has played against Shimitsuki Kashiro. As a master of swordsmanship, Yixeo has naturally fought against him. Red-haired Shanks, oh, can I actually get your approval? Yixeo, I only know some rough swordsmanship, so I am no match for Mr. Mihawk in this difficult contest. Dracul Mihawk, smiling too modestly. Your strength is not swordsmanship, but the development of your devil fruit. If you use the power of the fruit to fight me, the outcome is still unknown. Marco, the outcome is unknown. Could it be that he can match your power with devil fruit, Mihawk? Dracul Mihawk, that's right. Kaya Ozi, what a terrifying folk strongman. Buddha's Sengoku, one smile, come join us Marine. Edward Newgate, hey Sengoku, why are you, an old guy, soliciting people in the chat room? Gal D. Roger, don't listen to Sengoku, just smile, Marine is not a good guy. Kong, you make it sound like you are a good pirate. Gal D. Roger, hahaha, we're actually pretty much the same. Is it an enemy? Zoro and Sanji looked at each other warily and smiled, already ready to fight. Don't be nervous, because we are not enemies. After Yixeo used his ability to suppress Bellamy and others, he reinserted the blade into the scabbard. Uncle, you are very strong. Luffy looked at him carefully and said with a smile. It's just a clumsy trick, Yixeo said calmly. But speaking of which, you just said that Sky Island is real. Is this true? Luffy asked with interest. It's true, I didn't lie to you, but I want to talk to you about something before that. As long as you answer my questions, I will tell you what I know about Sky Island. Yixeo said slowly. No problem. A few people came to a nearby tavern. People in the tavern saw that the visitor was smiling at Luffy and ran out one after another. After all, they saw Yixeo raising his hand to suppress Bellamy with their own eyes. Also read the news about Luffy and Admiral fighting all day and night. How could they not be scared when these two people appeared? After a few seconds, only Luffy and others were left in the tavern. So what do you want to ask? Luffy asked straight into the topic. Before I ask questions, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yixeo. Please give me some advice. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. Please give me some advice. I've heard of your name before. It's really well known. In Alabasta a few days ago, I fought with Admiral Akainu of Naval Headquarters for a day and a night. Luffy's name has now spread almost all over the world. Yixeo naturally knows Luffy's name. It was precisely because he heard Bellamy's conversation with Luffy and others on the island. He heard Luffy's name. That's why I came to him. So back to the topic, what do you want to ask? Luffy asked again. What do you think of Marine and world government? Monkey D. Luffy. What a strange question. Luffy scratched his head. I have heard some stories about you. When Alabasta fought with that Admiral Akainu wanted to kill you, right? I am very confused about this matter. You are obviously the hero who saved Alabasta. But why would that Admiral do such a thing? So I want to know what happened at that time, and what you think of world government and Marine, the two behemoths. Yixeo asked seriously. During this time, among the people. Yixeo also thought about joining Marine and making a difference. But the folk experience made him see too much darkness. There are pirates, and similarly, there are also Marines. What he saw was too much for him to bear, so he destroyed his eyesight. It's a blessing not to be able to see things. He has seen too much darkness and cannot determine his own path. He refuses to become a pirate. He is hesitating again about becoming Marine. So he wanted to ask Luffy what he thought of Marine and world government. Alabasta incident, the reason why Akainou wanted to kill me is unclear. But as for my views on world government, in my opinion, it is just a dynasty ruled by a group of corrupt people. The celestial dragons control more than 90% of the interests of this world. Rights, but they use these interests to cause trouble in the sea, which is worse than pirates. As for the Marines, to put it nicely, they are the righteous army that maintains the stability of the sea. But to put it harshly, what they did was just to maintain the rule of the celestial dragons. Needless to say the evil deeds of celestial dragons. The most fundamental reason why slaves exist in this world is celestial dragons. World government will only take care of those countries that hand over huge amounts of heavenly gold. However, it is not completely caring. For example, celestial dragons wants anyone from the joining country to be a slave, even if it is a king or a princess. The other party must comply. Just like St. Charlos in the original book wanted to make Shirahoshi his slave. Look at New World's 4 emperors. Like world government, they take care of many countries. And they charge less for asylum. At the same time, we will not trample on the protected countries at will. As long as the asylum payment is paid on time, almost no one dares to bully you. Even the celestial dragons will not offend the country protected by the 4 emperors at will. Looking at it from this point of view, in fact, being sheltered by the 4 emperors is more worthwhile than being sheltered by the world government. As for Marine, it is undeniable that there are indeed many righteous people within Marine. But celestial dragons destroyed a country in 3 years. More than 200 countries have been destroyed so far. Slaughtered countless people. All Marine executives are aware of this matter. Even when the celestial dragons destroyed the country. The celestial dragons also asked the Marine fleet to surround the island and prevent them from escaping. Marine's darkness makes the dragon withdraw. Kuzan also failed to find the justice he wanted in Marine. After losing to Sakazuki, he left Marine. Even to find the justice in my own heart. He did not hesitate to join the Blackbeard pirates and did not want to return to his headquarters as a Marine. It is enough to show that, as an admiral, Kuzan has spent many years in Marine. How many dirty things have I witnessed? Is that so? Is this what you think of world government and Marine? After listening to your words, I fell into confusion again. Yixeo said thoughtfully. What are you confused about? Luffy asked. I have thought about joining Marine but have always been hesitant. After hearing what you said, I almost gave up the idea of becoming Marine. However, I don't know where to go next. Yixeo doesn't want to have some strength, but do nothing. He also wants to change the world. But he didn't know what to do. My dream is to become the freest man in the sea. I will definitely fight against the world government and Marine in the future. If you don't mind, join forces with me then. A smile, Luffy invited. Hearing Luffy's words, he was slightly startled, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Is he the freest man in the sea? It's a terrible dream, but you should be able to realize this dream, right? I don't seem to be interested in your invitation. There is reason to refuse. 1. Achoku, holy crap. Is this guy going to join that Straw Hat crew? Golden Lion Shiki. Although I don't know the specific strength of this guy, he is a man who can be recognized by the world's greatest swordsman and is a terrifying folk master. Such a strong man stands in the Straw Hat Kids camp. Jai ha ha ha. It turns out to be more interesting, that parallel world. 2-5. Rox D. Now there is another terrifying strong man joining his camp. I don't know if the world government can resist his impact by then. Buddha's Sengoku, damn it. How could such a powerful civilian master choose to side with Straw Hat Boy? Douglas Bullet. It's not because Akainu in the parallel world suddenly fell ill and wanted to kill the Straw Hat Kid. After hearing this man named Yixeo treated you. We Marines are biased, and now that we have heard what Straw Hat Boy thinks of you Marines, We are completely disappointed in you Marines. 11. Douglas Bullet. All of this is what you in the parallel world deserve. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. In the parallel world, Akainu tried to kill the Straw Hat Kid but failed. He even got a beating from Garp when he returned to Naval headquarters and the Straw Hat Kid. Later, Zizzy received Yixao's favor and agreed to stand in the Straw Hat Kid's camp. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. In this wave, the Straw Hat Boy has become the winner in life, and the Red Jutsu has become the biggest judge. If it weren't for the fact that Sakazuki wanted to kill Luffy. It was photographed by Morgans and made into a newspaper for broadcast around the world. Otherwise, if you smile, you won't be wondering why Admiral would take action against the hero who saved the kingdom. If not because of such doubts, Luffy won't be approached by a smile. Not to mention talking to Luffy and learning about Marine from Luffy. Naturally, they won't agree to stand on Luffy's side. And to know that nothing unexpected happens. Yixao will join Marine and become Admiral of Headquarters in the future. It can be said that Sakazuki's punch didn't kill Luffy. I also gave Luffy an Admiral-level powerful companion. Chapter 114 Luffy Fujitora'S confrontation with Dark Horse, Director of Marine Criminal Investigatio. It seems like we are already partners. In that case, tell us about Sky Island. We want to go there. Sky Island, that place is real. I have been there before my eyes were destroyed, but I didn't stay there for long. If you want to go, I can give you a ride, Yixao said slowly. You must know that Yixao is now 52 years old. 52 years of folk life has allowed Yixao to travel to all over the world, the Grand Line, and the New World. Having been to Sky Island is naturally nothing surprising. How can I help? Nami blinked curiously. Sky Island is right on top of this island. My devil fruit is a gravity fruit. It can apply gravity to any object or reduce gravity. I can use the power of devil fruit to send you to Sky Island, Yixao explained. You can drag a meteorite from outer space to land in the sea with just a smile. You can also pull any item into outer space. Sending Luffy and others to Sky Island is not difficult at all. Really? Then I'll trouble you. Luffy smiled. But there is one thing I need to remind you before that, Luffy. We may be under surveillance. Yixao suddenly frowned slightly, his face a little more solemn. 1. Being monitored. Luffy was slightly startled when he heard Yixao's words. The next second, he turned on observation haki to sense his surroundings. For the first time, he did not sense the presence of anyone around him. But when he sensed it carefully, he did feel that there was an aura near the tavern. Ka. At this moment, a door in the tavern was slowly pushed open. Tianzheng crossed his arms in front of his chest and appeared in front of Luffy and others and said, "What a keen observation, Haki. Your name is Shiji, right? He is really a terrifying strong man." Tianzheng is the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. Good at searching for any intelligence and criminal records. So his strength is hiding his aura. But I didn't expect that Yixao would be the first to notice him. 11. Marine's clothes. He's Marine Luffy. Zoro pulled out the blade and looked at Tianzheng warily. Damn, did a Marine come to spy on us? Sanji frowned slightly. Tianzheng ignored Sanji and Zoro, focused on Luffy, and said calmly, Monkey D. Luffy saved the heroes of Alabasta and received the hero medal personally awarded by Admiral. You should be on the side of justice. However, it is not difficult to judge from what you just said that you have the idea of overthrowing the world government and bringing disaster to Marine. At the same time, the woman standing next to you, if I am not wrong, is the son of the devil, Nico Robin, the remnant of Ohara. Bar. Because you are the grandson of Mr. Garp, I would like to ask you to come with me and go back to assist in the investigation. But if you refuse, it will confirm my suspicion just now. You will be rewarded. If Luffy goes back with him to be investigated, then Luffy must be fine. After all, he has the identity of his grandfather. In addition, they have not yet obtained any substantial evidence of Luffy's crime. But if he refuses, it will be confirmed that Luffy has the idea of overthrowing the world government and harming Marine. After all, he still has Robin, a woman who can endanger the world, by his side. Saint Jagalusha Satan, that guy from Tianjang, is still reliable. He immediately caught the Straw Hat Boy's handle as soon as he made the move. Once a bounty order can be issued, we will dispatch the Knights of God in an instant. Marca's Maz Saint. After letting him bounce around for so long, we can finally kill him. Topman Wuchulai Saint. The big stone in my heart has finally fallen to the ground. Gall D. Roger, damn it. This Marine is spying and tracking. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, how mean. Shepherd Peter Saint, despicable, ha ha ha, what a scream of incompetence. Saint Isenbalin V. Nesthuro. Once the Knights of God are dispatched, even if he is a powerful general, there is no chance of survival. This so-called comparison video has come to an end. I saw that Tianjang had caught Luffy's hand. The most exciting thing is this group of 5 elders. They have been worried about Luffy, in that parallel world, continuing to grow. And obviously, it's impossible. Once a reward is placed, the Knights of God move out. How will Luffy survive? You must know that the Knights of God are the imperial guards of their world government. We will not take action unless it involves major events that change the world structure. There are 9 members in the Knights of God. There are several members who are powerful at the level of Vice Admiral. Luffy is the strongest and can only deal with one at most. How will Luffy cope with the rest? As for Luffy's companions, we are vulnerable to the Knights of God. Copper Jabba, things are getting into trouble. Although now, Luffy has an extra smile as a companion. But getting the attention of the world government these days is still too tricky. Kaido of the Beasts, GRRRR, is that Straw Hat Boy from the parallel world going to die? What a pity. Why? Charlotte Linlin, Mamama, are you sorry, Kaido? Why are you still laughing? Red Earl Baloric Redfield, don't say it so early. Maybe that Straw Hat Boy can save the day. After all, how many times has he encountered crisis situations since he went to sea? In the end, he will still be all over him. Has it been resolved? Ancient Saint Fegolando Green, saving the danger? You guys really like to joke. Do you think we, the Knights of God, can't take him down even if we are dispatched? Are you underestimating our strength like this, Redfield? Douglas Bullet, wait until you can win it. Ancient Saint Fegolando Green, it has become a fact that he has a bounty on his head and is being hunted by us. It is only a matter of time before we capture him. Let me go with you, are you sure you're not joking? Luffy shrugged calmly. There is nothing he hates more than world government Marine. Let him go with a Marine. This is not a joke. Does that mean you refuse? I'm sorry to tell you that you will be subject to a reward. Marine will have enough reasons to arrest you. Your grandfather's identity, including your hero's identity, cannot protect you. Tianjang said methodically. Really, so what? Luffy said calmly. Maybe now I need to take coercive measures to deal with a prisoner. After all, I am a Marine. How can I watch the prisoner leave under my nose? Tianjang didn't say any more nonsense and clenched his fists. The terrifying armament haki is wrapped around the fist. Let's go, Zoro. Don't order me, Chef Yuan. Zoro and Sanji briefly talked nonsense. Armament haki was wrapped around the blade and legs. The next second he rushed towards Tianjang. When? Peng. Tianjang grabbed Sanji's foot with one hand and grabbed Zoro's blade with the other hand. What a powerful force. Sanji was surprised to find that his foot, which was grabbed by Tianjang, could not move at all. What a terrifying strong man. No wonder he dares to come to us alone to cause trouble. Zoro also broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Good power, but still too weak. Tianjang directly threw Sanji away. As for Zoro, after he exchanged a few blows with him, Zoro was knocked back at the same time. Usopp and Chopper rushed forward soon after. But he was quickly defeated. The strength of Luffy's companions is certainly not weak. But after all, it's only been a month since they boarded Luffy's ship and practiced. As for Zoro, he has been practicing for a long time. However, facing a strong man of Tianjang's level, there is still a big gap. After repelling all enemies that are fighting, Tianjang shouted, "Monkey D. Luffy." Then he rushed towards Luffy. "Since you want to fight, Then I will accompany you. Luffy is never afraid of any enemy. Since Tianjeng wants to fight him so much, then let's do it. Luffy wraps his fist with weapon color and Conqueror's haki. His footsteps suddenly trampled on the ground, and he rushed directly in front of Tianjeng in the next moment. Peng! In an instant, the two fists collided. The fist exchange immediately produced a violent explosion, and countless cracks appeared on the wall of the tavern, which instantly fell apart. The ground beneath their feet was completely unable to withstand the aftermath of their attacks. The cracks broke every inch and spread to a distance of 100 meters. The ripples of terror turned into an invisible violent storm and swept across the entire Demon Valley town. The two fists collided for half a minute. Then the two of them retreated. Uruj, what's going on with this marine? Is he so strong? Trafalgar Law. The Straw Hat Master in that parallel world can fight Admiral Akainu of Naval Headquarters for a day and a night. But how can this marine be even half as good as the Straw Hat Master? Gal D. Roger, is this marine's strength so extraordinary? Tianjeng, you died too early, Roger. It's normal that you didn't know much about me. Pluton Silver Rayleigh. After all, this guy is the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. In our time, didn't there also be a director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau? The one we met has almost admiral combat power. I'm afraid this guy no exception. Capone Bijet, the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, is really outrageous. He fought against two top Marine executives one after another. Eustace Kid, the Straw Hat Kid in our world, so far, seems to have never fought against the top executives of Marine, not even against the Vice Admiral of our headquarters. Achoku, isn't he still playing house with that smoker? Byandy Wald, if it weren't for the same name, no one would have thought they were the same person. Luffy in the parallel world is now one of the top strong men in the world. But Luffy in their world appears. Stay it. He was even chased by Smoker. As for Smoker from the Flat World, he was not even qualified to survive a round in front of Luffy. He was instantly killed. As the information says, you are an unprecedented monster. You are stronger than the previous Fire Fist ace who was born in the sea, and you are more worthy of the title of the strongest monster. But I'm determined to take you back today. Tianjeng took off the cloak of justice behind him and threw it aside. Already prepared to fight seriously. Gravity knife pressure. At this moment, Fujitora'S suddenly drew the blade. In an instant, a terrifying gravity suddenly filled Tianjeng's body. A smile, do you want to stop me? Do you know what this means? Tianjeng snorted coldly. Is there a bounty from Marine? I'm curious about how much my bounty will be. He replied with a nonchalant smile, without any fear on his face. You guy, Tianjeng said angrily. I am now Monkey D. Luffy's companion. If you want to take him away, you must defeat me first. Yixao continued to exert gravity and said expressionlessly, Since you also want to stop me, I will take you all back today. Tianjeng's steps lifted slightly and wrapped around Haki. Then he stepped on the ground violently, and there was an explosion when the ground hit the ground. The ground shook violently, making Yixao's body slightly unstable. Tianjeng also took this opportunity to break away from the 277 gravity suppression of Zioye. He rushes toward Yixao. When? Tianjeng and Yixao's fists collided. The terrifying aftermath swept through the entire valley town. The surrounding buildings were instantly reduced to ruins. Luffy and others are about to fight. Yixao dissuaded. If you fight him here, it will only bring a steady stream of Marines here. Aren't you going to go up there? I'll send you up first and then join you later. The words fall. Yixao uses the power of gravity fruit. Let the ground under Luffy's feet split directly. Then slowly fly high into the sky. I know, I'll see you later. Luffy nodded. Luffy can see that Yixao is extremely powerful. Not inferior to Tianjeng at all. The other party can't hold back a smile. Luffy has no intention of getting entangled with Tianjeng. After all, he also knows that even if he joins forces with Yixao, he will not be able to defeat him in a short time. Once it takes too long. If more Marines arrive at the scene, it will be troublesome. In this way, Luffy and others continued to rise into the air with the help of the power of the Yixeo devil fruit. Soon disappeared from Tianjang's sight. Did you escape? Looking at the invisible Luffy and others, Tianjang stopped attacking with Yixeo and frowned. Then I'll take my leave too. Seeing that Tianjang has no idea of continuing to fight, Yixeo also applied gravity to the ground under his feet, causing part of the ground to break away. Then let yourself fly high into the sky. Gall D. Roger, that's right. As long as we get to Sky Island, Marine can't get there no matter what, and there's no way he can pose a threat to Luffy and the others. You must know that Sky Island is 10,000 meters above the sky. This location is above the clouds. At such a high altitude, except for those with the ability to fly. Who else can go up there? There is no doubt that Marine cannot make it, and neither can world government. You want to say that Porzolino can go up with the help of sparkling fruit. But he went to Sky Island to deal with Luffy alone. Aren't Yixeo and others just looking for death? Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. As long as you stay on Sky Island and don't come down, there is nothing the Marine and world governments can do against them. Copper Jabba, just now I was worried about what Luffy and the others would do if there was a bounty on their head, and the world government sent out the Knights of God to hunt them down. Now, it seems that the problem has been solved. Jago Lucia Satan, damn it. I don't believe that straw hat boy from the parallel world never comes down. Marcus Mas Saint, so what if we can hide in Sky Island for a while? They will come down sooner or later, and when they do, it will be their end. Topman Vossialist, it's just a matter of hanging on for a while. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, you are really in a hurry. Chapter 115 Luffy's Plan, a year of collective practice on Sky Island. Ancient Saint Fegolando Green, urgent? Stop telling such boring jokes, Redfield. The person who should be anxious is the straw hat boy from the parallel world. They are the ones who are about to be hunted down. Edward Newgate, coming to Sky Island has indeed alleviated the current crisis, but their current situation is still a bit tricky. Now Luffy and the others absolutely cannot return to the sea from Sky Island. Once back at sea, there's no mention of the Marine Admiral's state of affairs. The Knights of God will also be dispatched in full force. Original world. With the help of Coolie Guy, Luffy and others successfully reached Sky Island with the help of rising water. After arriving at Sky Island, they encountered a man called the Sky Island God. He is the guardian of this island. The god of Sky Island told them that in order to get the treasure of Sky Island, they must pass a series of postgraduate examinations. These tests include climbing huge treasure islands, solving ancient puzzles, and defeating powerful enemies. Luffy and the others participated in the trial of God. 4 priests were defeated one after another. Finally met Enel. Luffy's men were quickly defeated, and Enel also took Nami away. After Luffy learned about this, he began to challenge Enel. Enel's devastating lightning has no effect on Luffy's rubber. That's it after some entanglement. Luffy successfully defeated Enel. Uruj, this man named Enel, is so miserable. The devil fruit he ate was obviously the thunder fruit, one of the strongest Logia fruits in the sea, but he met his nemesis, the Straw Hat Boy. Trafalgar Law, Observation Hacky, no, they should call it the Heart Internet Cafe. The Heart Network covers the entire Sky Island. At the same time, the entire Sky Island can land devastating thunder and lightning anytime and anywhere. If such a strong person appears, if he were on the sea, he would at least be a bounty criminal worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, but it's a pity that he met the Straw Hat Master. Achoku, I feel something is wrong there. Although rubber is an insulator, the temperature transmitted by lightning is also extremely high. It should be able to melt the Straw Hat Boy, right? Gall D. Roger, then you are underestimating the fruit Luffy eats. His fruit is a fruit with the name of God, and his body is not an ordinary rubber. Parallel world. With the help of Yixeo, Luffy and others stepped on a huge piece of ground. Slowly walking through the clouds, arriving at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Is this Sky Island? Nami looked around curiously. You can't see the edge at a glance. It's really vast here. Sanji said, looking around. I didn't expect that there were actually islands in the sky. That old man didn't lie to us, Usopp said excitedly. Is there any danger here, Luffy? Vivi held Luffy's arm worriedly. Seeing this, Nami rolled her eyes at Vivi, but the next second she took Luffy's other arm and said sweetly, Luffy, you have to protect me. Luffy did not speak, but turned on observation Haki to sense his surroundings. Sky Island, is there anyone there? Luffy said in surprise. His observation Haki senses quite a few human auras. He originally thought that Sky Island was just a place where no humans could survive. After all, he can't imagine that human beings can live above 10,000 meters in the sky. Someone is coming, Luffy. Zoro suddenly pulled out the blade from his waist and reminded him solemnly. Soon, 4 men rushed over. They are none other than the 4 priests under Enel. Enel's heart network can sense the entire Sky Island, and the range is huge. So when Luffy and the others first landed on the island, Enel discovered them and sent 4 priests over. Are you from Qinghai? It's been a long time since I've seen anyone from Qinghai come to this place. Gaida said coldly, crossing his arms on his chest. Qinghai people, are you talking about us? Nami looked around to make sure he was talking about them. Qinghai people, what a strange title. Usopp spread his hands. What do you want to do here, Qinghai people? This is not the place you should come. Get out of here quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being merciless. Shura scolded. Enel's inner network senses that the people coming here are not simple. So I ordered the 4 priests to drive them out directly. Why are you driving us away when we just arrived? Sanji refused, lighting a cigarette. If you don't leave here, it will be equivalent to angering God. God will punish you. Ohm snorted coldly. God? Is there a God? It's so interesting. A smile suddenly appeared on Luffy's face. Where does this world come from? Luffy, he must be a liar, Sanji reminded. If there really is a God, I really want to see it, Zoro said with interest. Ahaha, the so-called God is just talking about the ruler of Sky Island. Robin chuckled. Luffy, that God may be very powerful, you have to protect me. Nami hugged Luffy tightly. I'm much weaker than Nami, you should protect me first, Luffy. Vivi clung to Luffy's shoulder delicately. Are you looking down on God? You are so arrogant. In this case, let us priests punish you. Seeing that Luffy and others don't care about God's name, the 4 of them suddenly became angry. God is supreme in their eyes. He is the absolute ruler of this Sky Island. No one can disobey God's command. And God has given them an order to expel Luffy and others. And since Luffy and the others don't obey, then let them drive Luffy and the others away. The 4 priests glanced at each other, and the next second they rushed towards Luffy with fierce eyes. Go to hell, Qinghai people. With anger, they raised their weapons, already planning to kill Luffy and others. Only you guys are not qualified to let Luffy take action. One sword style. Lion Sing Sing. Zoro held Wado Ikemanji, wrapped around armament Haki, and then struck out with a powerful slash. The terrifying slash carries overwhelming power and destroys everything. Knocked 4 people away directly. After receiving Zoro's blow, the 4 priests fell to the ground on the spot. Roronoa Zoro, kill instantly with one move, as expected of me. Vinsmoke Sanji. In our world, it's particularly difficult for you to deal with the Iron Trial Priest, Green Algae Head. Roronoa Zoro, shut up, you stinky cook. No matter in this world or that parallel world, I am much more powerful than you. Vinsmoke Sanji, isn't it because of the electricity you met Luffy in that parallel world? There's nothing to be proud of. Is this so-called priest so weak? Usopp said in surprise. The damn green algae head stole my limelight, Sanji said angrily. Zoro put the blade back into the scabbard and shrugged. You are too slow, Chef Zia. A boom. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began to gather. The next second, a rolling sky thunder came down directly towards Luffy and others with terrifying power. Thunder and lightning, I haven't split lightning yet. Zoro was so excited that he bit Wado Yamanji in his mouth and put the 2 blades on his waist. Mido Stream. 3,000 troubled winds. Zoro's whole body exploded with powerful aura, and the terrifying aura turned into invisible power and merged into the three blades. At the same time, Zoro also wrapped the weapon color and Conqueror's haki around the blade. Shua. Zoro rotated his body and swung out 3 knives. The blades rubbed against each other, and a violent explosion sounded in the space. 3 sword energy crisscrossed, turning into a raging violent tornado. A boom! The tornado shot by Zoro collided with the lightning from high in the sky. Crackling, accompanied by crisp electric beeps. The violent tornado launched by Zoro canceled each other out with the high-altitude thunder and lightning. The next moment, I saw a man standing above everyone's heads. He is none other than the ruler of Sky Island, the self-proclaimed God Enel. The people of Qinghai are so brave. They broke into my territory without permission. They also rebelled against the priests under my banner. They even violated the punishment of the gods. They were punished for several crimes. You should be executed on the spot. Enel scolded angrily. Josie, I don't know how many punches this god can withstand from the Straw Hat Kid from the parallel world. Bista, no matter how you say it, he is a god. At least he can get 2 punches. Crocodile, 1 punch is all. What 2 punches? Don't think too highly of him. In the parallel world, he was instantly killed by Luffy's punch. So he naturally wants to see other people killed by Luffy with 1 punch. This way I won't be too embarrassed. Enel, I'm a god. How could I be defeated by him with just 1 punch? Monkey D. Luffy. But weren't you defeated by me too? Enel. Achuku, if I were you, I would run away right now. Byandy Wald. If you offend the Straw Hat Boy in our world, you are unlucky enough to be restrained by his ability, but you are still qualified to fight with him, but if you offend the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world. God, it's so scary, Luffy. Nami groaned and hugged Luffy tightly. I'm so scared too, Luffy. Vivi hugged Luffy tightly in the same way. Why didn't I see that you two looked scared? Robin glanced at the 2 of them and complained. Is this a god? It doesn't look like much. Usopp crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at it. It's really not that good, Sanji agreed. It can be considered a bit of strength, Zoro commented. You. Seeing that Luffy and others despised him and regarded him as nothing, Enel suddenly became angry. He is a god. God of Sky Island. Having ruled Sky Island for more than 10 years. No one dares to look directly into his eyes easily. There is no resident in the entire Sky Island who is not afraid of him. But now he is so looked down upon by a few outsiders. Well, don't be angry yet. It's indeed our fault that we broke into your territory, but we plan to stay here for a while. I hope you can agree. Luffy said politely. After all, no matter what, they were the ones who stayed and broke into Enel's territory. He even injured Enel's men. No matter how you think about it, this is all their fault, right? Stay for a while? How long do you want to stay? Enel asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest. About a year, we want to practice together here, Luffy replied. The battle with Sakazuki in Alabasta. Luffy has benefited a lot and has a new understanding of improving Endure energy. At the same time, Luffy is not far away from Devil Fruit's awakening. So he plans to practice here for a while. Make yourself stronger. And of course, Luffy also wants his companions to become strong. After all, Luffy also knows. If you continue sailing on the sea during this period, we'll be hunted by Marine and world government. Because Tianzheng has made it clear that he will be rewarded. With Luffy's current strength, he can only deal with 1 admiral at most. And the combined combat power of his companions cannot deal with 1 admiral. If we continue sailing in the sea, the danger level will be too high. It is better to practice together for a year and become stronger before going to sea. Gall D. Roger, 1 year of collective training? Isn't that right? If 1 year of collective training, Luffy's strength will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes, and so will his companions. Become very strong, and then you won't have to fear the world government and Marine's pursuit. It only took Luffy a month. It can make Usopp and Sanji's strength undergo earth-shaking changes. If this takes a year, I can't even imagine how strong their strength will be. Copper Jabba, what a smart choice, Luffy. You don't have to worry about being hunted down by the world government and Kayan Jayahao Marine when you stay on Sky Island. You can practice together. The strength of the entire country will undergo earth-shaking changes again. Pluton's Silver Rayleigh. If we practice together for a year, there is no doubt that Luffy in that parallel world will definitely awaken Devil Fruit. Red Earl Baloric Redfield, I'm really curious. With the power of the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world, what will happen after awakening the Devil Fruit of God? What kind of strength you have? Douglas Bullet, his current strength is only half a point behind the Strong Admiral. When he awakens, Devil Fruit's strength will probably be above the Admiral. Uruj above the Great Admiral. Trafalgar Law, the current age of the Straw Hat Boss is 17. After 1 year of collective training, does he have the combat power above the Admiral at the age of 18? It's really scary. Capone Bajet, what a pity. It would be great if I could also get on his boat. After practicing collectively for a year under his guidance, I would be very strong. Edward Newgate, Kula La La. Once the Straw Hat Boy in the parallel world has that kind of strength, he doesn't have to worry about encountering danger anymore. Marco, with the strength that all the members have after 1 year of collective training, I am afraid they will be able to fight against the Knights of God. Jago Lucia Satan Saint, damn it. Is that Straw Hat Boy trying to make a fool of himself? Kaiozzi, it's urgent, it's urgent. Marcus Maz Saint, damn Straw Hat Boy, don't you even dare to confront our world government? You are so weak. Bista, it's so urgent. Topman Wuchulai Saint, I thought that Straw Hat Boy was so powerful, but it turned out that he was hiding in fear of being hunted by our world government. Razoru, are you so scared? Saint Isambalen Venus Thuro, shut up, you damn pirates. Ancient Saint Fegolando Green, what's the harm in letting them practice together for a year? There is no force in this world that we, the Knights of God, cannot eradicate. At the end of the 116th year of training, the Luffy fruit awakened and the strength of all members. Ashes to ashes, soil to soil. Everyone has their own place to belong. This is not the place you should stay. Go back to your own place, monkeys in Qinghai. Enel said coldly. Then what if we don't go back? Luffy said calmly. Don't anger me, I'm doing this for your own good. In a few days, I will launch the ark to go to the Infinite Land, and this Sky Island will be sent to Qinghai by me. If you continue to stay here, you are seeking your own death. Now I give you 2 choices. 1, be executed now. 2nd, if you can compete with me, you are qualified to stay on this Sky Island. However, in a few days, I will still use the power of the ark to sink the Sky Island and let it fall into the Qinghai Sea. You will also die by then. 3rd, now leave this place that does not belong to you, and I can forget about it. The so-called infinite Earth is the moon. Enel has always believed that he is a god and should return to his kingdom. And that country is the moon. So he created a huge ship called the Ark. The Ark can use electricity to fly and help him go to the moon. As for him, he wants to destroy Sky Island. That's because Sky Island was not in the sky hundreds of years ago. But an island in Qinghai was sent to high altitude for some reason, and this is how Sky Island came into being. Enel destroyed Sky Island just because he wanted the island that originally belonged to Qinghai to return to Qinghai. But of course, if Enel destroys Sky Island and returns Sky Island to Qinghai, all the people on the island will die. After all, this is 10,000 meters high in the sky. Who can fall from a height of 10,000 meters and still survive? And Enel did offend himself by holding Luffy at first. The idea of killing them all came up here. However, he used his heart net to carefully sense Sanji, Usopp's aura. He found that everyone's aura was very strong. It's not that Enel thinks he will lose, but I thought it would be troublesome to fight Luffy. After all, Ark is now being launched. He can't wait to go to the moon. I don't want to waste time fighting Luffy and others. Wait a minute, you want to destroy the entire Sky Island. Aren't there other residents on Sky Island? Do you want to kill them too? Robin said in surprise. After all, Robin has been following Luffy for more than a week. Observation Hacky naturally knows how to do it. He could sense that there were at least several thousand residents in Sky Island 053. Don't say it so harshly. I just want Sky Island to return to Qinghai. I have nothing to do with whether the people on the island die or not, Enel said lightly. Stop joking. Aren't you the god of Sky Island? Logically speaking, the people on the island should be your people, right? Why do you want to kill them together? Robin was already a little angry at this moment. Killing thousands of people so easily is completely the behavior of a tyrant. I am a god, but they are not my people. Only the infinite land is where I belong. Why should I care about the life and death of these ants on Sky Island? Enel looked unusually indifferent. This is a headache. We don't want you to destroy Sky Island. Luffy has already planned to practice on Sky Island. If Enel is allowed to destroy Sky Island, where do they go to practice? In other words, are you determined to be enemies of God? Enel said with an unkind expression. I have no choice but to do this, so I'm offended. Luffy directly enters the second gear form. Then the fist is covered with rich armament colors and Conqueror's haki. Almost instantly, Luffy appeared in front of Enel. Luffy's speed was so fast that Enel couldn't even react. Pang! Luffy punched out, with terrifying force and powerful impact, hitting Enel. Enel suddenly vomited blood from his mouth, and his eyes turned white. I saw Enel's body like a meteor, and was directly knocked away several thousand meters away. Is it done? Is God so weak? Zoro put the blade back into the sheath. No, it doesn't seem to be over yet. There is something about this self-proclaimed God, although not much. Luffy shook his head slightly. His observation, Haki sensed that Enel was sent flying several kilometers away by him. He is rushing towards this direction rapidly. Damn it, how dare you, a mere monkey from Qinghai, hurt me like this. 200 million volts, Thor. Enel released all the 200 million volts of lightning in his body, surrounding himself with all the rolling thunder, and transformed into the arrogant thunder god form. His entire body has grown dozens of times larger. The whole person looks very majestic. Thousands of thunder. As Enel raised his hand, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and gloomy. The next second, countless thunder and lightning converged together. A giant thunder with an extremely wide range and enough power to destroy the heaven and earth suddenly fell down. Rubber! Seeing this, Luffy stretched out his arm and reached high into the air to contact Wanlei. Countless thunder and lightning suddenly gathered, focusing on Luffy but not hurting Luffy. How can it be? Enel was immediately stunned. Ape King's Spear. Luffy blows air into his arm, making his right arm extremely huge. After that, it is entangled with the weapon color and the power of Conqueror's haki. From now on, you are no longer a god, and your title of god has been taken away. The words fall. Luffy's huge fist instantly covered Enel's head. Although Enel wanted to resist, his devil fruit couldn't hurt Luffy at all. A boom! A loud noise was heard. Enel's body directly penetrated Sky Island and then fell straight to Qinghai. Whether it's dead or alive, Luffy doesn't know. Achoku, this god is pretty strong. He can withstand 2 punches from Straw Hat. Byakuya Walled, stronger than Crocodile. Crocodile was killed by Straw Hat Kid with 1 punch. He withstood at least 2 punches. Crocodile, no one is better than me. It's just that the Straw Hat Boy didn't fight seriously at the beginning. Didn't you see that he only used second gear at the beginning? If he wanted to use the Ape King gun from the beginning, Enel, who calls himself a god, would definitely he will be killed instantly. Doflamingo, heh heh heh. Such a shame, Crocodile. Crocodile, heh heh. You'd better not call Doflamingo too early. When that Straw Hat guy comes to New World, you will be killed instantly with 1 punch. Enel, damn, did I lose in that world too? Marco, you are already very good. You can give Straw Hat a punch. Josie, yes, others can't even withstand a punch. Your performance is already very good. You are indeed a man who dares to call himself a god. Done. Enel has been beaten out of sight, and observation Haki can no longer sense it. Tusk, God isn't that good either. That's right, that's Luffy is still the most powerful. Seeing Luffy end the battle, Nami and Vivi immediately approached him. Although Robin is ready to act, he is also trying his best to maintain his aloof persona. In addition, Luffy's arms are already being held by Nami and Vivi. Even if she wants to stick to it, there is no space. At this time, Yixio also floated to Sky Island with the help of Devil Fruit's power. I just felt a person falling from a high altitude at a high speed. Was it you, Luffy? Yes, that guy claimed to be a god and wanted to destroy this Sky Island, so I defeated him. Luffy nodded and admitted. So, is your original intention to save the people of Sky Island? Yixio asked. That's not my original intention. It's just that I want to practice on this Sky Island with my companions, and I don't want him to destroy this place. Luffy replied truthfully. I see, but your actions saved this island after all. In addition to the previous Alabasta incident, you have saved many people, Luffy. Yixio said slowly. Really? Luffy shrugged nonchalantly. If you want to be the freest man in the sea, BBCG, you must first make the world full of freedom. Maybe you saved them unintentionally, but your actions saved many people. I really didn't see it. I'm sorry, Luffy. You are indeed a good friend worth making. I am honored to know you. He also wants to be someone like Luffy. People who can save others and change the world. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but let's put it aside and smile. We plan to practice on Sky Island. Do you want to practice together? Luffy asked. That's not necessary. I'm just here to see if you have arrived at Sky Island safely. After confirming the news, I will leave because I am a restless person. The words fall. Yixio threw a life card to Luffy and continued. I am not good at using phone bugs, so if you want to contact me in the future, please come to me with this life card. If it is a major event that can change the world structure, I will fight with you. Luffy took the life card thrown by Yixio. I understand. See you again in the future. I have begun to look forward to you coming to see me one day in the future, so I will take my leave now. After leaving this sentence, Yixio did not stay long, using the power of the gravity fruit to return to the sea. Luffy holds Yixio's life card in his hand and puts it into his pocket. After doing all this, he turned his attention to Nami and others and shouted, Okay, companions. Let's start the 1-year practice and go to sea again after 1 year. Good. After hearing what Luffy said, everyone had no objection. Because they also want to become stronger and become worthy of Luffy's crew. Become a strong man who can serve Luffy. 1 year has passed. During this year, Luffy made all his companions awaken Conquerors, and all of them mastered the power of taming. Star. And of course, except Chopper. Because there is no Conqueror's haki in it. So Luffy cannot let it awaken the power of Conqueror's haki, no matter what. Within this year, Luffy not only taught them how to learn haki, but also did not neglect their physical training. The stronger Luffy is, the higher his understanding of body and energy. So even if they just let them practice together for a year, Luffy has also brought about earth-shaking changes in their strength. Yes, my devil fruit has awakened, and haki has become stronger in all aspects. Now, it's time to go to sea again. Luffy clenched his fists with a confident smile on his face. Marco, in a blink of an eye, a year has passed. Vinsmoke Sanji, has the 1-year training ended? I'm really curious about the strength I have now. I'm afraid I can be called one of the strong men of the sea. Roronoa Zoro, I'm afraid I'm much stronger than you, you stinky cook. Vinsmoke Sanji, what did you say? My strength will not be weaker than yours, green algae head. I will only be stronger than you. Roronoa Zoro, you in the ordinary world have not known Luffy as long as I have. If you want to surpass me, you should save it. Vinsmoke Sanji, you. Nami, in the ordinary world, at least I have awakened the Conquerors, a strong man who masters tyranny. Under the guidance of that Luffy, I will also be very powerful. Usopp, in this world, I am not qualified to shine on the sea, but in that parallel world, I really hope that I can shine and make my reputation resound throughout the sea. Josie, Straw Hat's devil fruit has awakened. I'm really looking forward to the power of that devil fruit. Bista, not only has devil fruit awakened, but his haki has also become stronger in all aspects. A year ago, He could fight Akainu day and night by using the fourth gear with Haki's power. Time, and now that devil fruit has awakened and Haki has strengthened, I'm afraid that Akainu is no longer his opponent. Sakazuki, it seems that only the Straw Hat Boy in that parallel world will become stronger. Do you think Leiai's strength will stagnate? Ghost Spider, you're right. Sakazuki works harder than anyone else to become stronger. That Straw Hat Boy will become stronger, and so will Mr. Sakazuki. Doberman, it's just that I've awakened the power of devil fruit and strengthened Haki. Whether I can defeat Mr. Sakazuki is something I can't just say. Edward Newgate, cool la la la. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut, magma brat. Red-haired Shanks, don't underestimate that devil fruit with the name of God. I don't know how powerful that devil fruit is, but it is the strongest phantom beast species. Yasop, I won't say that Luffy can beat you violently, but with his current strength, it probably won't be difficult for him to defeat you. Sakazuki, HMPH, before I fight him in the flat world, you better not get too proud too early, you damn pirates. Jago Lucia Satan, in the end, he still awakened the devil fruit, but he is not too powerful to handle it yet, we can still. To obliterate him. Luffy Devil Fruit awakens in the flat world. Gain control of the most powerful power in the world. This is already inevitable. Now they just hope that they in the peaceful world can quickly dispatch their troops to kill Luffy. Luffy lives for a day in the ordinary world. They are restless all day long. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Vivi, Sanji, Robin, let's go. Head to the sea. Luffy shouted excitedly. Wait a minute, Luffy. Bring this gold with you before you leave. This gold is estimated to be worth hundreds of billions of shellfish. Nami points to the huge gold carried on the shoulders of Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, and others. The total weight of this gold is at least dozens of tons. If these golds are converted into Baileys, at least hundreds of billions of Baileys. Why do you need so much money? Luffy asked confused. The money converted from this gold is enough to buy a country. Don't you want to have a country of your own? Nami reminded with his hands on his hips. Chapter 117, Usopp. Just Admiral Aokiji not worth mentioning. Please beg for customization, full ore. Achoku, Sky Island has so much gold, worth hundreds of billions of Bali. Kaido of the Beasts, is the Sky Island gold still there in our world? Jaehin, the Sky Island gold in our world, Straw Hat and the others don't seem to have taken it away. Kaido of the Beasts, okay. Then Leiazi will take the gold worth hundreds of billions of Bali, tilde. Buddha's Sengoku, wishful thinking. This gold belongs to our marine, Porzolino depends on you. Go and bring all the gold back. Porzolino, I know Mr. Sengoku, I will definitely bring them all back. Kuzan, no Porzolino, when did you become so active? Marco, he probably wants to pocket some gold for himself, so that's why he's so active. Porzolino, nonsense, don't accuse me wrongly. Charlotte Linlin, don't grab it, this gold belongs to me. Jago Lucia Satan, this gold belongs to our world government. Hundreds of billions of Bali's worth of gold. For any force, it is a valuable asset. Who doesn't want to get this gold worth hundreds of billions of Bali? Edward Newgate, kula la la. It seems like our world is going to break out into a war because of those golds. Josie, the Straw Hat Boy in another world can monopolize hundreds of billions of gold, and even, that money is indeed enough to buy a country. Achoku, if you want money, you need women, you need strength, you need companions. What kind of fairy life does that guy live? Hearing Nami's words, Luffy fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, anyway, no one else knows that this gold is here, so let's store it here for now. After we realize our dream by traveling around the world, we can use the money to buy a country. Luffy knew that during the year, they were practicing on Sky Island. The world government and marine must have been searching for them all over the world. It will be a lot of inconvenience to carry so much gold. No one knows about this gold anyway. If it continues to be stored here, they will be able to take it out sooner or later. Okay then, Nami looked at gold with some reluctance and finally compromised. I really look forward to us buying a country that belongs to us in the future. Robin chuckled. When there is a country, Luffy is the king, then I will be the queen. Vivi said excitedly. You're the queen, I'm the one, Nami retorted, crossing her arms. I am the best. The two of them soon started arguing with each other. Seeing the two arguing, Robin slowly came to Luffy, took Luffy's arm and whispered in Luffy's ear. Well, Luffy, please ignore them, I am your queen, right PB? 1. After hearing Robin's words, Nami and Vivi immediately stopped arguing. Don't think we didn't hear you, because you were so quiet, Robin. That's right, that's right. After all, they have been practicing haki for a full year and have a good physique. Observation haki is already extraordinary. Even if it is the smallest sound, they can be keenly aware of it. Achoku, 3 women compete for favor and live a happy life. Bindy Walled, actually it's not just 3 but Yuta, Kuina, Momousagi, Kaya, a total of 7. Marco, after Straw Hat buys a country and becomes king in the future, he will have 7 presidents in an instant, and I always feel that this number will continue to grow. John, the day this guy retires is my lifelong dream. Silver Axe, I also want to work hard all my life, and then buy a country where a few women can live their lives freely. Golden Lion Shiki, aren't you dead, Silver Axe? Silver Axe, that's why my dream didn't come true. Jaws, by the way, isn't the one named Vivi the Princess of Alabasta, and she is the only princess in Alabasta, and there are no other princes. This means that in the future, when Cabra abdicates, the country of Alabasta will also belong to the Straw Hat Boy. Bista, good guy. This means that the Straw Hat Boy in the future owns 2 countries at the same time. Luffy is really happy. Sanji lights a cigarette, tears falling from his eyes. Hey, it's so embarrassing, you stinky cook, what's there to cry about? Zoro said with disgust. Well, compared to this, I am actually more concerned about how we are going to get down, and our ship is still docked in Magic Valley Town. Usopp suddenly reminded. 1 year ago, the reason why they were able to come to Sky Island. I didn't rush to Sky Island with the help of rising water. I came here with the help of Yixio Devil Fruit. But how should they get down now that they are at an altitude of 10,000 meters? What to do with the melee after we get down there? Do we still need it? Don't worry about this. I had a good time with the residents on Sky Island. They said there is an idle boat on Sky Island for us to go down. Chopper explained. This is an altitude of 10,000 meters. Do we have to ride on a boat and fall freely? We will be seriously injured even if we don't die. Usopp swallowed a sip of saliva. No, they said there is something that can help us get down. Yinba shook his head. At this moment, a little girl ran over with an octopus and Kongbei and shouted, Brother Tanuki, I'm here. I told you it was a reindeer. Chopper cursed and complained. This is an octopus. Zoro raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, stick this octopus tentacle on the boat, and then use the empty shell to expand the octopus's body, and it can become a simple parachute, so that you can return to Qinghai from Sky Island. Elsa hands Chopper the empty shell, an octopus in her hand. Can this really help us get down? Sanji was a little doubtful. After all, an octopus and a senbei are paired with a boat that has been there for who knows how many years. This kind of combination always feels uneasy. Don't worry, with this thing I will definitely be able to get down. Aisha nodded affirmatively. Thank you, Elsa. Chopper stroked Elsa's hair gratefully. But Elsa is not focusing on Chopper at the moment. Instead, it was placed on Luffy not far away. She couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then her face turned a little crimson. On the other side, Luffy also successfully made Robin, Nami, and Vivi stop arguing and come over. Sees Luffy walking over. Elsa immediately shyly hid on Chopper's body, her face as rosy as the sunset. Is this guy really so afraid of me? Luffy scratched his head and asked. He has met Aisha several times on Sky Island. But every time Aisha sees him, she hides shyly. Luffy thought the other party was afraid of him. Luffy, now that we have the boat and the octopus and Kongbei that can let us out, it's time for us to leave here. Zoro reminded. After all, they have saved Sky Island. I have been living with the Sky Island people for a year. He didn't believe that a little girl would deceive and harm them. So Zoro thinks this thing can really help them go down. After returning to the sea, we will first go to Magic Valley Town. We have to bring the Melee back. After all, the Melee has been sailing with us for such a long time and is also our companion. Luffy suggested. No matter how beautiful the Melee is, it was given to them by Kaya. Having been sailing with them for several months, how could they abandon it casually? Clear. After hearing what Luffy said, everyone agreed. Just as a few people were preparing to set off, Aisha, who was hiding behind Chopper, suddenly said, "Well, I didn't help you in vain, I need to be paid. 1. Reward? What reward do you want?" Zoro stopped and turned around and asked. I want that big brother to hug me. Elsa blushes and points at Luffy. Me, Luffy was stunned. He always thought Elsa was afraid of him, so she hid every time she saw him. That's right, Elsa nodded vigorously. Okay, Luffy agreed. Then he came to Aisha and hugged Aisha. Aisha's face suddenly turned redder. She looked like she had a fever, and her heart was beating very fast. Is that okay? Luffy asked. Elsa did not speak, but kissed Luffy on the cheek with lightning speed. Then he quickly broke away from Luffy and ran away. Achuku, could this little girl also fall in love with that straw hat boy? Marco, it's normal. After all, with Luffy's strength, no woman would be confused after seeing this. Josie, but this little girl looks like she's not yet 10 years old. Bista, I can only say that the charm of Luffy in that parallel world is beyond imagination. Looking at Aisha's escaping figure, Luffy was a little overwhelmed and confused. But I didn't pay too much attention to it. He took his companions to the place where the idol ship was on Sky Island. Follow Aisha's instructions, stick the octopus tentacles around the boat, and then use the empty shell to instantly expand the octopus's body dozens of times. Then everyone got on the boat and sailed towards the sea. It's really good. Sanji looked up at the octopus in surprise. The octopus's tentacles are extremely firmly stuck to the boat, and the octopus's body collides dozens of times due to the empty shells. It looks like a parachute from a distance. Finally, a new adventure is about to begin. Zoro grinned and was obviously excited. With my current strength, I would probably be called a monster in the entire sea. I will definitely become the strongest sea warrior in this sea. Usopp was also very excited. If I meet the Marine I met a year ago again, I won't be defeated by him so easily this time, Sanji said confidently. Please give me flowers. A year ago, they met Tianjang, the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. At that time, their strength was completely incomparable to Tianjang. 3 or 2 of them were taken care of by Tianjang. But now, Sanji is confident that he can compete with Tianjang for a while. Not long after, with the help of the octopus, everyone successfully floated the boat into the sea. Ka. Boat. As soon as it landed on the sea, there was a crunching sound. After all, the ship has been left for too long. We must quickly go to Magic Valley Town to retrieve the Melee. Luffy frowned slightly. The ship they are on now may not be able to support their voyage for a few days and will fall apart. We must retrieve the Melee quickly. They threw the octopus that helped them into the sea. Then we sailed to Magic Valley Town. Not long after, they successfully arrived at Magic Valley Town and saw the Melee. Wait, there's someone on the Mary, Chopper exclaimed. After hearing Chopper's reminder, everyone also noticed that there was indeed a person on board the Melee. The man is wearing a black eye patch and lying lazily on the rocking chair. Who is he? Why are he lying on our boat? Sanji said dissatisfied. He is the highest combat force in the naval headquarters, Marine Admiral Aokiji. Robin took a deep breath and spoke in surprise. Admiral Tusk, I thought he was an extraordinary person, Usopp said disdainfully. Let me deal with him. Zoro placed his palm on the blade with a confident smile on his lips. I want to fight too. Chopper quickly grew in size, his eyes were firm, and there was no fear on his face. Let's go together. Sanji put out the cigarette and said lightly, Urouge, how powerful is the Straw Hats now? Seeing that Admiral is not afraid at all, are they planning to launch an attack? Trafalgar Law? After all, they have grown up under the guidance of the Straw Hat Master for a full year, and their strength has already undergone earth-shaking changes. In addition, the current strength of the Straw Hat Master is unfathomable, and one admiral is not enough to scare them. Use up, how cool me in another world. Vinsmoke Sanji, Admiral Aokiji. I remember that when we met Aokiji in our world, we had no power to resist and were simply crushed. Roranoa Zoro, Feng Shui has changed. 30 years to the east of the river and 30 years to the west of the river, we will be afraid of Aokiji, but we in the other world are not afraid at all. Jay. Just when several people on the boat wanted to take action. Kuzan, who was lying on the chair, was also awakened by the words of several people. He stretched slowly, his face dark and his eyes pulled up to his forehead. Ah la la, I've been waiting for you for a year, have you finally shown up? Kuzan stood up and came to the boat rail, scanning Luffy and the others. Waiting for us for a year, have you been here all this time? Luffy asked. Well, that's more or less the case. Occasionally, I'll ride a bicycle around on the sea, and when I'm tired, I'll lie down on the deck of your ship and sleep like I do now. 1. But don't worry, I have only slept on the deck. I have never been to the cabin, the storage room, or your rooms. Furthermore, people from Marine and World Government wanted to inspect your room, but they were all rejected by me. How about listen to what I said? Why don't I say thank you? Kuzan said slowly, with a smile on his lips. Is this guy really an enemy? Usopp pointed at Kuzan as if complaining. Don't be careless, Usopp, the other party is Marine Admiral after all. Sanji looked serious. He has not shown any hostility for the time being, because the general's thoughts are really unpredictable. Zoro raised his eyebrows slightly. Whenever Kuzan shows a hint of hostility or fighting spirit, Zoro raised his sword and went straight to him in the next second. But now Kuzan is lazy and has no intention of fighting. Zoro is not acting rashly yet. Although I don't know what you're doing on our ship, can you please get off our ship? We will continue sailing on the Melly, Luffy said. Mouse. Well, don't be so impatient. I have a lot of questions to ask you. For example, where have you been during this year? Did you go to Mikami? Is there really a Yashima in Mikami? And what have you done this year? Kuzan leaned on the railing of the boat with his chin in one hand. We are not obligated to answer, Luffy said calmly. Well, that's true, but your grandpa misses you very much, Luffy. Even if he calls you, you won't answer. I beg you to order it yourself, all of it. 118 Luffy's 3 billion bounty, Chopper's 3 Baileys, and Kuzan's Ice Age War begins. Phone bug, I lost it when I went to Sky Island, Luffy explained. Luffy's phone bug is always with him. However, during practice, I accidentally lost it. To be precise, I didn't lose it, but it fell from Sky Island. Is that so? Your grandfather thought something had happened to you, and he was crying to me all day long, which annoyed me to death. Kuzan said helplessly. But speaking of which, do you know my grandfather? Well, I'm quite familiar with him. I received a lot of care from your grandfather in Marine. Strictly speaking, I should be considered your grandfather's chief disciple. Kuzan scratched his head and said, 1. After Garp becomes the hero of Naval Headquarters. Kuzan admired Garp very much. I have wanted to apprentice with Garp countless times. But I was rejected by Garp every time. And let him learn from Zephyr. But Kuzan said that he knew everything Zephyr taught him. In this way, after Kuzan's constant pestering, Garp also half-heartedly agreed to Kuzan's apprenticeship. Kuzan can be said to be Garp's chief disciple. Urouge first, chief disciple, Marine Admiral is that Garp's chief disciple. Trafalgar Law, this is amazing news. Capone Bajet. From the scene shown above where Aokiji brought Akainu to the office and closed the door so that Garp could beat him, I knew that Aokiji had an unusual relationship with Garp, but I didn't expect that he was actually that Garp's disciple. Basil Hawkins, what a legendary man that Garp is, that he actually cultivated an admiral with his own hands. Bindy Wald, Aokiji, that damn guy has such a relationship with Garp. Bindy Wald hated Kuzan. Although he will be locked up in Impel Down. It was because his men rebelled against 077. But he was imprisoned after Impel Down. Aokiji froze him directly with ice. It will be frozen for decades. Others are stupid. Impel down so many prisoners and nothing else. Just freeze him. Achoku, as I said, Naval Headquarters is full of straw hats. Douglas Bullet, I knew right away that the straw hat boy from the flat world couldn't fight with that guy Aokiji. How can we fight with our own people? Kaido of the Beasts. If you ask me, the Marine and world government in that world are also a bunch of fools. They clearly knew that the straw hat boy would go to Demon Valley Town to pick up the ship. They didn't leave Akainu behind to watch the ship and let Aokiji go. This is unclear. Wouldn't you make things difficult for the straw hat boy and let them escape? Marco, with the comprehensive strength of the straw hat crew in that parallel world, Akainu alone cannot do it. At least 2 admirals must work together to have a chance to capture it. Disciple, are you Grandpa's disciple? Hee. Really? It seems that we are also friends. Luffy laughed when he heard this. I didn't expect your grandfather to have so many acquaintances in Marine, Luffy, and even an admiral disciple. Zoro said in surprise. Luffy, if you were Marine, I can't imagine how high your status would be in this ocean. Nami swallowed. There are just some of the top Marine executives she has ever met. Bogart, T. Dolphin, Momousagi, and now another Tentacusan. This is what Luffy would be like if he became a Marine. With Luffy's talent and his status as a grandfather, the entire Marine senior management must not support him as a father. I don't want to serve for those celestial dragons, so forget it about becoming a Marine. Luffy shook his head. For the so-called fame and fortune, he sacrificed his freedom and became a lackey of the celestial dragons. Luffy is reluctant to do this anyway. It seems like you hate celestial dragons just like your grandfather, Kuzan said calmly. What about you? Do you hate those celestial dragons? Luffy asked. Don't ask me about such sensitive topics, otherwise I will be in some trouble, Kuzan said while nodding. Ha, really? You hate those idiots too. It seems we really get along. Luffy laughed happily. But then again, Luffy, you have been put on a bounty, and of course, so are your companions. Kuzan said, as he came to the table in the center of the deck, and picked up the layers of bounty orders. After getting the reward order, he came to the ship's rail again. Hold up the bounty order and said, your bounty is 1.2 billion bili. Although you have done nothing major to harm the world, the bounty is indeed 1.2 billion biri. As for why you ask me why, this 1.2 billion bounty, I don't know how to describe it, but that's it. Yuruj 2 billion bili, what a terrifying amount. Trafalgar Law. The Straw Hat Master in our world only has 300 million bili now, while the Straw Hat Master in the ordinary world already has 1.2 billion bili. Capone Budget. To be precise, the Straw Hat Boy from the Flat World had a bounty of 1.2 billion baileys within 1 month of going to sea. A year ago, Luffy went into emptiness. I'm afraid the world government has urgently announced a reward for Luffy. The bounty is directly fixed at 1.2 billion baileys. Monkey D. Luffy, what an amazing amount of money. Vinsmoke Sanji, it is indeed a terrifying amount of money. The 1.2 billion bili is higher than the bounty of our entire group combined. Douglas Bullet, the bounty defined for the first time is directly 1.2 billion baileys. This amount probably exceeds everyone on this ocean, although there are many strong people in this sea. The bounty is on top of Luffy's 1.2 billion bili. But you must know that Luffy's first-time amount is 1.2 billion. Other pirates can boast tens of millions of bili for the first time. It's enough to show the value of Luffy's bounty of 1.2 billion baileys. Basil Hawkins, with the strength of the Straw Hat Boy from Flat World, the bounty of 1.2 billion baileys is really not that high. Copper Jabba, what do you mean by not being too high? This is obviously too low. With Luffy's strength, the bounty would have to be worth billions of baileys to be worthy of his status. Marco, that's right. A year ago, the Straw Hat Boy could fight Admiral Akainu for a day and a night. Now he has become more powerful. The bounty of 1.2 billion is too low. Jaws, it may be that Straw Hat Boy. He hasn't done anything serious yet, so the bounty is so low. How much is the bounty for a person? On the one hand, it depends on its strength. On the other hand, look at the evil things he has done. Take Blackbeard, for example. After the Summit War ended, I got double devil fruit, which almost made Marineford sink into the sea. But his amount at that time was only over 1 billion bili. This is because Blackbeard did such a terrible thing and wanted to sink Marineford, and an amount defined by his strength. And Luffy hasn't done anything bad so far. Instead, he defeated Crocodile at Alabasta. Save this country. It can be said that Luffy's 1.2 billion bili is entirely based on his strength. The world government may even be afraid of placing a bounty too high on Luffy, and caused dissatisfaction all over the world considering the amount given. 2 billion baileys. That's amazing, Luffy, Vivi said in surprise. More than 10 times more than my bounty. Robin was also a little horrified. As expected of our captain, Sanji said proudly, "My previous bounty was only 10 million baileys. Your bounty is 120 times that of mine, Luffy." Zoro was also a little frightened by Luffy's bounty amount. One day in the future, Usopp will also have such a high bounty. Usopp clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. 2 billion baileys. I wonder how many marshmallows this money can buy. Chopper opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief on his face. Well, you may not know that your reward order caused a sensation all over the world when it was announced. Kuzan reminded. Shocking the whole world. Why? Luffy's head was filled with questions. Have you forgotten that you were awarded the hero medal by Sakazuki? Your reputation as a hero spread all over the world, and countless countries regarded you as their hope. But within a few days, the world government issued a reward for you. This caused an uproar all over the world. Countless phone calls complained to the headquarters and world government. We were really busy during that time. The time when I had to constantly answer phone calls and receive insults was like hell, Kuzan lamented. After Luffy's reputation as a hero was promoted by Morgan's. Reputation is transferred so quickly. In addition, Luffy is Garp's grandson. The whole world already regards him as the second Garp. But not long after, the world government suddenly announced Luffy's bounty. It's still over 1 billion baileys. It would be strange if the whole world didn't go into chaos. By the way, let me mention something else that you may not know. The bounty you should have is not 1.2 billion baileys, but 3 billion baileys, 1. Euros, hey, are you kidding? 3 billion baileys. Monkey D. Luffy, 3 billion baileys. In that world, I have 10 times the bounty. Eustace Kid, this amount is too exaggerated. Achoku, this guy has only been at sea for a short time, but his bounty is actually higher than mine. Byandy Wald, to be precise, there is a bounty of 3 billion baileys for 1 month at sea. This guy is unprecedented and unprecedented. Edward Newgate, Kula la la, it is indeed a terrible amount, but it is not surprising. With the strength of that straw hat boy, 3 billion bili is indeed worthy of his status. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, that's right, 3 billion bili is enough to match his strength. 1,200,000,000 bili is too few. Gall D. Roger, is the bounty that should have been 3 billion? Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. The world government in that parallel world seems to be extremely afraid of Luffy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have directly given out the amount of 3 billion bili. Luffy didn't do anything bad that shocked the world. Just, Tian Zheng found out that Luffy was suspected of overthrowing the world government and Marine. And after the world government got hold of this, without any explanation, he decided to set a bounty of 3 billion baileys for Luffy. Enough to be visible. Just how afraid of Luffy is the world government. 3 billion baileys. Hearing this amount, Zoro and others were shocked again. Since you said Luffy's original bounty was 3 billion bili, why is it only 1.2 billion bili now? Robin recovered from the shock and asked. Well, a bounty of 3 billion baileys should be used to define those terrible pirates who are enough to cause catastrophic damage to the world. To a man who originally had a hero medal issued this. Such a high bounty has a huge impact. As a last resort, the world government reconstituted his bounty. That's why we have the current 1.2 billion baileys. Kuzan explained without bothering. Is that so? Everyone nodded in understanding. By the way, you have a thick stack of bounty orders in your hand. Whose do they belong to except Luffy's? Usopp asked. It's yours. Kuzan finished speaking. Then he threw a stack of bounty orders into Usopp's hands. Usopp curiously looked at the reward order in his hand and read out the amount. Roronoa Zoro has a bounty of 430 million bali. Nico Robin has a bounty of 370 million bali. Vinsmoke Sanji has a bounty of 300 million bali. Usopp's bounty, 200 million bali. Hahaha, I actually have a bounty of 200 million baileys. Next is Nefeltari Vivi, with a bounty of 100 million bali. The Civet Cat's bounty, 3 baileys. Tony Chopper, what I only have 3 baileys in that world. Wait, I'm not a tanuki, I'm a reindeer. Chopper people are stupid. Forget about the bounty of 3 baileys in the parallel world. Why doesn't his name even appear on the reward order? I got myself a rhinoceros surgery. He is obviously a reindeer. Quinn, I'm laughing so hard. What's the amount? 3 baileys? What can 3 baileys buy? I'm afraid it can't even buy a peanut. Yoruj, this guy's bounty is really impressive. Marco, it's really amazing. I've seen bounties of any size, but this is the first time I've seen such a low bounty. Josie, I guess the Marines and world government in the parallel world of 0.6 treat it as a pet. Tony Chopper, that's too much. In this world, I still have a bounty of at least 100 baileys. Chopper has become a pirate. He himself also hopes that he has a high bounty. It's okay to be looked down upon in this world. Why is myself in the parallel world so despised? What, even I have a bounty, and it's still 100 million baileys. Vivi was confused. She remembers that she has never done anything. How can she have more than 100 million bali? 470 million bali? My amount is pretty good. Zoro smiled. Damn it, the bounty on your algae head is higher than mine. Sanji was unhappy. Ahaha, has my bounty been increased as well? 370 million bali is really an incredible amount. Robin chuckled. I only have 3 baileys, 3 baileys. Chopper was completely disheartened and sat down on the ground, as if his soul had been drained out of him. Speaking of which, if you have nothing else to do, please get off our ship first. We will continue sailing on the Melee. Luffy looked at Kuzan and said, I'm afraid this won't work. If I let you go like this, the people above will come to me for questioning. Kuzan said with a headache. Do you still want to fight? Zoro, who had originally relaxed his vigilance, suddenly turned serious and placed his hand on the handle of the knife. Anyway, that's it. The task assigned to me by the superiors is to station near this ship. Once Monkey D. Luffy and his gang are discovered, they will quickly report to the superiors and do their best. Delay you. So I can only offend you. Ice Age. Kneel down and beg for customization, trying to make trouble. 0. Chapter 119, Luffy'S Aokiji, Roger. Luffy is stronger than Admiral. Kuzan jumps suddenly in midair. A terrifying chill came from all over his body. 2 ice blades appeared from his palms. I saw the ice blade spread from his palm and quickly pierced into the sea. Ka. With a crisp sound, the sea quickly formed thick ice. To the sea as far as the eye can see. Everyone was frozen by Kuzan. I thought you were my grandfather's disciple and would be my friend. Do you still want to fight in the end? Luffy spread his hands, not wanting to do anything. Well, after all, you are still a big pirate with a bounty of up to 1.2 billion bali, and I am the Marine Admiral who symbolizes the justice of Marine. Our positions are different, so naturally we cannot sit down and chat all the time. You'd better take action, otherwise more Marines will come to support you later. You may not be able to leave by then. Kuzan stood on the ice, put his hands in his pockets and exhaled cold air. Choku, is this kid really here to fight? Silver Axe, normally speaking, shouldn't he try his best to hold off the Straw Hat crew and wait until Marine support arrives and then kill them all in one fell swoop? Why is this guy still reminding the Straw Hat crew to take action quickly or reinforcements are coming? Silver Axe, isn't he Garp's apprentice? I'll probably let them go after a few fights with Straw Hat and the others. Byandy Wald, I feel like if reinforcements really come to support us, this Aokiji brat will have to turn around and attack the reinforcements. Douglas Bullet, it's very possible, in line with my guess about Garp's disciples. Kuzan, ah la la, don't slander me too much. Sakazuki, Kuzan, you'd better not be too pretentious. Kuzan. Then come. Zoro puts his hand on the blade, preparing to draw the sword and fight. The same goes for Sanji and others, who are all ready to fight. Wait a minute, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, don't take action. After all, he is Grandpa's disciple, so I should deal with this opponent. Luffy dissuaded. I understand, then I'll leave it to you, Luffy. Hear Luffy's words. Zoro puts the blade back into the scabbard. Sanji also lowers his legs. Usopp put away the slingshot in his hand. 11 I heard that you fought with Sakazuki for a day and a night in Alabasta a year ago. Is this true? Kuzan asked curiously. Well, it's true, but I was weaker than him at the time, but now I am stronger than him. Luffy jumped from the boat onto the ice and said truthfully. He admitted that his strength in Alabasta was indeed inferior to Sakazuki's. But now Luffy is 100% confident that he can defeat him. Guys, wind stars, woolen cloth. Ice boxing gloves. Kuzan's fist is covered with a layer of ice, as well as the terrifying armament haki. Then he looked at Luffy and continued. When I trained with your grandfather, I learned how to use his bare hands to attack warships and train his fists. You are also strong in physical skills, and you are Mr. Garp's grandson, so let's decide the outcome with our fists. Armament haki cannot be used to attack warships with bare hands. Rely solely on your own body and fists to attack. And of course, the warship they attacked. All are top-notch abandoned warships from Naval headquarters. It is constructed of extremely hard wood, almost as good as the material of Atom Tree. No problem. Luffy wraps his fist with weapon color and Conqueror's haki. The momentum all over his body instantly rose to a terrifying level. Tread. Tread. The two stepped on the ice almost at the same time. The thick ice layer was suddenly trampled by the two people, creating a big pit. The next moment, the two of them rushed towards each other like wild horses running wild, and like meteors streaking through the night sky. Pang! The two fists collided instantly. Along with a loud noise, a sound like a bomb exploding sounded between the two of them. That was the powerful haki confrontation, violently shaking the space, caused by chi. Haki collides, and black lightning flashes around. The momentum of the two people has been rising steadily, reaching a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. The aftermath of the attack roared in all directions like a violent storm. The solid ice beneath my feet suddenly tore apart inch by inch. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the collision of the two men. The two fists clashed for half a minute, until the ice beneath their feet completely tore apart. The two of them walked backwards. Yorush completely indifferent. Monkey D. Luffy, I am so powerful in the other world. When I fought with Aokiji, I was killed almost instantly. Eustace Kid, does that mean that Straw Hat Boy definitely has admiral strength now? Basil Hawkins, although I have some expectations and speculations about his strength, when the facts are put in front of me and I think about his age, I still can't help but be surprised. Gall D. Roger, ha. Admiral, you guys underestimate that Luffy too much. Just relying on his own physique and haki's strength, he can fight with Aokiji on par. This proves that his physique haki is already admiral level. Gall D. Roger, but don't forget, his most powerful power is not his body haki, but his devil fruit ability. He can't even use the second gear, and the power of the fourth and fifth gears is. It's unimaginable to what extent he can reach. You are too underestimated by just using admiral-level strength to define him. Gall D. Roger, in my opinion, his strength has already surpassed Aokiji. Kaido of the Beasts, hey, we've got it, Roger. Are you just bragging about the strength of that Straw Hat Boy? He, the Straw Hat Boy, didn't use the fruit ability, did that Aokiji use it? Jack, he used Kaido Boss, and he covered his fists with devil fruit abilities. Kaido of the Beasts, shut up, Jack, this doesn't count as using the devil fruit ability. What he used like that is just to add some hardness to his fist. It doesn't really count as using the devil's power at all. Charlotte Linlin, my mama, that kid Kaido is right. No matter what, don't underestimate the Admiral powerhouse. Roger, I don't deny that the Straw Hat Boy has Admiral-level strength, but you have to say that he has. It's hard to say that it's stronger than Admiral. Charlotte Linlin knows. Admiral-level experts are almost on the same level as their group of 4 emperors. There won't be much difference in strength. If only Luffy was really that strong. If it can surpass Admiral, then Luffy from the parallel world arrived in the new world. Are they, the 4 emperors, about to be pushed aside by Luffy? Red Earl Baloric Redfield. In the final analysis, we still don't have an absolutely clear understanding of the awakening power of this devil fruit. After all, this devil fruit has not been awakened by anyone for 800 years, and we can't get the awakening of this devil fruit from any book. Red Earl Baloric Redfield. This also means that it is still difficult to clearly judge the real combat power of the Straw Hat Boy using all his strength, but I agree with Roger's words. The Straw Hat Boy used all his strength. His true strength will be above Aokiji, but it's not clear whether he surpasses Aokiji by a little or by a lot. Luffy's Admiral-level strength must be stable. As for how much more than Admiral, no one knows. Maybe it's a level where you need to fight for 10 days and 10 nights to win. Or maybe it takes less than a day of fighting to win. Everything is unknown. Achoku, in my opinion, unless we meet Akainu and the guys from the Knights of God, no one can force this guy to use his full strength. As for the yellow-skinned monkey, I estimate that with his character, he will be twice as good as the Straw Hat Kid. The punch ran away. Poor Zelino, do you despise me so much? Golden Lion Shiki, who doesn't know that you are the fastest man on the sea? Edward Newgate, compared with Straw Hat Boy's strength, I am actually more curious about the strength level of his companions. After all, I have been training under his guidance for a year. Marco, his companions are probably pirates who are famous in the sea. What a monster of Taijutsu, Haki. It's hard to imagine that you are less than half my age but have such strength. Kuzan praised. You are indeed my grandfather's chief disciple. You are quite strong, Luffy commercially boasted. Well, that's it for now. You can take the boat. Kuzan planned to leave. Are you leaving? Zoro frowned slightly. Wait, isn't he going to fight us? Didn't he just punch Luffy once, and he's gone? Usopp couldn't understand. Admiral's thoughts are really unpredictable. Sanji lit a cigarette. But Luffy is really good. He was not at a disadvantage against Admiral, Nami praised. Wouldn't he be able to do this kind of thing a year ago? Robin spread his hands. Luffy worked hard to regain the ship, so I have to give him a hard time. Vivi laughed. Didn't he just punch me right? Robin complained. Looking at Kuzan's retreating background, Luffy froze in place, a little at a loss. Is this the end? Good guys, it's over with just one punch. I haven't even used the power of devil fruit yet, and you're just leaving like that. I alone can't stop you. I will tell the superiors so. Kuzan waved his hand and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Achoku, good guy, just punch him and leave. Jaehin, okay. You are indeed the chief disciple of that old guy Garp, and he is very good at making mistakes. Byandy walled. I guess he was afraid that after fighting the Straw Hat Boy for a long time, other admirals or the Knights of God would come here, so he let the Straw Hat Boy go so easily. Douglas Bullet. There was no way. Marine and world government were obviously out of their minds, and asked Aokiji to come here to defend against the Straw Hat Boy alone. Sakazuki, Kuzan, you bastard. The Sakazuki people are confused. You should be more skillful in how you release the water. You just punch the Straw Hat Boy. Then turn around and leave. Kuzan, ah la la. That Kuzan from the parallel world is not me. If it were me, I would definitely try my best to deal with the Straw Hats and stop them. Jaehin, when you said this, did you laugh yourself, Aokiji? Quinn, I heard your laughter from so far away. Don't think I don't know Aokiji. Looking at the background of Kuzan leaving, Luffy scratched his head. But I didn't think too much. All right, friends, let's set sail on the Melee. In short, they haven't ventured out to sea for a year, and now they can't wait. Without hesitation, everyone got on the boat. Get ready to start a new adventure. Oops, Luffy, there's a crack in the boat, Usopp said. After hearing his words, everyone came to the boat rail to watch. Sure enough, there were many cracks in the hull. Maybe it was caused by the fight with Aokiji just now, Luffy said with a headache. Because the place where the two of them fought was right next to the melee. So the melee was affected, and it is normal for the ship to have cracks. After all, the melee is only made of ordinary wood, and is 890% made. There is no way to compare with the ship made by Adam Bayashu, which is the hardest wood in the world, used by the Four Emperors pirate group. If I had known better, I wouldn't have let him go so fast. I would have let him pay for the repair costs. Kuzan. Fortunately, I walked fast. As expected of me in a parallel world. Let me repair it for now, Luffy, but my repair skills are not great. We need to go to a place with a special boat, Usopp suggested. There are cracks in the boat, which is a huge hidden danger. In case of a violent storm, it is very likely to cause the ship to disintegrate. Go to the Seven Waters capital. That place is the most famous shipbuilding holy place in the world. Even the famous pirate King Roger's ship was built there, Robin said. Oral explanation. Okay, then the next step is to go to the Seven Waters capital. Although I didn't bring the gold from Sky Island, there is still 200 million bali on the ship that my father gave me. This money is enough to repair the ship. Driving the boat, we started heading to the capital of Seven Waters. 1. Original world. After Luffy and others finished their voyage to Sky Island, accidentally sailed to an isolated island. Here, several people met Admiral Kuzan. After a brief chat, Zan took action against Luffy and others. Zoro and Sanji were instantly killed. Luffy didn't last long in front of Kuzan before he was defeated. But after freezing Luffy, Kuzan did not take his life, but left directly. Achoku, familiar taste, same recipe, worthy of you Aokiji. Jaehin, Kuzan. If it were me, I would definitely try my best to deal with Straw Hat. Byandy Wald, I really have you Aokiji. You can obviously kill the Straw Hat Kid and even freeze him, but you just can't take action and want to let them go. Golden Lion Shiki, Jaihahaha. In the parallel world, you turned around and left because your opponent was that monster Straw Hat Boy, so what do you want in our world? How to explain Aokiji? Edward Newgate, how else can I explain it? If he really kills Straw Hat Kid, Garp will bury him and Straw Hat Kid together tomorrow. Sakazuki, Kuzan, you bastard. Kuzan, who saw the parallel world, let Luffy go. Sakazuki was already numb with anger. Kuzan, who saw their world, also let Luffy go. And it's so easy to kill Luffy with just a flick of your finger. But Kuzan turned around and left. Kuzan, ah la la. I can actually explain this, Sakazuki, because Luffy saved Smoker when we were in Alabasta, and Smoker is me. My friend, that means I owe Straw Hat a favor, so I let him go once. Douglas Bullet, how come he saved Smoker, and in the end you owe Straw Hat a favor? Are you Smoker? Alright, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.